Sylvie finished getting ready, and hurriedly ran from the bathroom to my side. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed me on the lips. She shyly said, "Go to work now." I laughed, rubbed Sylvie's head and asked, "Is this the secret?" Sylvie nodded with a smile, her eyes full of honesty. This was the first morning. After she became my girlfriend, Sylvie had been planning to give me a sweet morning kiss when sending me out. Teehee, full of little schemes. Couldn't help but kiss her on the forehead. I told her, "I'm going to work now. Be good and wait for me to come home." Sylvie nodded obediently, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. After I left, Sylvie ran to the balcony. She watched me ride away on my electric scooter till I was out of sight, then returned to the living room. She spun around in the living room, as happy as a child. She likes me, and I like her too. Now I am her boyfriend. She was overjoyed. Teehee, Sylvie couldn't wait to take out her phone, and started a video call with Summer. At the Summer estate, on her pink princess bed, Summer was woken up by the ringtone. She opened her eyes groggily and answered the video call. Seeing Sylvie's face full of joy, Summer rubbed her eyes. "And guessed, sweetie? Your confession was a success last night?" Sylvie nodded happily. "Summer, Justin is my boyfriend now." Teehee, I'm so happy. Summer immediately bounced off the bed. "Wow. Congratulations, sweetie. Now you and your guy can lead a shameless life together." Sylvie felt a bit shy and said in a small voice, "Summer, what nonsense are you talking about? We just made it official." Summer said with a grin, "I think you're the one overthinking it." I didn't say anything else. "Mean Summer, stop teasing me." Hee, sweetie. "Tell me quickly, what did you guys do last night?" Summer had a face full of gossip. Sylvie's cheeks turned red, recalling that kiss from last night. Her little heart went thump-thump. "Look at your love-struck expression. Could it be that you did something embarrassing last night?" "Mean Summer, don't talk nonsense. Justin and I didn't do that kind of thing." Sylvie hurriedly defended herself. Summer raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Oh? Then what did you do?" "I won't believe you if you say you didn't do anything." Sylvie felt a bit embarrassed. She said in a low voice, "We just kissed. We didn't do anything else." "Oh, was it your guy who took the lead, or did you pounce on him?" Come on. Tell me the details." Summer's curiosity was through the roof. Sylvie shyly recalled, "We were just sitting on the sofa. He looked at me, and I looked at him. Then it just happened naturally." Summer had a shipping expression. "Oh ho, that's when love is deep. A kiss happens naturally. Tell me how it felt." "Actually, I can't really describe the feeling. I just liked it so much, and my whole body went soft after the kiss." Sylvie shyly described the details of last night. After that kiss ended, her whole body was limp. Luckily, she was leaning on Justin, or she would have definitely been laughed at as she fell over. After hearing the details, Summer gave an auntie smile. "Hee, looks like you were kissed until your legs went weak. Is your guys' kissing technique that good?" The feeling of having one's legs go weak from a kiss, she also wanted to try it. Sean's silhouette involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Realizing this, she quickly shook her head, thinking, why did she think of that sharp-tongued man? She probably needs a brain check. "Summer, I also think Justin kisses well." Hee. "Ooh, since he's so good at it. Could it be that he's had a lot of practice?" Summer said casually. Sylvie hurriedly defended him. "Justin has never had a girlfriend before. Not having a girlfriend doesn't mean he's never kissed anyone." Hearing this, Sylvie's heart went cold. Her expression turned ugly immediately. Summer meant Justin had found working girls? Summer quickly waved her hands. "Sweetie, don't overthink it. Your guy is definitely not that kind of person." She hurriedly tried to fix it. "Sweetie, the reason you think he kisses well is probably because you're too much of a noob. It's called relativity." After hearing this, Sylvie's expression looked much better. "You mean I'm so bad at it that it makes Justin look like an expert?" Summer nodded frantically. Yes. That's it. You're a rookie. And he's a rookie too. He's just a little bit better than you, so you think he's amazing." Sylvie nodded, thinking it made sense. She had never kissed before, so of course she didn't know. "Summer, you're right." Summer patted her chest, relieved that her damage control worked. She continued to ask, "Sweetie, does your guy know your true identity?" Sylvie's head drooped immediately. She shook her head gently. "Then does he know why you ran away from home?" Sylvie shook her head again. Lunchtime at the company, Gary and I gathered together. Gary spoke up. "Justin, how come Kev didn't show up today?" I said, "I'm not sure." Then I took my phone out of my pocket, sent a message to the Three Musketeers group. "Peter Pan, Justin, Kev, why didn't you come to the office?" Gary saw the message in the group and had a wicked grin. "Could it be that Kev can't even get out of bed?" I said with a laugh. "It's possible. After all, Kevin had taken 2 days off in a row before. He must have been stuck in bed with his girlfriend. With Kev's thin frame, I'm really worried for him." While eating, I thought of Sylvie. She specifically woke up early to send me off to work this morning. The corners of my mouth curled up involuntarily. Gary, who was eating, accidentally caught me smiling like a fool while eating. He pouted. "Justin, what kind of daydream are you having in broad daylight? Smiling like that?" I snapped out of it. "I'm not, just eat your food." After finishing my meal, I returned to my desk. I picked up my phone and opened the WeChat chat with Sylvie. Just as I was about to type, I thought for a moment. I tapped on the phone screen and nodded with satisfaction. Now that Sylvie is my girlfriend, calling her sweetie feels more intimate. Sweetie, have you had lunch? Sylvie, who had just finished lunch, the notification sound. She quickly picked up her phone and opened the message. Seeing me take the initiative to call her sweetie, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She also needed to think of a name. JJ? Teehee. Feels weird. J? Doesn't seem quite right either. Little Justin seems a bit better, Sylvie thought to herself. She finally decided to call me Little Justin. Sylvie, Little Justin. I've finished eating. I saw these 2 words. My brow furrowed slightly. My parents always call me Little Justin. Justin, don't call me Little Justin. My parents usually call me that. Sylvie saw the message and pouted. So his parents always called him Little Justin. Then she couldn't call him that, lest she make him think of his parents. She was his girlfriend after all. She certainly didn't want to be like his parents. Sylvie, you're my boyfriend now. So what should I call you? Justin, as long as it's not Little Justin. Anything else is fine. Seeing the message, Sylvie's beautiful eyes rolled around as a bright idea struck her. She immediately had a plan. She tightened her throat and cooed Big Brother into her phone, then sent it over. I saw that Sylvie hadn't sent text, but a 2-second voice message. Without thinking much, I clicked it. Hearing that Big Brother, my whole body felt out of sorts instantly. I really couldn't handle that sweet voice. I let out a deep breath and typed back, Justin, you're not allowed to call me that either. Pick something else. Sylvie looked at the message and pouted her small mouth. Sylvie, Stinky Justin. Didn't you say anything besides Little Justin was fine? How can you go back on your word? Sylvie, what's wrong with calling you Big Brother? Why won't you let me call you that? What are you afraid of? Justin, I'm not afraid of anything. Sylvie, then I'll just call you Big Brother. Sylvie sent a mischievous emoji, followed by a kissing emoji. Sylvie then sent another voice message. I saw Sylvie's messages coming one after another, and heard that Big Brother again. It just made my scalp tingle. This little girl was just trying to drive me crazy. I was the first to surrender. We couldn't keep chatting, or else she really might be the death of me. Justin, time for work. No more chatting. Sylvie, okay. Big Brother, followed by a snickering emoji. After work, I rode my electric scooter home and returned to the complex. Just as I parked, I heard the WeChat notification from my phone. I pulled out my phone and checked the message in the Three Musketeers group. Kev, brothers, I got dumped. Followed by a loud crying emoji. Kev, come have a few drinks with me. Followed by 3 loud crying emojis. I opened my apartment door. Sylvie, who had just put the plates on the coffee table, immediately ran to me. She reached out her arms to hug my waist and pressed her small head against my chest. Her soft and tender voice reached my ears. Justin, I missed you. This direct expression made Sylvie a bit shy, but she had been missing me all day. She was longing for me to come home from work early. Thankfully, I was back now. She was truly happy. I was dazed for a moment. In the past, the way Sylvie and I interacted wasn't like this. Suddenly, our relationship had turned into a couple. Many things were slowly changing. I wasn't even sure myself exactly when I started liking Sylvie. Maybe it was recently, and it's recently, or maybe much earlier. Or perhaps feelings are just things that I can't figure out myself. Anyway, I just fell for Sylvie. Being with Sylvie makes me happy. Before, when I was alone, I had no expectations for finishing work. My daily life followed a set pattern. No surprises, no excitement, no expectations. Now things were different. I couldn't wait to get home after work, because I knew there was a girl waiting for me at home. I gently rubbed Sylvie's small head, as if soothing a clingy kitten. Sylvie lifted her head from my chest, and looked at me expectantly. She asked somewhat shyly, Justin, how about you? Did you miss me? I looked down at her exquisite face and nodded with a smile. Of course. I missed you too. Sylvie's smile blossomed like a flower. Her heart felt sweet. Nothing is more beautiful than 2 people missing each other. She pulled away from my arms and said with a smile, I made several dishes today. Let's eat quickly. I noticed the food on the coffee table. It was all specially prepared by the girl. I thought of Kevin's situation, and my heart struggled a bit. After hesitating for a moment, I decided to tell Sylvie the truth. Sweetie, my friend got dumped. I have to go accompany him for a few drinks in a bit. Hearing this, the smile on Sylvie's face vanished instantly. She looked a bit aggrieved. She had been looking forward to this all day, just to be with Justin, and spend their first dinner together, after becoming a couple. But this sudden turn of events made her feel inevitable disappointment. She responded coldly, then go ahead. I'll just eat by myself, okay? After saying that, she turned and sat on the sofa, silently expressing her disappointment. Looking at her aggrieved appearance, I felt awful. After all, on one side was the sweetheart who had just become my girlfriend, and on the other was a brother of many years in pain. I couldn't just ignore it, so I sat down beside Sylvie and explained patiently, "Sweetie, I just found out about Kev's breakup. I originally planned to take you out after dinner, but that's ruined now. Don't be mad. I'll eat a little with you first, and then go out, okay?" Sylvie looked at Justin's face and understood his predicament. She nodded gently and looked at me with her sparkling eyes. She said in a low voice, "I'm not an unreasonable girlfriend," smiled and rubbed her hair. "Such a good girl, sweetie." I had just eaten a few bites with her when Sylvie urged me to head out. She thought to herself that there would always be a chance for a couple to eat together, but a heartbroken friend needs immediate guidance. Before leaving, I instructed, "Wait for me to come back. Call me if anything happens." Sylvie nodded. I hailed a taxi at the complex entrance and rushed to the small tavern. When I arrived, Gary and Kevin were already there. "Justin, why were you so slow?" Gary asked. "There was traffic," I replied casually. "There wasn't any traffic at all when I came," Gary said. Kevin didn't pay them any mind, drinking his sorrow away in silence. I shot a look at Gary, meaning what happened with Kev. Gary squeezed his eyes a few times, indicating he didn't know either. Kevin kept drinking in silence, clearly very sad. As a brother, I had to see this through to the end. So, Gary and I drank with him, glass after glass. No one asked about the reason for the breakup. After drinking for a while, Kevin finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He was almost on the verge of tears. "Damn it, Jane's ex-boyfriend is back. So she broke up with me." The three of us drank at the tavern for 3 hours, and we went to a KTV. Inside the private room, Kevin held the microphone and howled like a banshee for a while. Finally, he slumped on the sofa. He started to vent hysterically. She was with that ex-boyfriend for 5 years. They were each other's first loves. She could never forget him. As soon as he came back, she broke up with me, huh? What did she take me for? What the hell am I anyway? Seeing my good brother in such pain, Gary and I didn't feel good either. We tried our best to comfort Kevin. After a while, Kevin's emotions finally calmed down a bit. I glanced at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. I made an excuse to go to the bathroom and called Sylvie. As soon as the call went through, Sylvie on the other end picked up immediately. "Justin?" She called his name in a soft tone. I said softly, "Sweetie, I'll have to wait a while before I can go back." "I know," Sylvie said softly. "Go to sleep early. Don't wait for me," I instructed again. Sylvie shook her head. "No, I'll wait for you to come back." My face looked a bit conflicted. "I don't know what time I can get back. Go to sleep first. Be good. I can't sleep without you by my side. You don't need to worry about me. I'm not tired. I'll wait for your return." This silly girl. I really didn't know what to do with her. I sighed. "I'll try to get back as early as possible." I'll wait for you." I hung up the phone. I turned around and saw Chloe suddenly appear. She had a smile on her face and greeted me enthusiastically. "Justin, it really is you." When Chloe saw that silhouette, intuition told her it was Justin. So she walked over without hesitation. The moment Justin turned around, she clearly saw his familiar face. Her heart was overjoyed. As expected, "It's Justin. It really is him." I looked at Chloe in front of me and gave a flat, It was just a greeting. I hadn't expected to run into Chloe here. Ever since we made things clear last time, the two of us had no contact. There were no ripples in my heart. Although I had liked Chloe for 5 years. That was in the past. 5 years of time. Isn't long? Isn't short. I spent 5 years on someone who didn't like me. I wasted 5 years. Fortunately, I met Sylvie. This girl who could bring me happiness every day. Thinking of Sylvie's, "I'll wait for you" on the phone, my heart felt warm. Chloe felt my coldness, and she didn't feel good. The Justin of the past would never treat her like this. Now there was no reason for her in my eyes. That boy whose heart and eyes used to be full of her. She really missed him. Chloe, for the first time, wanted to lower her proud head, fearing she would miss out on Justin like this. Chloe finally mustered up the courage, her eyes fixed on me, her voice trembling a bit. "Justin, I regret it. I really regret it. I was about to leave, but my steps paused. My brow furrowed slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Chloe took a step forward and threw herself into my arms. She hugged me tightly. "Justin, I regret it. Let's not be strangers." I hadn't expected Chloe to suddenly do this. I was stunned for a moment, then pushed her away and said in a deep voice, "Chloe, you've drunk too much." After saying that, I turned and left. Chloe saw Justin walking further and further away. She couldn't control her emotions and rushed up to block my way. "Justin, don't go. Listen to me finish." I stopped my steps. "Say it." Chloe knew in her heart, if she didn't fight for him now, she might really lose Justin. "Justin, I don't want to be strangers with you. Don't you like me? How about we get together?" She looked at me expectantly, seemingly wanting to get a positive answer. After hearing this, my heart felt emotional. The past me would have agreed without hesitation. But time cannot flow backward. Spilled water cannot be gathered back. That rainy night, the moment I decided not to like Chloe anymore, Sylvie crashed into my life. The gears of fate had already started turning. I looked at Chloe, said in a deep voice, sorry. I already have a girlfriend. As soon as these words were said, Chloe's face turned pale. She stumbled back. She thought that as long as she took the initiative, she could win back Justin. But she didn't expect him to already have a girlfriend. Is it that girl sitting on the back seat of your electric scooter? Chloe's voice trembled. I nodded. Yes, I'm leaving now. Chloe lowered her head and stopped talking. After Justin left, she squatted on the ground and wailed in pain. She didn't understand how to cherish it when she had it. Once missed, it's really missed. Went back to the KTV room. Kevin was already dead drunk. Gary and I helped him out the door. Kevin threw up violently. Gary couldn't hold it back either. I sent Kevin home. It was already past 1 a.m. when I got back to the apartment. I opened the door, and Sylvie was sitting on the living room sofa. She immediately ran to my side, smelling the alcohol on me. Sylvie was a bit worried. Justin, you've drunk so much. Are you okay? I shook my head. My black eyes stared at Sylvie. Then I scooped her up with my large hand and pulled her into my arms. This little girl waited until this late. She's really a silly girl. Sylvie smiled and put her arms around my waist. I've been waiting for you. Not tired? I'm not tired. Sylvie's small head shifted on my chest. I'm just not tired today. I smiled. Let's go back and sleep. Sylvie poked her head out of my arms. Suddenly, her eyes caught a lipstick mark on my t-shirt. Seeing the lipstick mark on my clothes, the smile on Sylvie's face vanished instantly. Didn't Justin say he was going to accompany a friend for drinks? Then what's with the lipstick mark on his clothes? Could he be lying to her? In an instant, grievance welled up in her heart. Sylvie's nose felt sore. Tears were swirling in her eyes. She turned and ran back to the bedroom. She dove under the covers. I was a bit dazed. Why did the little girl suddenly run off? I drank quite a bit of alcohol tonight. My reactions were slower than usual, but I also sensed something was wrong with Sylvie. I hurriedly followed her into the bedroom. I saw Sylvie's whole body curled up under the covers. I scratched my head in frustration. I sat down beside Sylvie and asked, Sweetie, what's wrong? Under the covers, Sylvie felt incredibly aggrieved. We just made it official as boyfriend and girlfriend last night. I didn't expect to see lipstick on my clothes tonight. He said he liked me. Could he be lying to me? She cried out sadly. I heard the faint sobbing and was worried to death. I quickly pulled the covers back, seeing Sylvie, crying her heart out. I really had no idea what was wrong with the girl. She was so warm toward me when I first came in. Now she was suddenly crying. I was completely blindsided. I furrowed my brow. I reached out to wipe the tears from Sylvie's face. I comforted her, Sweetie, don't cry. Tell me exactly what's wrong. Sylvie felt incredibly aggrieved. Her tear-filled eyes stared intently at me. After a 2-second pause, she suddenly grabbed my wrist and bit down on it. I gasped sharply in pain. Seeing the deep teeth marks on my wrist, Sylvie felt a bit remorseful. But she was truly so angry. How could I do this? You bit me, so now tell me why you're crying. I took a deep breath and asked calmly. Sylvie sniffed her nose. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears. She reached out for a tissue. I fetched a tissue. Instead of handing it to her, I wiped her small face clean myself and said, Talk. Sylvie pointed to the lipstick mark on my shirt. She asked, What is the meaning of this? I looked at the lipstick mark. I instantly understood the reason for Sylvie's unusual behavior. I hurriedly explained what happened at the KTV regarding Chloe. After hearing the explanation, Sylvie's mood calmed down. She sat up and asked seriously, Justin, is everything you said true? I nodded and rubbed her head. Am I really not worth your trust? Sylvie shook her head, then immediately nodded. I believe you. I trust you. Sylvie was just a young girl after all. Facing love for the first time made her anxious and insecure. Silly girl, tell me right away if anything happens. I reached out my arms to hug her, but Sylvie pressed her hands against my chest to stop me. My lip twitched. I looked at her helplessly. What did the girl mean by not letting me hug her? Sylvie's big eyes blinked. She quickly explained, You can only hug me after you shower. I raised an eyebrow. I stared at her leisurely. Are you disgusted by me? Sylvie shook her head and then nodded. I lay on the bed dejectedly and acted stubborn. I don't want to move. Sylvie pushed my shoulder. She explained, You hugged another woman, so you can't hug me. You can only hug me after you shower. Hearing this, I sat up. I flicked her forehead. I said helplessly, What do you mean I hugged another woman? She's the one who hugged me. I pushed her away immediately. You're being so unfair. Sylvie pouted her small mouth. She muttered under her breath, But her lipstick mark is on your shirt. You can't hug me. I laughed in frustration. This girl really had quite a temper. I took off my gray t-shirt directly. I threw it on the floor and asked, Can I hug you now? Sylvie didn't expect me to take off my shirt right then. Seeing my bare upper body, her small face instantly turned beet red. Justin was so annoying. How could he take off the shirt in front of her? Such a good physique was very tempting for her. Sylvie's pretty eyes stared straight at me. Thinking about hugging me with my bare chest, her little heart beat even faster. I saw her direct gaze. I looked smug. Look, the girl is staring blankly. A guy having a fit body really is attractive to girls. If you won't let me hug you, fine. I pretended to get out of bed. Sylvie hurriedly came forward and hugged me. Teehee, such a good opportunity. She certainly wouldn't miss it. Sylvie's hands were tight against the skin of my back. Felt even better than through clothes. Her chin rested on my shoulder. Skin rubbing together created a burning heat. My hands were on her slender waist. The girl's hair tickled my body. My breathing grew heavy for some reason. The hands on her waist unconsciously tightened their grip. At this point, Sylvie felt the pressure from my hands increase. She shifted her body in dissatisfaction. As she moved, I felt an inexplicable surge of heat, making me feel incredibly restless. I warned in a low voice, "Sweetie, don't move," Sylvie pouted in dissatisfaction. Why was Justin being so overbearing? She had only moved a little, and he was unhappy. The more he told her not to move, the more she wanted to. She deliberately shifted her body, causing a tightening in my lower abdomen. My breathing became even heavier. I quickly pushed Sylvie away, making the excuse that I had to pee. Then I rushed into the bathroom. Sylvie pouted. She hadn't hugged enough yet, and Justin had slipped away. When Justin came back, she would still demand another hug. After waiting for a long time, Sylvie's head started to nod with sleepiness. I finally returned to the room. She gave a big yawn. She asked groggily, "Justin, what took you so long?" I gave a vague hum in response. I took a towel and change of clothes from the closet. I said simply, "I'm going to rinse off, back soon." "It's so late, why not skip it and sleep?" "I feel uncomfortable." "Don't worry, I'll be done soon." After saying that, I went into the bathroom with my clothes. When I came out feeling refreshed, Sylvie had already fallen asleep on the bed. I looked at her sweet sleeping face. I couldn't help but kiss her, gently on her small face. Then I also drifted off to sleep. The alarm went off 3 times the next morning. Before I struggled to crawl out of bed, I drank alcohol and stayed up late last night. Getting up early for work was pure torture for me, but what could I do? A worker has a worker's mission. I glanced at Sylvie sleeping soundly beside me. Her small mouth was slightly open. A few strands of hair were messily stuck to her face. I smiled. I gently brushed her hair aside. I tucked her in and got out of bed. I didn't have time to make breakfast today. I simply ate a piece of bread. I drank a carton of milk and left. As soon as I entered the company gate, I ran into Leo coming toward me. I greeted him first. Leo replied. The 2 of us nodded to each other and went our separate ways. I wondered in my heart, since Tiana took over as the company's CEO, this was the first time I'd seen Leo at the office. I couldn't help but find it strange. Soon, Leo returned to his car. The scene of meeting Justin in the mall bathroom last time surfaced in his mind. He suddenly thought of that girl wearing the baseball cap and the black mask on her face. All of a sudden, he realized that those familiar eyes actually belonged to his cousin, Sylvie, the eldest daughter of the Sullivan family in Capital City. Leo's fingers tapped idly on the steering wheel. It was impossible to tell what was on his mind. At noon, Gary, Kevin, and I were having lunch together. Kevin looked exhausted. The dejected lion didn't say a single word. "Kev, why did you even come to the office in this state? You should have just taken the day off to rest at home," Gary couldn't help but say. I nodded in agreement. Even I had trouble getting up for work this morning, not to mention Kevin, who was dead drunk last night. Hearing this, Kevin lifted his listless face. His voice was raspy. I damn well wanted to take a day off. But HR said I'd taken too many days off this month. If I take any more, half my salary for the month will be docked. I'm damn well screwed. That moment, an expression uglier than crying appeared on Kevin's face. He continued, "I just got dumped. If my salary gets cut by another half this month, how am I supposed to survive?" Gary and I silently gave Kevin a sympathetic look. When it rains, it pours. It's one thing after another. A rope always breaks at its thinnest point. Misfortune always finds those with a hard life. I shook my head helplessly. Kevin's breakup was bad enough, and now he was being threatened with a pay cut for wanting time off. What was he supposed to do? I patted Kevin on the shoulder to comfort him. "Hang in there, man. Once today is over, tomorrow will be a better day." Gary also tried to comfort him. "Don't be sad, Kev. Time will filter out the person who truly belongs with you." As soon as Gary said that, Kevin and I both turned to look at him in unison. I stared at Gary in surprise. "Gary, when did you become so poetic?" Gary gave a smug laugh. "I haven't been reading novels all these years for nothing." Inside the rental apartment, Sylvie, who had just woken up, looked full of regret. "Justin, why didn't he make any noise when he got up this morning?" She had actually missed the time to see him off to work. She frustratedly tapped her little head, cursing herself for being a dummy. When I got home from work, Sylvie had already prepared a meal and was waiting for me. After washing my hands, I sat on the sofa. Sylvie pulled my hand over, looking at the teeth marks she left in my wrist last night. Her face was full of apology. "Justin, I'm sorry. I must have really hurt you when I bit you last night, didn't I?" "It did hurt quite a bit last night, but it was fine after a while." I shook my head. "It doesn't hurt," I said softly. "It doesn't hurt at all." I tried to pull my hand back, but Sylvie held on tight and wouldn't let go. "You must be lying to me. I can still see the marks. Back then, it must have been extremely painful." "I'm not lying to you. It really doesn't hurt. Let go." "Let's eat," I said. Sylvie looked at the red marks on my wrist, feeling incredibly pained for me. She leaned forward slightly and left a gentle kiss on the red marks. I was feeling the warmth on my wrist, dazed for a moment. Sylvie had already looked up to meet my gaze. With a look as gentle as water, she said coquettishly, "No, you're in pain, even if you won't admit it." I wanted to argue, but ultimately remained silent. Sylvie took the chance to lean closer, gently kissing my lips, then quickly pulled back. She shyly bit her lip, and said in a small voice, "Justin, let's eat?" My gaze was burning, and my emotions were surging. I got closer to Sylvie, scooped her up with both hands, and sat her on my lap. The posture changed abruptly. Sylvie was as startled as a deer, hooking her arms around my neck, her eyes full of panic. It felt as if sparks were crackling in the air. I looked at her pink, tender lips, involuntarily licked the corner of my own. Sylvie's face turned so red it looked like it might bleed. She was shy but secretly liked it. I wrapped my arms around her waist and the back of her head, and kissed her without any restraint. This was our second deep kiss since becoming a couple. We explored the unknown territory together, lips and teeth lingering, tangled in a chase. We finally separated reluctantly, both of us panting for breath. I looked at her flushed lips, feeling a bit regretful in my heart. I brushed my thumb against her lips, and asked in a low voice, "Does it hurt?" Sylvie shook her head shyly. "No." I raised an eyebrow to tease her. "If it doesn't hurt, then be a good girl." Sylvie quickly covered her mouth, and scrambled off my lap. Chuckling to herself, she said, "Just eat. The food will get cold in a bit." She picked up her chopsticks as she spoke. I handed her a water glass. "Have some water to moisten your throat." Sylvie's face turned even redder. She took a small sip with her head down. I drank from the same spot where she just had. She was secretly delighted, feeling that at this moment the two of them were especially close. After finishing the meal, I suggested going out for fun. I had originally planned to take her out last night, but we were delayed. Sylvie was worried I would stay up late to write my novel, and was reluctant to go out. Said tomato novel offers opportunities to take time off. I could take today off. Sylvie was worried that taking time off would affect the stats. "It's fine. It's almost finished, so I can relax," I said. Sylvie was surprised the novel was nearly over, thinking that she had only read up to chapter 400 or so, and hadn't had time to finish it yet. She thought my novel was exceptionally good, liking it because she loved the author. "Justin, are you going to finish this one at 2 million words? She asked. I nodded. "The plot is just about there." Sylvie asked, "Can you bear to end it?" I said seriously, "I really can't. It's like my child." Sylvie nodded in agreement. Although her own novel was not even at 100,000 words yet, seeing the word count accumulate gave her a great sense of achievement. I rubbed her head dotingly. "Sweetie is right. I feel quite proud of being able to write nearly 2 million words. Sylvie pinched my face. Praising me, my boyfriend gets a perfect score. I laughed. "Sweetie is also great." Then I said, "Readers have many choices, but my novel is my only choice." My eyes, Sylvie, saw a look of determination she had never seen before. Sylvie, dressed in a long white dress, appeared before me light as a feather. This was our first date since becoming a couple. Naturally, she had to dress up carefully. After a little twirl, Sylvie asked with a smile, "Do you think I'm beautiful?" I answered without any hesitation, "Absolutely beautiful." Sylvie glanced at my blue t-shirt, shook her head and said, "Change into a white one, to match me." I looked down at my own clothes. Although I didn't see anything wrong, I still nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll go right now." Soon I came out wearing a white t-shirt. Sylvie looked me over with satisfaction. Looks good, let's go." When we left, I noticed Sylvie was wearing a black mask. My brow furrowed slightly. "Sweetie, change your mask." Sylvie blinked her eyes. "Is it because it doesn't match?" I nodded. Sylvie explained that we only had black and blue ones at home, and the blue one matched even less. I suggested that the night market has all kinds of masks. "Let's go take a look." On the way to the night market, I rode the black electric scooter. Sylvie sat sideways on the back seat, her hands wrapped around my waist. Her head rested against my back. Now that she was my girlfriend, she could be this intimate. We arrived at the night market. Sylvie marveled at the bustling crowd. "Wow, there are so many people here. It's even more lively than the food street." I rubbed her head. "There isn't just food here. There are also all sorts of fun things," Sylvie said excitedly. "Then we should have a good look around." After we'd walked just a few steps, Sylvie stopped. "With so many people, aren't you afraid of losing me?" I quickly grabbed her hand. "Sorry, I was careless." We strolled through the lively night market. Palms pressed tightly together, we came to a mask stall. There was a dazzling array of masks. I spotted one with a cat pattern at a glance. I handed it to Sylvie. "Do you like it?" Sylvie's eyes curved into crescent moons. "I love it." She was just about to reach for that specific mask, too. She couldn't help but feel that her mind was in sync with Justin's. "Let's look at some others." Sylvie shook her head. "Just this one." So I said to the vendor, "The cat pattern masks. I'll take 50 packs. Sylvie leaned in and whispered in my ear, shocked, "Don't buy so many. If you like them, I'll buy more." I insisted. The vendor interjected, "I only have 42 packs of this one." I nodded. "Then those will do." I led Sylvie along, carrying a bag full of masks in one hand. Sylvie said with a bit of helplessness. So many. When will I ever finish wearing them all? I laughed. Just wear them slowly. Sylvie giggled. Our minds are in sync, right? I teased her on purpose. These masks look good. Everyone will like them. Sylvie wasn't happy. She pulled her hand away. Are you just refusing to admit it? I realized I'd been too mischievous. I quickly comforted her. I'm just playing with you. Don't be mad. My soul is only in tune with yours. I kissed her forehead. Let's keep exploring the night market. Only then did Sylvie compose herself. She handed me her hand. Hold on tight. If you lose me, you won't have a girlfriend anymore. I took her hand, full of smiles. Visiting the night market for the first time, Sylvie was like a curious child, interested in everything. Watching her, a slight smile touched my lips. There were too many things this girl hadn't seen before. I thought to myself that I should take her to see more of the world in the future. A megaphone at a toy stall repeatedly broadcast a promotional ad. 25, 25, everything is 25. Sylvie was drawn to it. Her eyes widened. As she looked at the various children's toys on the ground, her brow furrowed slightly. She thought in confusion, why are all these toys piled on the ground? When she bought toys as a child, they were always chosen from display windows. Seeing her staring blankly at the toys, I thought she wanted one, so I said, which one do you want? I'll buy it for you. Sylvie looked at me with a strange expression. She said softly, I'm not a child. What would I do with a toy? I laughed. Who says only kids can play with them? If you want it, buy it. Me. No matter how small her wish was, I wanted to fulfill it. Just as we were about to leave, a little boy pulled on his mother's hand, looking longingly at the toys. Mommy, I want to buy a car. His mother refused somewhat impatiently. You already have many cars at home. The boy insisted. The ones at home aren't like this one. The stall owner coaxed. If the kid likes it, buy one. It doesn't cost much. However, the little boy's mother remained unmoved and pulled him away. Sylvie witnessed all of this and felt moved. She said to me as we walked, that little boy is so pitiful. His mother was so mean. I thought about when I was a child and had experienced similar situations. I couldn't help but give a bitter smile. I got lectured plenty by my mom when I was a kid too. Sylvie looked at me with heartache. You're so good. How could you have been hit as a child? I said helplessly. I was mischievous back then. Getting a beating was common. Sylvie gently touched my face. No, it wasn't. You're tough. It feels very nice. She had a sudden thought and said, when we have children, I will definitely treat them well. Her cheeks turned slightly red. She thought she'd said too much. I leaned close to her ear and said in a low voice, Sweetie, you want children that much? How about tonight we... Sylvie blushed instantly and pouted. You're so bad. I asked with feigned seriousness, you don't want to with me? Then who do you want it with? Sylvie hurriedly explained. I only want to be with you. She felt the more she explained, the worse it sounded. Hearing this, I felt much more at ease. I said seriously to Sylvie, don't worry. We will be great parents. Sylvie smiled sweetly. She thought our future would definitely be very happy. I held her hand, picturing our beautiful life in the future. We continued strolling, and came to a small stall selling hats. Sylvie pulled me to a stop. Justin, I want to buy a hat. Go ahead and buy one, Sylvie thought to herself. That she always wore my baseball cap, and I didn't have a hat anymore. There were many styles at the stall. She chose carefully. She tried on a black bucket hat and asked me, does it look good? I was used to her cool look in a baseball cap. Seeing her change her style, found her looking soft and elegant instead. Point matter what, she was the most beautiful in my eyes. It looks good. Sylvie smiled mischievously. You always say it looks good. Are you just humoring me? I answered sincerely, you are already beautiful. You look good in anything. Sylvie's heart felt sweet. If there weren't people around, she really would have kissed me on the spot. She chose another one, a matching men's bucket hat for me. Not bad, it looks great. I don't need to buy a hat. We should wear couples ones. Of course we're buying it. I gave in helplessly. Sylvie saw that there were also baseball caps at the stall, so she picked out a his and hers pair. I paid for them. Now we had 2 pairs of matching hats. Sylvie was overjoyed. Now she could wear matching hats with me when we went out. Justin, how about we buy matching outfits later? Okay. As long as Sylvie liked it, it was fine with me. And matching shoes, okay? I nodded again. Okay. Sylvie hesitated for a moment, said shyly, we should also wear matching underwear. This was something she'd heard from Summer, who said that wearing matching underwear makes a couple more intimate. Hearing this, I was immediately interested. I asked, Sweetie, when should we buy them? Tomorrow when we're free. Let's go to the lingerie store. The underwear from there is comfortable to wear. They should have matching sets. We'll go tomorrow, I decided. The night market also sold underwear, but the quality was average. Not as good as the lingerie stores. Justin, you're really looking forward to the matching underwear? Not at all, I said, feeling a bit guilty. Sylvie giggled. It seemed I was also looking forward to wearing couples underwear with him. The 2 of them strolled through the food area. Sweetie, look and see what you want to eat. Sylvie was stunned for a moment, coming back to her senses. What are you looking at? Sylvie had just seen a young couple. The boy was being very intimate with the girl, calling her babe, She couldn't help but be drawn to it. Then she looked at herself and me. I had never called her that like that boy did. Nothing, she said casually. I asked again what she wanted to eat. Sylvie wasn't hungry, but she noticed a waffle cone ice cream not far away. She wheedled, Justin, I want to eat a waffle cone ice cream. I remembered she had a stomachache from eating ice pops before. I refused. Number, your stomach will hurt. Mean Justin, I want to eat it, but you won't let me. It's not that cold. I won't hurt. My heart softened, thinking of buying one and letting her eat just a little. Sylvie thought of that intimate couple. She complained, other boyfriends are good to their girlfriends, but my boyfriend is not good to me. I was so annoyed my eyebrows shot up. How am I not being good to you? Sylvie didn't respond. She just rolled her eyes at me. I laughed in frustration. What if your stomach hurts after you eat it? You'll rub my stomach for me. Sylvie blinked and said, letting me rub your stomach? I deliberately raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid I'll do something else? Sylvie asked back. Would you dare? The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. How about we try tonight? See if I dare or not. Fine, just don't wimp out. Sylvie provoked. I'm afraid you'll chicken out. I won't chicken out. The banter between the two made the lights of the night market seem warmer. After the night market visit ended, I bought the waffle cone ice cream. The two of them went to a less crowded place to rest. Sylvie put on her newly bought bucket hat. She happily fixed my hat for me too. Smiling, she said they were now a hat couple. I handed over the ice cream. You little ingrate. Eat up, but don't eat too much. Sylvie couldn't wait to take a bite. The gnocchi fragrance filled her mouth, making her extremely happy. It's so delicious, she said happily, watching Sylvie eat happily. I also felt satisfied, but I was worried her stomach would hurt, so I took the ice cream away. I'll eat the rest. Sylvie was unhappy. She pressed her hands together and wheedled, Justin, can I have one more bite, please? My heart softened. I handed the ice cream back. One last bite. Sylvie happily took a huge bite. It was so cold she shivered. I shook my head helplessly. This bite was more than the previous three combined. Sylvie licked the residue from the corner of her mouth. She stood on her tiptoes and gave me a quick kiss on the lips. The boyfriend who lets me eat ice cream is the best. I felt that cool touch. Worry surfaced in my heart. I wondered if her stomach would hurt. Justin, the ice cream is about to melt. Eat it quickly, Sylvie reminded me. I ate the rest in a few bites. Then I put the kitten mask on Sylvie. Looking at her cute appearance, I couldn't help but laugh. Sweetie is so cute. Sylvie also put the cat mask on me. Smiling, she said, Justin is so cute too. Then the two rode the electric scooter toward home. Halfway there, the scooter ran out of power. The two had no choice but to push it. I asked if she was tired. Sylvie shook her head. Not tired. I thought it would be great if I had a car. It would be much more convenient to go out. Before, I only thought about saving money for a house. Now I was considering more about our future. Sweetie, I remember you can drive. Right. How about we buy a car? Justin, why did you suddenly want to buy a car? Sylvie asked. It'll be convenient for us to go out that way. I can drive you back to my hometown later. I laughed. Sylvie's big eyes blinked. You want to take me back to your hometown? You're my girlfriend. Of course I want to take you back to meet my parents. They'll be very happy to know I have a girlfriend. I said. Sylvie knew what I meant, but her mood became heavy. She ran away from home to escape an arranged marriage. If he took her back, what would her family think? And how would I view her family background? Those questions were like a tangled mess, making Sylvie feel frustrated. She just wanted to be with me. Why were there so many difficult problems? I noticed the change in Sylvie's mood. I asked with concern, Sweetie, don't you want to go back to my hometown to meet my parents? And no, I do, Sylvie answered quickly. Of course she wanted to, but she hadn't figured out how to face everything yet, and I also understood her concerns. I decided to keep waiting until she was ready. Back at the small rented house, before I took a shower, I specifically told Sylvie, wait for me to come back. Sylvie's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, recalling the joke she had made to me earlier. Her heart couldn't help but feel a wave of panic. Was he really? Their relationship had only just been made official. Would such a development be too hasty? She wasn't ready yet. Sylvie lay on the bed. Her heart was pounding like a frantic deer. Hearing the sound of the water in the bathroom stop, she quickly closed her eyes, pretending to have already fallen asleep. When I walked into the bedroom, what I saw was Sylvie with her eyes tightly closed. Lying quietly on the bed, I raised an eyebrow. I leaned in and said softly, Sweetie, I'm done washing up. Sylvie under the covers. Her palms were sweating slightly from nervousness. Her heart rate had already accelerated. What on earth did Justin want to do? She was pretending to sleep, yet he was still calling her? Could he really want to do something to her? Then I whispered, Didn't I tell you to wait for me? Why did you go to sleep first? Then I sighed again. Looks like I can't try it tonight. Hearing this, Sylvie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Justin didn't do anything out of line while she was asleep. However, I said softly again, Looks like I'll have to wait until tomorrow night. Sylvie's newly relaxed mood was instantly back in her throat. This bad guy was actually thinking about this all the time. It seemed she had to find a way to deal with it. I looked at the way Sylvie was pretending to sleep. I almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. The next day, Sylvie sat in front of the computer, looking at the dashboard of the Tomato Novel website. Her face broke into a huge smile. Her novel, Little Fairy Descends to Punish Evil and Promote Good, actually broke into the top 10 of the new book list. It even received a 6.5 rating, although the score wasn't high. But for her, who didn't even have a rating before, this was huge. It was already quite a bit of progress. Sylvie checked the time, thinking that Justin might be eating right now, and decided to tell him the good news later. She picked up her phone, and sent a message to her good friend Summer. Summer, did you miss me? She even attached a snickering emoji. Summer quickly replied, of course I did. I missed you so much I even dreamed about you. What did you dream about? Sylvie asked curiously. Summer hesitated. It wasn't very good. I better not tell you. Sylvie got even more curious. Dreams aren't real. Tell me about it. Summer replied helplessly. I dreamed that at your wedding with your guy, Sean suddenly showed up to steal the bride. It was really ridiculous. Seeing this message, Sylvie's heart tightened. She certainly didn't want someone stealing the bride at her wedding. This was not a good dream. Dreams aren't real. Justin and I will definitely get married. I won't be taken away. Yeah, you two will definitely get married and have kids happily. By the way, I'm calling dibs on being the godmother. Summer teased. Of course I'll save that spot for you, Summer. Sylvie responded with a smile. Meanwhile, at the office, right after I got back to my desk after lunch, I saw the message from Sylvie. Justin, Muggle, novel made it into the top 10 on the new book list. Am I amazing? Followed by a happy little person emoji. After our last chat, I had changed Sylvie's contact name to Sweetie, and Sylvie, Gooden, had quietly changed my contact name to my boyfriend. I immediately replied, Sweetie, you're awesome, along with a thumbs up emoji. Sylvie responded excitedly. I didn't expect my novel to be so popular either. Looks like my luck is pretty good. So many people like it the first time I'm writing. I knew the reason Sylvie's novel was going viral was thanks to the support of that tycoon reader. This made her work a trending topic instantly. Even though Sylvie's novel was far removed from popular genres, because of that, it seemed particularly unique. Sweetie must be the luckiest girl in the world, and my greatest luck was meeting you. My reply made Sylvie giggle nonstop. What special day is coming up the day after tomorrow? Guess what? I sent another message. Sylvie guessed. Is it your birthday? No, guess again. Is it the day you quit your job? Seeing this reply, I couldn't help but laugh. Why would she think my quitting is a good thing? Without a job, there's no income. Without income, how can life go on? Sylvie's logic was simple. As long as I quit, I could stay with her every day. She wished she could be with me every single moment. I pondered for a moment. I also wished I could stay by Sylvie's side all the time, but reality wouldn't allow it. Surviving in this world requires money. I thought for a moment and sent a message to Sylvie. Silly girl. If I don't work, I won't have income. Without income, how can we live? Looking at this message, Sylvie couldn't help but think of her own father. Even though her family was wealthy, her father was still extremely busy. Whether you have money or not, life never seems easy. Sylvie understood. Expecting Justin to quit and stay home was unrealistic. She just hoped to have more time with me. Even during the breaks in my work, she was willing to sit quietly by my side. Just like when I was writing novels, she could read a book nearby. Suddenly, a bright idea struck Sylvie. She sent a message asking, can you write novels full-time? That way you wouldn't have to go to the office. I had considered this question long ago. Although there are many full-time authors now, I felt I hadn't reached that level yet. Full-time writing income is unstable, and the risk is very high. Comparatively, my current job at least provides a stable monthly income, and the fluctuations in part-time writing income don't have a big impact on my life. Sweetie, I don't have the conditions to write full-time right now. I replied. Sylvie understood. Her wish for me to stay by her side all the time could not be fulfilled at the moment. By the way, you said the day after tomorrow is a special day. What day is it exactly? Sylvie asked. The day after tomorrow is when the Tomato Novel website pays out the royalties. I sent a happy emoji, including the tips from the tycoon reader. My income for this month is expected to reach $90,000. This made me grin from ear to ear. Compared to Sylvie's royalties, this $90,000 was nothing. That really is a great day. Hee hee, Sylvie responded. Sylvie went to the balcony and looked out many times, but she never saw my electric scooter. Before I got off work, I messaged her saying I'd be back late. I told her not to cook, and that we'd order takeout together when I got back. More than an hour had passed, and I still hadn't appeared. Sylvie couldn't help but be a bit worried. She had asked what I was doing after work, but I acted all mysterious and refused to tell her. I told her he better have a good explanation when he gets back. Otherwise, she would definitely have to teach him a lesson. After a while, there was a knock at the door. Sylvie quickly ran to open it and asked, Who is it, sweetie? It's me, my voice came through. She hurriedly opened the door and saw me carrying a bag in one hand and a box in my arms. Justin, what is this? Sylvie asked curiously. I smiled slightly and held the box out to Sylvie. See for yourself. Sylvie took the box and placed it on the living room floor. Just as she was about to open it, she heard a meow sound. Is it a kitten? Sylvie's heart leaped with joy, and a sweet smile instantly bloomed on her face. She couldn't wait to open the box, and saw a cute little calico cat. It had a round head and round eyes. Its body was light yellow, and its paws had white fur. Wow, it really is a kitten. Sylvie couldn't stop smiling. She couldn't help but reach out to stroke the kitten's head. The kitten looked at her adorably and meowed from time to time. Sylvie's heart was about to be melted by this little guy. She liked this kitten so much. I walked over. Sylvie asked happily, Justin, where did you get the kitten? My colleague's cat had kittens. They couldn't keep so many. Asking colleagues at the office if anyone was willing to adopt, so I took one. I explained. Ever since seeing that stray calico kitten in the neighborhood last time, Sylvie hadn't been able to stop thinking about it. Every time she went out with me, she couldn't help but search for that kitten's figure. I knew the girl really liked cats. It just so happened that a colleague had kittens for adoption, so I adopted one. Justin, is this kitten ours now? Sylvie asked excitedly. I nodded. He's ours. Sylvie couldn't wait to take the kitten out of the box. She gently stroked him. Little kitty, Justin and I are your owners now. Are you happy? The kitten seemed to understand. He meowed twice at just the right time, as if responding to her. Sylvie laughed happily, unable to let go of him, hugging the kitten. Little kitty, you're so cute. I love you so much. She kept praising him. Little kitty, your eyes are so big. You're a real beauty. Sylvie praised him without restraint. I felt a sweat drop on my forehead. I corrected her. Sweetie, he's a male cat. So he's a handsome guy. I like him even more then, Sylvie said with a laugh. I asked with a bit of jealousy, why is it that because he's a male, you like him even more? Sylvie rubbed her face against the kitten. She laughed and said, the principle of opposites attract. I felt a bit helpless. Ever since the kitten entered the house, the girl had been playing with the kitten nonstop, not even paying attention to me. In the past, as soon as I entered the door, the girl would give me a big hug. But tonight, I didn't get that treatment. She was even rubbing faces with the kitten. I suddenly felt my status was lower than this new kitten. I sighed helplessly, silently walked to the sofa and sat down. I took out my phone and opened the food delivery app. I asked Sylvie, who was playing with the cat. Ordering takeout. What do you want to eat? Whatever. Sylvie was playing with the kitten with great interest. No time at all to pay attention to me. I reminded her helplessly, don't keep crouching on the floor. Watch out, your legs will go numb. Only then did Sylvie sit on the sofa holding the kitten. Kitten gradually got used to her. He started using his little tongue to gently lick her palm. Sylvie was tickled and couldn't help but giggle. She said to me, Justin, he's so interesting. Quick, look. Sylvie held the kitten and leaned closer to me. I looked at the kitten's fawning behavior. I said flatly, little flirtatious cat. Sylvie turned and corrected me. Justin, he's still small, he's not a little flirt. He just really likes me. Gee, I muttered. No matter how small, he's still a male. You can't change his nature. Sylvie stuck her tongue out at me in dissatisfaction. Don't think everyone's like you. I raised an eyebrow. The girl's words seemed to have a deep meaning. I pressed her, what about me? Sylvie blinked her big eyes. She said in a small voice, you know best yourself. She thought of those special files on my computer. Laughing inwardly, I raised my hand and lightly flicked Sylvie's forehead. Little one, are you asking for it again? Sylvie gave a coquettish hum. Her little mouth was pouted out far. Just then the kitten meowed at me twice. Sylvie stroked the kitten's head. She laughed. Did Justin flick me? Are you standing up for me? The kitten seemed to understand. He meowed twice more, continuing to lick Sylvie's palm. I looked at this person and cat duo. I couldn't help but complain, you little cat. Who was the one who brought you home? Truly ungrateful. Sylvie was unhappy. Justin, he's still a little baby. You can't be so mean to him. I scratched my head. I thought if I said more bad things about the kitten, Sylvie might treat me as some animal abusing big jerk. I held the phone in front of Sylvie. Sweetie, take a look at what to eat first. I'm hungry. Only then did Sylvie realize. She looked at me with an apologetic face. Then she gave me a quick kiss on the lips. I'm sorry. Let's pick our meal quickly. Although she wasn't hungry, she knew Justin worked hard at his job. He'd even gone out to pick up the kitten and bring him back. He must be starving. Just now she was only focused on playing with the cat, ignoring me. She really felt quite bad about it. Being kissed by the girl, my heart felt warm. I'll hold the cat. You pick first. No need. I can hold him while I pick. Sylvie insisted. I felt helpless. Can I play with him for a bit? Sylvie then reluctantly handed the kitten to me, not forgetting to warn, be gentle when you touch him. Don't hurt him. I gritted my teeth and muttered to myself once. Then I said calmly, Sweetie, I'm not going to abuse him. Justin, don't get me wrong. I'm just worried. Sylvie quickly changed her tune. No, I just think you're very strong. I really didn't mean anything else. Don't overthink it. I glanced at the kitten in my hands. and then at Sylvie. I found that the girl was treating herself as the kitten's mom while I had become the stepdad. I corrected her, sweetie, if you're his mom, then I'm his dad. Sylvie couldn't help but burst out laughing. After ordering the takeout, the two of them started discussing a name for the kitten. How about Cutie? Sylvie suggested. I thought it sounded a bit weird. Shook my head. Not great. Then what do you think would be good? Goldie? Doesn't sound good. Blondie? Sylvie rolled her eyes. She shook her head like a rattle. That sounds terrible. But he literally has yellow fur. I said helplessly. Even if he does, you can't call him that. Who would want to marry a guy named Blondie? Sylvie argued. I nodded. Calling him Blondie was indeed improper. It might make it hard for him to find a girlfriend later. How about Annie? I asked. That's a girl's name. The two of them fell into a dilemma. Sylvie looked at the kitten in her arms. Thinking seriously, he is a calico tabby after all. How about calling him Annie's? But Annie also sounds like a girl's name. Suddenly, Sylvie had a bright idea. She said to me with a smile, Justin, let's call him Andy. Is there a special meaning to Andy? I asked curiously. Sylvie explained. He's a little calico cat. Calling him Annie is too feminine. Andy sounds like Annie. And it's a boy's name. I think we should call him Andy. Do you think that's okay? The name Andy reminded me of a certain famous singer and movie star. I thought the name was quite good. Maybe it would even bring good luck. I nodded in agreement. Sure. Andy is a great name. Having received Justin's approval, Sylvie called out excitedly to the kitten in her arms. Andy! Andy! I called out after her a few times. The kitten looked completely bewildered, not knowing what these two people in front of him were shouting about. After I finished writing my novel that night, Sylvie settled Andy into his box for sleep. The two of us lay in bed, planning what to buy for Andy tomorrow. With Andy around, Sylvie felt incredibly happy. Even when I went to work during the day, Andy would be there to keep her company. Sylvie leaned closer to me, her face flushed with a hint of shyness. Justin, can I sleep in the same blanket as you tonight? I looked at the pair of watery big eyes beside me and deliberately raised an eyebrow, asking, you want to crawl into my blanket? Are you planning to do something to me? Sylvie's small face instantly turned beet red. She quickly pounded my chest twice with her small hands. I hate you, she cooed. I'm not that kind of person. I chuckled as a flash of mischief crossed my eyes. Suddenly, I leaned in toward Sylvie. The distance between us closed until our noses were almost touching. My sudden proximity sent Sylvie into a flustered state. She asked nervously, why are you so close to me? Her breath brushed against my face, making me feel a bit ticklish. I deliberately lowered my voice, saying somewhat seductively, since nothing happened last night, we can try tonight. Sylvie's heart rate accelerated, her cheeks and neck instantly flushing. She quickly pushed my face away and buried herself in the covers. I watched Sylvie's seamless sequence of actions, my smile widening. I teased, hey, I wonder who it was that so confidently. Guaranteed she wouldn't chicken out. Sylvie under the covers was filled with regret. How could she have forgotten what she had said? What should she do now? It seemed she could only stay hidden under the blankets. Justin, I'm almost asleep. Don't talk anymore. Sylvie's voice came out muffled. I laughingly reminded her, stick your head out. Don't suffocate yourself. No, I like sleeping this way. I had no choice but to pull the blanket off Sylvie's head. Her face was bright red. The sight of a panicked Sylvie met my eyes. I reached out and gently rubbed her head, saying softly, I was just teasing you. Look how scared you got. Sylvie breathed a sigh of relief, pouting as she warned me, don't scare me like that in the future. Weren't you the one trying to act tough? I laughed. Bad Justin, you don't know how to go easy on me at all. I'm ignoring you. After saying that, Sylvie turned around with her back to me. I quickly turned her back around and apologized sincerely. My mistake. Don't be mad anymore. Thought she shouldn't forgive Justin so easily this time. She had to show him who's boss. She deliberately huffed and pouted. I gently pinched her cheek and said softly, girlfriend, I know I was wrong. Don't be mad. Sylvie rolled her eyes at me, continuing to pout in silence. I scratched the back of my head, feeling a bit frustrated. Fearing she was truly angry, I quickly explained, sweetie, I was just messing with you just now. Don't really be mad. Talk to me. Sylvie thought of the night market, remembering that lovey-dovey couple. Her heart stirred. She said leisurely, it's fine if you want me to stop being mad, but you have to coax me properly. I was puzzled. Hadn't I been coaxing her this whole time? What else did this girl want me to do? Tell me how, I asked. Sylvie said somewhat bashfully, you see how other couples are so lovey-dovey. You have to be like that with me too. Also, you have to call me babe. I felt even more embarrassed after saying that. My gaze shifted slightly. So the girl wanted me to coax her by being lovey-dovey. Lovey-dovey, I pondered. What exactly counts as being lovey-dovey? Suddenly, I leaned into Sylvie's ear and said gently, babe, please don't be mad. I really was wrong. Even though it felt a bit strange, I still took that step. Sylvie was overjoyed. She reached out to cover her giggling mouth. I called her babe. Hearing it come from my mouth sounded so good. I loved seeing Sylvie so happy. I was a bit confused. It was just calling her babe, yet the girl's reaction was quite large. It seemed the girl really loved hearing that word. I called her that several times more in her ear. Babe, you're so beautiful. Babe, you're so cute. Babe is the most understanding person. I used every word I could think of in my head. Before, the girl used to praise me constantly, and I would feel great about it. I didn't expect it would be my turn to praise her frantically. Sylvie wouldn't stop smiling, her heart full of sweetness. She couldn't help but kiss me on the mouth. She said shyly, "Your mouth is so sweet. This is your reward." I unconsciously licked my lips, staring at Sylvie's soft lips as if I wanted more. "Babe, once isn't enough." Sylvie laughed and hooked her arms around my neck, her soft lips pressing against mine. Caught up in their emotions, the two embraced tightly, kissed as if they couldn't be separated, until Sylvie felt a large hand exploring from the hem of her shirt. A shiver ran through her whole body. She quickly pushed me away, breaking the intimacy between them. Sylvie's chest was heaving. Her face was as red as clouds at sunset. She looked at me with watery eyes. I was panting heavily. My dazed eyes gradually came into focus, finally landing on Sylvie's face. My voice was raspy. "What's wrong?" Feeling utterly embarrassed, Sylvie cooed, "Why was your hand inside my clothes?" I gave a small, awkward cough. It seemed I had done it without even realizing. I really didn't do it on purpose. I explained, "Sorry, truly not on purpose." Then I waved my hand in front of Sylvie. "It seems to have a mind of its own. Do you understand?" Sylvie's heart screamed, "Stinky Justin!" This is definitely an excuse. However, she just wasn't used to it yet. She wasn't actually truly opposed to me doing that. Sylvie nodded gently. After the kiss was interrupted, the two tacitly didn't continue. I pulled Sylvie into my arms. I said softly, "Go to sleep." Sylvie rested her head on my arm, giving a soft hum in response. Her heart rate was still elevated. Tonight she would fall asleep in my arms like this. Her heart was filled with sweetness. In the past, she had also secretly snuck into my covers. But back then I didn't know. Now, they were lying in the same blanket officially. Yet somehow she was actually feeling a bit nervous. After a while, I still couldn't fall asleep. Suddenly having a girl in my arms, our bodies were pressed together. Sylvie, her scent kept drifting into my nose, leaving me restless. Sylvie wasn't asleep either. The two of us looked at each other and smiled. I asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "I can't sleep." "How about you?" Sylvie replied. "I can't sleep either. Seems like on our first night sharing a blanket, neither of us can sleep," Sylvie said with a laugh. I thought to myself, before, when this girl slept, she had secretly snuck into my blanket several times. Strictly speaking, tonight wasn't the first time sharing a bed and pillow. However, I didn't plan on exposing this little secret, lest it made her embarrassed. "Yeah," I nodded. "Since we both can't sleep, let's just chat for a bit." "Okay, Justin, are you happy that we're sharing a blanket?" Sylvie asked, blinking her big eyes. I nodded. "I'm happy." Sylvie giggled. "I'm happy too." I also laughed along. I asked casually, "Sweetie, why do you smell so good?" "Maybe it's the scent of the body wash," Sylvie said. "It's not." I shook my head. "I can distinguish the scent of body wash." "Then what is it? Why can't I smell it myself?" Sylvie looked confused. I thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it's your natural body scent." Sylvie was a bit surprised after hearing this. She never felt like she had that kind of scent. How did Justin smell it? It was really strange. "Then what kind of scent did you smell?" Sylvie asked. "It's like a milky scent," I replied. "It's probably just your nose playing tricks on you. I've never felt like I had a milky scent." Sylvie explained. "Really, I'm not lying to you," I said earnestly. "I believe you. But I haven't smelled it myself before." "Let me see if you have a body scent too," Sylvie said, as her little head leaned close to my neck. Her little nose sniffed gently. "I don't smell anything," she said while sniffing. With the girl's little nose rubbing against my neck, I just felt ticklish. I couldn't help but shrink my neck. Sylvie noticed me shrinking my neck. Her eyes rolled around. She reached out and deliberately tickled my neck. With this tickle, I felt it even more intensely. My body couldn't help but move around. Seeing me like this, Sylvie couldn't help but giggle. "Sweetie, stop it," I said helplessly. "Justin, are you really this ticklish?" Sylvie said with a laugh, as if she had found some fun. "It's normal to be ticklish. Most people are ticklish. Don't tell me you aren't," I asked back. "Anyway, I'm not as ticklish as you," Sylvie said smugly, her hand reaching for my armpit to tickle me again. I was so tickled that I dodged to the edge of the bed. I warned Sweetie, "Don't tickle me anymore." Sylvie playfully stuck out her tongue. She laughed and said, "It's so much fun." Just one more tickle. The girl had found something fun, while I only felt helpless. In a luxury bar in the capital, Summer and Sophie were walking toward a certain private room. "Sophie, are you sure Sean still has his first kiss?" Summer asked as they walked. "Summer, my brother and Sean are good buddies. My brother told me this himself," Sophie replied. "That's good. Sophie, just follow my lead in a bit," Summer instructed. "Don't you worry. Summer, soon." Summer and Sophie entered private room 888. Sean on the sofa saw Summer, and immediately got a headache. Why did this little potato always haunt him? Julian saw his sister Sophie and Summer come in and was the first to ask Sophie, "Why did you and Summer come over?" "Brother, Summer and I have never been to a place like this before. At dinner I heard you say you were coming to the bar, so we got curious and wanted to join the fun," Sophie replied. Summer secretly gave Sophie a thumbs up in her heart. Sophie's ability to lie was impressive, saying she had never been to a place like this before. In fact, they had come here quite often. "Since you two are here, let's play together," Julian said. "Thanks, brother," Sophie responded. "Thanks, Julian." Summer also echoed with a smile. Sophie and Summer gave a brief greeting to the others in the room. Summer sat down next to Sean on her own accord. Sophie pushed Julian aside and sat on the other side of Sean. Julian felt confused. Why did Sophie insist on sitting next to Sean? Could it be that Sophie was interested in Sean? But Sean was supposed to have an arranged marriage with Sylvie. Sophie shouldn't get involved. At this moment, Sean had Summer on his left and Sophie on his right. Summer smiled and said to Sean, "Sean, what a coincidence. Running into you here." Sean picked up his glass and took a sip. He said coldly, "Little potato, don't call me that. I'm not your brother." Summer was puzzled. She had always called him Sean before, and he had never objected. What was wrong with him today? Summer kept smiling. "Sean, please don't say that. I'll be heartbroken." Sean didn't respond. This little potato was such a drama queen. Seeing this, Summer gave Sophie a look. Sophie immediately understood. Summer raised her hand to touch her face. She said coquettishly, "Ow! Please, Sean, help me look at what's wrong with my face. It hurts so much." Hearing this, Sean subconsciously turned his head to look at Summer's face. Suddenly, Sophie got up and bumped into Sean. His body leaned forward uncontrollably. As a result, his lips landed squarely on Summer's lips. Sean was a bit stunned by this unexpected kiss. For a moment, he forgot to react. Summer quickly backed away to create some distance. Her mind raced. With a look of shyness and mock accusation, she looked at Sean. "Sean, how can you just kiss me like that? Don't you know this was my first kiss? Do you know how important a first kiss is to a girl?" Sean awkwardly picked up his glass and took a sip, hiding his inner panic. Then he apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry. Someone bumped into me, and that's how I kissed you." After saying that, he glanced at Sophie. At this time, she was whispering with Sean. It seemed she had accidentally bumped into him just now. Summer said with feigned grievance, "Sean, you took my first kiss. You aren't planning to not take responsibility, are you?" Sean had no reply. He could only remain silent. Early the next morning, warm sunlight shone through the window, falling on the two people sleeping soundly on the bed. Suddenly, the alarm clock rang at an inappropriate time, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. I opened my eyes groggily and moved my body. I found Sylvie's small hand, I didn't know when, had slipped into my clothes and was pressed against my chest. I quickly turned off the alarm clock, and my gaze fell on the girl. When we went to sleep last night, she had been holding my waist properly. I didn't expect her to get restless once she fell asleep. Her small fingers were digging into my clothes. When we were kissing last night, and my hand slipped into her clothes, she wasn't nearly this composed. Looks like she really has a double standard. I got out of bed and walked out of the bedroom. As soon as I reached the living room, I heard Andy meowing non-stop. I walked over to the box and squatted down. I saw Andy staring at me with his large, round eyes. I stroked Andy's head. He kept meowing. "Andy, are you hungry?" I asked, and Andy continued to meow. I wasn't quite sure, but I figured Andy must be hungry. After all, a night had passed, and I was hungry too. "Wait for me to get you some food," I said, and then went to prepare food for Andy. A small bowl of cat food soaked in milk appeared before Andy. This was the food given to me when I picked up Andy from my colleague's house. My colleague gave it to me for him to eat. Andy's eyes lit up. He wagged his little tail happily. He started licking the milk in the bowl, enjoying a delicious breakfast. Seeing Andy eat so happily, I grinned, thinking this little guy was quite interesting. After a while, I got up from the floor. I looked at the time and couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap! How is it this time already?" I was so focused on watching Andy that I almost ran late. I washed up quickly but didn't have time to cook. I gulped down some milk and hurried out the door. At the office entrance, I happened to run into Tiana, who had just arrived. When Tiana saw me, a smile immediately appeared on her face. "Ms. Linwood," I greeted her. I was in a hurry to get to work today, so I walked quickly toward the elevator, terrified of being late. Tiana followed me right into the elevator. "Coming with me?" I asked. Tiana nodded. The elevator doors closed. The two of us were confined in the small space. "Gonson, you and your girlfriend are getting along well now, right?" Tiana asked. I nodded. "We're doing great." I recalled, last time, when Sylvie and I took Tiana to the hospital. Back then, Sylvie was still just pretending to be my girlfriend. Now, she was actually my girlfriend. Tiana's eyes shifted slightly, and her red lips parted. "Last time, you and your girlfriend went to the trouble of taking me to the hospital. I've been too busy to thank you both. I'd like to invite you and your girlfriend to dinner tomorrow night. Do you have any other plans for tomorrow evening?" I quickly declined. Ms. Linwood, taking you to the hospital last time was just a small favor. Dinner isn't necessary. Thank you for the kind offer. Tiana leaned in on purpose, her charming eyes staring straight at me. To Justin, dear, I don't mean anything else by it. Just sincerely want to treat you and your girlfriend to dinner. Could it be that your girlfriend is fake, and that's why you're afraid to have dinner with me? During this time, Tiana had been thinking it over repeatedly. She felt there were many suspicious things about Justin's girlfriend. When they took her to the hospital last time, Justin's girlfriend had seemed very cold toward him. They didn't seem like a normal couple at all. She suspected the girl might have been using a cold as an excuse to wear a mask and cough. If it had been before, hearing Tiana say that might have made me feel guilty. After all, my girlfriend really was fake back then. The situation was different now. Sylvie was my actual girlfriend. I looked at Tiana, feeling like she hadn't given up on me yet. I didn't understand why. The dignified eldest daughter of the Linwood family was so interested in me. I thought I might as well take this chance with Sylvie to show off our relationship in front of Tiana and make her give up for good. However, but I still needed to ask the girl what she thought about dinner first. Ms. Linwood, I have no reason to lie to you. I do have a girlfriend. I can't give you an answer about the dinner tomorrow night just yet. I'll let you know after I ask my girlfriend. Tiana chuckled. Fine. Justin is quite the obedient boyfriend. I don't think it's a matter of being obedient. It's about respecting her, I answered seriously. In the bedroom of the rental apartment, Sylvie was holding Andy while typing away on her computer. Without realizing it, she finished a chapter. Sylvie gently stroked Andy's small head, her face full of smiles. Andy, it's so good to have you here with me during the day. Andy's little head rubbed against her palm, and he let out a meow. Sylvie giggled. She picked up her phone and opened the camera app. She took a photo of herself holding Andy. Looking at the photo, she was very satisfied. Sent it to her boyfriend. While at work, I heard my phone ring. After finishing the task at hand, I immediately opened the message. A photo of the girl holding Andy came into view. I couldn't help but smile. The person and the cat in the photo were just too cute. The more I looked, the more I felt that Andy's eyes and Sylvie's eyes were very similar. They were both big and round. I quickly typed a reply on my phone. You two are so cute. Sylvie replied, next time I'll take one with you. That way it'll be a photo of our family of 3. Teehee, followed by a snickering emoji. Okay, I replied simply. I just wanted to show you the photo of Andy and me. I'll stop disturbing your work now. Andy and I are waiting for you to come home. Sylvie sent a kissing emoji. You two be good. I also sent a kissing emoji back. Your babe and Andy are so well behaved, so don't you worry. Wait until I get back, and I'll give you a reward. What kind of reward? Sylvie asked curiously. You'll find out when the time comes. Kept her in suspense. Sylvie looked at my message, guessing to herself, could it be a kissing reward? She thought happily about waiting for me to get home. He could kiss her however he wanted. After work, I rode my electric scooter to a florist. I picked up a bouquet of roses I had ordered in advance. Riding down the street with roses in my arms, I drew the eyes of many passers-by. I thought that the girl receiving these roses would definitely be very happy tonight. Before long, I appeared at my front door with the roses. I knocked on the door. Before Sylvie could even ask who it was, I shouted out, Sweetie, open the door. Hearing the commotion, Sylvie immediately ran to the door to open it for me. When she saw me, a sweet smile immediately broke out on her face. Justin, you're back. I nodded. Sylvie originally wanted to give me a hug, but since she had Andy in her arms, she had to let the idea go. Seeing me standing at the door with no intention of coming in, she looked a bit confused. Justin, come in. I moved my arm, which I was hiding behind my back, and extended it toward Sylvie. When Sylvie saw the bouquet of roses, it was like stars were sparkling in her eyes. The smile on her face grew even more radiant. Sweetie, these are for you, I said. Thank you, Justin. Sylvie stood on her tiptoes and gave me a kiss on the cheek. Then she handed Andy to me, taking the bouquet of roses instead. She gently sniffed the roses with her little nose and marveled. They smell so good. So, this is my reward? Sylvie asked with a smile. I nodded. Sweetie, I didn't know what flowers you liked, so I hope you like this bouquet of roses. Justin, I love them so much. As long as it's from you, it'll be my favorite. I'll give you different flowers next time. I'll try to give you every kind of flower there is, Slay said earnestly, thinking that since she was my girlfriend, of course I should be the one to spoil her. Sylvie giggled and placed the roses on the coffee table. Then she hugged my waist from behind, pressing her small head against my back. She said softly, Justin, you're so good. I like you so much. I like you a lot too. Sweetie, Justin, guess what I thought you were going to give me as a reward? Sylvie asked in a small voice. What? I turned my head to look at her. Sylvie said somewhat bashfully, I thought it was going to be a kissing reward. Hearing that, I turned around and looked intently at Sylvie. Just as I was about to kiss her, Andy, who was in my arms, suddenly meowed twice. I helplessly put Andy back into his box, then walked back to Sylvie. I pulled her into my arms, lowered my head, and kissed her. The kiss lasted for a long time. before we reluctantly pulled apart. After we finished eating, the two of us went out to a nearby pet store to go shopping for Andy. Inside the pet store, Sylvie was drawn to all sorts of beautiful cat nests. She couldn't bear to put them down. Justin, this pink cat nest is so cute. Can we buy this for Andy, please? Sylvie pointed to a pink cat nest shaped like a little house, asking for my opinion. I looked at the pink cat nest, furrowed my brow, and said, Andy is a boy. Is it appropriate to buy a pink nest for him? Who says boys can't use pink? Blink, just. Andy will definitely love a pink cat nest, Sylvie insisted. Fine, if you like it, we'll buy it. Yay! Then we're buying this pink cat nest. Tee-hee. Sylvie's smile was sweet. She leaned closer to me and said in a low voice, the sheets and duvet covers at home are all gray and blue and colors like that. I'm planning to change them to a pink set. An instant I imagined myself lying on pink sheets, covered by a pink duvet. I felt helpless in my heart. By then you'll be a little princess just like me, Sylvie said mischievously. I immediately protested. Sweetie, I don't want to be a little princess. No? In all your years of growing up, you've probably never been treated like a princess before, have you? Don't worry, everything you haven't experienced before, I'll make sure you experience it now. If you do that, aren't you afraid I'll become effeminate? I asked with a frown. It's fine. At worst, we'll just be sisters in the future, Sylvie said with a laugh. I felt a sweat drop on my forehead. What on earth is inside this girl's head? Turning her boyfriend into a sister? That's really something. I laughed helplessly. Sylvie giggled out loud. I seemed to think of something, and a wicked smile curled the corners of my mouth. I whispered in Sylvie's ear, Sweetie, if we become sisters, we won't be able to kiss anymore in the future. You wouldn't want that, would you? Sylvie's smiling face instantly turned a beet red. She raised her little fist and lightly pounded my chest. While pounding, she muttered, Mean Justin, how can you be like this? Think about it carefully. Do you want me to be your sister or your boyfriend? Sylvie gave a soft hum. Boyfriend. I raised my hand and rubbed Sylvie's head. That's more like it. The two of us walked over to the pet food section. Looking at the dazzling array of pet food on the shelves, I couldn't help but marvel at how lucky pets are these days. I was a kid at my grandparents' house in the countryside. The dogs raised by the villagers all ate leftovers, and cats were also raised free range. It was nothing like the cats and dogs in the city now, who are pampered by their owners even more than children. Looking at the canned cat food, freeze-dried cat snacks, cat teething sticks, and so on the shelves, I couldn't help but click my tongue. Justin, we need to buy more delicious food for Andy, Sylvie said while putting things into the shopping basket. I gave a gentle hum. After selecting the cat food, the two of us went to the pet toy section. Sylvie picked up a realistic small fish. She smiled and said to me, Justin, let's buy a little fish for Andy. Kittens love eating fish the most. He'll definitely love it. Okay, I nodded. Sylvie then saw a gray flocked toy mouse, happily holding the little mouse by its tail. She waved it in front of me. I was looking at a colorful feather teaser stick, and the sudden appearance of the little mouse gave me a fright. I hurriedly took a step back. Sylvie couldn't help but burst out laughing. Look how scared you got. You didn't think it was a real mouse, did you? It's just a reflex. I looked at the little mouse, marveling at how realistic toys are these days. Justin, I want to buy a little mouse for Andy to play with. This thing is too ugly. Are you sure you want to buy it? All cats like catching mice. We don't have real mice at home for Andy to catch. Let's buy him a toy mouse to play with then, Sylvie explained, thinking about cats catching mice in the countryside. I figured city cats probably don't even know what a mouse is. They might even be afraid of them. Fine, buy it. The two of us walked around some more, picked out a litter box and cat litter for Andy, and then went to check out. It cost over $400 in total. I thought to myself, raising Andy would also require a fixed monthly expense. I need to hurry up and start a new book. Earning more money is the right way to go. When we got home and opened the door, Sylvie saw Andy biting my slippers. Justin, your slippers have become Andy's toy. Sylvie laughed. I frowned as I watched Andy biting my slippers. This little guy really knows how to cause trouble. Suddenly I noticed something, and laughed too. Sweetie, look at your slippers. Hearing me say this, Sylvie hurriedly went to look at her slippers. Seeing that on the pink rabbit pattern slippers, Andy had scratched several marks. She pouted her mouth. She squatted down and seriously criticized him. Andy, it's fine if you bite Justin's slippers. But why did you have to scratch mine too? My lip twitched. The girl's words didn't sound quite right to me. I set the things aside and reached out to rub the girl's head a few times. It's normal for Andy to bite my slippers? Sylvie looked at me, blinking her eyes. I didn't mean it like that. You picked these slippers out for me, and I really liked them. Now that Andy scratched them, they're not pretty anymore. Hearing the girl say this, my heart felt much better. I'll buy you a new pair. Immediately after, I suggested, Sweetie, why don't we go out again and buy slippers? Even though they're scratched up by Andy, they're still wearable. I'm in no rush to buy them, Sylvie said. Buy slippers. And we also need to go back to the pet store to buy a cat cage. Look, we only went out for a little bit, and Andy started causing trouble at home by himself. If we buy a cat cage, we can put Andy inside when we go out, and let him out when we get back home. What do you think? Sylvie nodded. The two soon arrived at the supermarket. By the slipper shelf, Sylvie asked Justin, "What size shoe do you wear?" "I had slippers. No need to buy any." I instinctively replied, "I want to buy couple slippers. Quick, tell me." So the girl wanted to buy couple slippers. "Size 9, I finished saying, suddenly remembering something. Added, "Didn't you say before that you also wanted to buy couples underwear?" Sylvie secretly smiled and tilted her head toward me, whispering, "Justin, are you in such a hurry to buy couples underwear?" I touched my nose guiltily. I said, "No, it's just that since you're buying couple slippers, it just came to mind." Sylvie's long eyelashes trembled slightly as she looked at me. "I also said I wanted to buy couples outfits before. How come you're only thinking about the underwear?" I felt embarrassed. I just thought couples underwear was more attractive, but I couldn't admit that directly. I cleared my throat and said, "Not at all. I was thinking about the matching outfits too. I just hadn't had the chance to say it yet." Sylvie didn't believe me for a second, knowing exactly what was on my mind. Her eyes rolled around, and she deliberately tempted me. "Justin, after we buy the couple's underwear, I'll model them for you, okay?" Hearing this, my head started buzzing, and my expression became somewhat uncomfortable. The temptation was way too big, but would that really be okay? I pretended to be calm and said, "If you insist, I can accept it." As soon as I said that, Sylvie immediately swung her fist, punched me lightly on the chest. "Mean Justin, you really were planning to look." I felt like I was being treated unfairly. The girl was clearly the one who asked me, and I didn't even say explicitly that I wanted to. It all depended on the girl's attitude. "This is just too hard." No, I hurriedly said. "If some other woman tempted you like that, would you just give in?" Sylvie asked with a raised eyebrow. I reached out and rubbed Sylvie's fluffy head. "What are you imagining? Am I that kind of man?" "I think you definitely are," I said helplessly. "I think you need to be taught a lesson. You're the one who needs a lesson." "Bad, Justin." The two playfully finished choosing their couple slippers, went back to the pet store to buy a cat cage, and then headed home satisfied. Back at home, Sylvie couldn't wait to set up the pink cat nest she bought for Andy. Once Andy was settled in, "Do you like the new cat nest I bought for you?" she asked while stroking Andy's little head. Andy stared at Sylvie with his round eyes, and let out a few meows. Sylvie smiled happily. "Teehee, as long as you like it." She took the new fish toy she bought for Andy, and put it inside the pink cat nest. Then put Andy in there too, watching Andy open his small mouth to bite the toy fish. Sylvie couldn't help but giggle. After playing with Andy for a while, Sylvie went back to the bedroom. She opened the closet to get a change of clothes for a shower, but found her pajamas were gone. Her brows furrowed slightly. As she thought of something, she stole a glance at me, as I was busy typing away at the computer desk, then picked up some clothes and went into the bathroom. More than 20 minutes later, Sylvie returned to the bedroom after her shower. I was still sitting at the computer desk, staring intently at the screen, my fingers flying across the keyboard. Sylvie watched me working so seriously, her eyes lighting up. They say a serious man is the most handsome, and her Justin typing so earnestly really looked so handsome. She loved it. Sylvie quietly walked over to me and called out softly, "Justin." I gave a hum, with my eyes still fixed on the screen. Even though I looked handsome while working seriously, I hadn't looked at her once. Sylvie felt a little bit of disappointment. She knew it wasn't good to disturb me now, but she just wanted Justin to look at her. After all, what she was wearing now was quite unusual. Sylvie called out again softly, "Justin." Only then did I put down my work, turn my face toward her. Upon looking, I was instantly stunned. I saw Sylvie was wearing only a white dress shirt. Her face was flushed from the shower, her skin looking incredibly tender. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and the top 2 buttons of the shirt were undone, revealing her delicate collarbone. The sleeves were rolled up to her forearms, and the hem of the shirt barely covered her upper thighs, leaving quite a bit to the imagination. Her long legs were fair and slender. I couldn't help but swallow hard. I stammered, why are you wearing my white shirt?" Seeing Justin stammering, Sylvie covered her mouth and giggled. It seemed this outfit was quite attractive to me. When she was reading a novel earlier today, she saw the heroine come out wearing the hero's white shirt, and the hero instantly lost his cool. Sylvie thought, does a white shirt really have such a huge attraction? Before her shower, Sylvie wanted to get a change of clothes, but found her pajamas hadn't been washed. She just happened to see my white shirt, so I just secretly wore it. Sylvie explained, "My pajamas. One set was tossed in the washing machine yesterday, and I forgot to wash them, and the other set got dirty today, so I can't wear them. That's why I'm wearing your white shirt." "What, don't you want me to wear it?" Quickly shook my head. "No, if you want to wear it, go ahead. It's normal for a girlfriend to wear her boyfriend's clothes." But the way the girl looked in a white shirt was just too tempting for me. "Justin, do you think I look better wearing your white shirt or my pajamas?" Sylvie asked. I almost blurted out that she looked better in the white shirt, but I quickly stopped myself. After a pause, I said, "You look good in both." Sylvie giggled, gave me a thumbs up. "Justin, I've noticed you always know how to answer those questions." I raised an eyebrow and nodded. Thank goodness for fast reflexes on trap questions like that. "You keep writing your novel. I'm going back to bed to read." Sylvie walked over to the bed. As soon as her bottom hit the mattress, she felt a bit awkward. She was only wearing panties underneath, and sitting on the bed, made the shirt right up, exposing her bottom. If Justin saw it, it would be so embarrassing. Maybe she should put on some pants? Sylvie pondered. But she felt hot, so she decided against it. I am her boyfriend, so it shouldn't matter if I see. Anyway, we'll be together forever. She'll marry me, and have my babies later. At the computer desk, I studied my emotions and continued typing. After a while, the writing was done. I stretched, and suddenly thought about what Tiana had said, about inviting us to dinner tomorrow. I went over and sat down beside Sylvie. Sylvie set her book down, and asked me, "What's up?" "Sweetie, let me tell you something. Last time we took my boss to the hospital. She wanted to treat us to dinner tomorrow night as a thank you." As soon as Sylvie heard the word boss, she immediately became tense. My boss was actually her cousin, Tiana. Tiana was inviting them to dinner. How could she possibly go? Sylvie hurriedly said, "Justin, we shouldn't go to that dinner tomorrow." "Sweetie, I wasn't planning on going at first." I paused. "But my boss thinks my girlfriend is fake, and that's why I'm afraid to eat with her. You also know my boss has a little something for me. Maybe we should just have dinner with her tomorrow night, so my boss can see clearly what our relationship is." No. Sylvie's face was tight, and seeing her react so strongly, I said casually, "Sweetie, you don't happen to know my boss, and you're afraid she'll recognize you?" Sylvie's face went white. I'd actually guessed it. "Mamma mia, what should she do?" Sylvie gave an awkward laugh, and quickly brushed it off. "How could that be possible?" "Justin, don't overthink things. I'm just not used to meeting outsiders." Truly, she didn't want to lie to me, but there was no other choice right now. Seeing me looking at her suspiciously, Sylvie quickly wrapped both arms around my arm. Wheedling, she said, "Justin, I have a bit of social anxiety. I'm not comfortable meeting strangers. Let's just not have dinner with your boss, okay?" I looked at Sylvie strangely. "You? Social anxiety?" Did this girl have some misunderstanding of those words? Sylvie's pretty eyes rolled around, and then she giggled. She rubbed her head against me, and continued, "I'm really not used to dealing with strangers. I'm your girlfriend, knowing that another woman has designs on my boyfriend, and I still have to sit at the same table and eat with her? Would I feel good about that? What if I get into a conflict with your boss at the table?" Listening to the girl's words, I couldn't help but have some concerns. I suddenly thought back to a scene I saw in college where two girls fought over a guy. They were pulling hair, slapping, grabbing clothes, and shouting insults. Even now, the image of that moment was still deeply etched in my mind. I looked at the gentle and lovely girl beside me, who was currently wheedling me, and suddenly compared her and Tiana to the two fighting girls from college. The image flashed instantly into my mind. Damn, I suddenly felt completely uneasy. I quickly shook my head to clear it. Women can change in an instant. The girl usually had a good personality, but that didn't mean she didn't have a hidden side. What if she really got into it with Tiana? Things between women were just too complicated. To be safe, it was better not to have this meal. Fine, I'll turn down the dinner tomorrow night. Hearing me say that, Sylvie felt a huge weight lift off her. Her tension instantly vanished, but thinking that after all this time, Tiana still hadn't completely given up on me, Sylvie felt quite depressed. Sylvie and Tiana didn't usually have much contact. When visiting the Lin family, she usually just hung out with her cousin Leo. She knew Tiana was a strong, competitive woman, but she didn't know what she was like in a relationship. Regardless, I was hers, and no one else could possibly take me away from her. No one. "Justin, don't get too close to your boss," Sylvie instructed earnestly. I reached out my finger, and lightly flicked Sylvie's little nose. I whispered, "I'm a man with a girlfriend now. How could I get close to another woman?" "Don't worry." I checked the time. It was already very late. It wasn't very appropriate to call Tiana now. I'll deal with it tomorrow. After washing up and returning to the bedroom, as soon as I climbed into the covers, Sylvie dived into my blanket like a flash. Her small hand expertly wrapped around my waist, and looking up at me, she wheedled, "Justin, can we sleep in the same blanket from now on?" "Okay." I smiled and kissed the girl's forehead. Every night, holding a sweet-smelling soft girl in my arms. Of course I'd be happy. Except tonight, she was wearing far too little. I could clearly feel the sensation of her smooth thighs pressed against mine. It was far more noticeable than when there's a layer of fabric between us. Sylvie snuggled happily into my chest, sleeping while holding me every night. She felt so lucky. Unlike Sylvie, my body was currently a bit stiff. When I woke up the next day, I felt a smooth and delicate sensation on my hand. I was startled. I suddenly sat up. After seeing what my hand had just touched, I instantly lost my cool. I quickly covered Sylvie up and rolled off the bed. just as I entered the company's main entrance. Coincidentally, just like yesterday morning, I ran into Tiana. I'd originally planned to call Tiana in a bit to decline tonight's dinner, but since I ran into her, I said directly to Tiana, "Ms. Linwood, my girlfriend isn't quite used to being around strangers, so we won't be attending the dinner tonight. I hope you'll understand, Ms. Linwood." At that moment, Tiana's charming eyes were fixed on my neck. She saw the mark on my neck, and her expression turned somewhat gloomy. "Justin, are you and your girlfriend living together?" Tiana asked directly. Regarding the living together Tiana mentioned, naturally understood what kind of living together she meant. "Sylvie and I are indeed staying together now, and we sleep in the same blanket at night. Even though we haven't taken that final step yet, our relationship can be considered very intimate." I nodded. "Yes." Tiana didn't say anything else. She was the first to walk away. It's fine if Tiana misunderstands. It would be best if she could immediately give up on me. I pondered as I watched Tiana's retreating back. When Sylvie woke up and pulled back the covers to get out of bed, she saw that the white shirt she was wearing had ridden up quite a bit. Her panties had long since been exposed. Sylvie bit her lip somewhat shyly. Justin must have seen everything. So embarrassing. Sylvie was wearing very little last night. She had hesitated repeatedly about whether to sleep in my blanket. In the end, she uncontrollably crawled into my blanket anyway, because she really loved sleeping while holding me. Sylvie picked up her phone and saw a message left by Summer. "Summer, sweetie, I've almost got Sean in the bag," followed by a smug emoji. Sylvie hurriedly sent a video call request to Summer. In the living room of the Summer estate, Summer, who was standing on the living room floor, saw the video call from Sylvie. Her heart started pounding nervously. She quickly declined the call. It was close. Her dad almost found out. On the sofa, Arthur's face was dark as he scolded Summer. "Summer, you clearly know that Sean is Sylvie's fiancé. Why are you still getting involved with Sean?" Summer stabilized her emotions and said to Arthur, "Dad, I think Sean is a decent guy. I want to be friends with him." Arthur gave a cold snort. "Friends? Don't think I don't know about you hanging that banner on the basketball court at Capital University. I know all about it." Summer's face was immediately covered in smiles. She laughed and said, "Dad, since you already know, I won't hide it anymore. I like Sean. I'm pursuing him." She didn't expect that after pursuing him for so long, she still hadn't caught Sean, and yet her dad found out. Sigh, it really hasn't been easy for her. She just wanted to help Sylvie and Sylvie's guy clear the stumbling blocks on their path to happiness. These days, a best friend as good as her couldn't be found even if you searched with a lantern. She really is the cutest, most beautiful, and kindest little girl in the world. Summer silently praised herself in her heart. Sean is Sylvie's fiancé. You chasing him? Summer, you're being foolish. Arthur finished speaking and let out a heavy sigh. "Dad, Sylvie doesn't like Sean anyway." "What's wrong with me liking Sean?" Summer asked back. "Whether Sylvie and Sean like each other or not, or whether they don't, you shouldn't get involved in this," Arthur said earnestly, but she had already gotten involved. It was impossible to ask her to retreat. That's what Summer firmly believed. Arthur then asked, "Summer, do you really like that Sean kid?" Hearing this, Summer felt a bit guilty. However, things had already come to this. She could only grit her teeth and keep going. Summer looked at Arthur with a serious expression and said, "Dad, I like him." Arthur waved a hand at Summer. Summer received the signal and ran out of the living room. On the sofa, Arthur's brow was tightly furrowed. He looked deeply troubled, as if he were thinking about something. After Summer ran back to her own room, she immediately sent a video call to Sylvie. Inside the rental apartment, Sylvie, who was playing with Andy, saw the video call request and accepted it. After the video connected, Summer saw Sylvie and the little kitten in her arms. She couldn't help but cry out, "Sweetie, you got a kitten. He's so cute." Sylvie stroked Andy's little head. She laughed and said, "Summer, this is the kitten Justin got for me from his colleague's house. His name is Andy. He's a little boy cat. He's absolutely adorable." Ooh, 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 so it's a kitten your guy. Thought for you. Your guy is quite thoughtful. Getting you a kitten to play with. Teehee, Justin is the best to me. He knew I liked kittens, so he got one for me. Summer giggled. "Sweetie, I've noticed that whenever you mention your guy, your eyes start sparkling." Sylvie felt a bit embarrassed. "Summer, don't talk nonsense." "Oh ma, Sweetie is embarrassed," Summer joked. "Mean Summer, don't tease me anymore." After Sylvie finished speaking, she took one of Andy's little paws in her hand, waved it at the video and said, "Andy, say hello to your auntie Summer." At this time, Andy was quite cooperative. He meowed twice at Summer in the video. Summer was amused. "Andy, you're so interesting. When I get a chance to visit you, I'll buy you a bunch of delicious treats." Andy meowed at Summer in the video twice more. Meow, meow, as if saying, "Auntie Summer, you'd better keep your word. I'll be waiting for my delicious treats." Sylvie stroked Andy's little head. She praised him. "My baby Andy is such a good boy. So wonderful." Just then, Summer realized something was wrong. "Sweetie, if Andy is your baby, then doesn't that make you Andy's mom? And doesn't that make your guy Andy's dad?" Sylvie nodded. "Yeah. Is there a problem?" Summer pouted. Then why am I Andy's auntie? Doesn't that make me a generation younger than you guys? Sylvie realized it too. Summer, what you said seems quite right. Sylvie couldn't help but chuckle. After a pause, she spoke. Summer, you're so cute. Being called Andy's aunt feels so old. It's more appropriate for you to be Andy's sister. We can each have our own titles with Andy. It doesn't matter. Summer thought about it seriously. She was an invincible, cute little girl. She didn't want to be an aunt. She wanted to be Andy's sister. Okay, each to our own. I'm Andy's sister, but I'm not a generation younger than you guys. Sylvie smiled and nodded. Suddenly, Sylvie thought of the main topic for today. Summer, what did you mean by the message you sent me? Summer smiled. She said slowly, Sean kissed me. I'm making him take responsibility for me. Hearing these words, Sylvie's eyes widened. Her mouth hung open in shock, as if it could swallow an egg. She asked again in disbelief. Summer, what did you say? I said I kissed Sean. Sean took my first kiss away, so I'm making him take responsibility, Summer said leisurely. Sylvie looked at her phone with a complex gaze at Summer on the screen, asking, what exactly is going on between you and Sean? Then Summer told her, Aunt Sophie, about the scheme they pulled on Sean at the bar, telling it all to Sylvie. After Sylvie finished listening, she looked at Summer with a face full of gratitude. She almost cried from the emotion. Summer, you sacrificed your first kiss for my sake. To have a best friend like you, it's a blessing from many lifetimes. Summer waved her hand. She said casually, it's fine, it's fine. I just want to see my best friend. Own happiness. As soon as Summer said this, Sylvie couldn't hold it back anymore. She cried out directly. Wah! My Summer is too good to me. Sweetie, don't cry. Don't cry, don't cry. My good sweetie. Summer hurriedly comforted her. I still have more things to tell you. If you keep crying, I won't be able to tell you. Sylvie sniffled. She raised her wrist to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. I'm not crying anymore. That's my good sweetie. I'm telling you, after Sean kissed me, I made him take responsibility. Sean asked me to give him 3 days to consider. From what I feel, after 3 days, Sean will definitely agree. Sylvie processed this for a moment. She asked softly, Summer, do you mean that after 3 days, Sean will become your boyfriend? Summer nodded. Then Summer unwrapped a lollipop. She held it in her hand and licked it. Andy saw Summer licking the lollipop in the video. He was so anxious he meowed nonstop, thinking, what's this delicious thing? Why won't she give me a lick? At the company lunch hour, Justin, Gary, and Kevin sat around together. Ever since Kevin broke up with Jane, his mood had been low. He also seemed listless at work. I saw it in my eyes, but I knew that matters of the heart can only be resolved by Kevin himself. Just like when I first decided to give up on Chloe, only when I truly realized the hopelessness of that relationship and made up my mind, could I pull myself back together. I'm thankful for my decisiveness back then, which allowed me to meet the person I love so deeply now. Life is sometimes like that, gaining new harvests through what is lost. Although loss can be incredibly painful, but only by enduring this difficult journey can one welcome the more beautiful scenery ahead. Gary ate his lunch while scrolling through short videos on his phone. When he saw a certain video, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He glanced at the dejected Kevin, then handed his phone to me. Justin, take a look at this. I looked at the short video. The title was, Knowing She Was Already Married with Kids. A man supported his girlfriend and her husband's family for 5 years. Scammed out of $2 million, he chose forgiveness. After watching the video, I had no words. Gustin, do you think there's something wrong with this guy's head? Gary asked. I nodded in agreement. I think he's seriously ill. I really want to see what this guy looks like. How could anyone do something so ridiculous? Gary said. Suddenly, Gary noticed a red mark on my neck. He leaned in to check carefully. Justin, why is there a red mark on your neck? I said nonchalantly. Oh, maybe I accidentally bumped into something? Gary frowned at my red mark. He shook his head. Doesn't look like it. He paused for a moment. Continuing, could it be a kiss from a woman? As soon as Gary finished speaking, the chopsticks in my hand visibly froze. At this time, Kevin also looked at my neck. Expressionless, he spoke. He said his first sentence of the day. Justin got a hickey. Gary stared at my neck with wide eyes. Justin, fess up. What exactly is going on? I took out my phone and opened the front camera. Sure enough, I saw a red mark on my neck. The girl had never kissed my neck before. When did this hickey get planted? Could the girl have kissed me secretly while I was asleep? Thinking of this, I couldn't help the corners of my mouth turning up. The girl didn't need to kiss my neck secretly while I was asleep at all. It's not like I wouldn't let her kiss me when I'm awake. Gary saw me smiling like an idiot. He hurriedly patted my shoulder. Justin, what are you giggling for? Quickly, fess up to your brothers. I didn't hide it. I said directly to Gary and Kevin. My girlfriend gave it to me. Gary looked at me with an expression of total disbelief. Kevin was the same. Justin, you're not being cool. When did you get a girlfriend? And not even tell your brothers? Gary complained. You guys never asked. I replied. Gary clicked his tongue. Then he said, Justin, Your girlfriend isn't Chloe, is she? Hearing this, my face darkened. Gary hurriedly changed his tune. If it's not Chloe, could it be a beautiful manager? It's none of them, I replied with a dark face. Gary was puzzled. He hadn't heard of any other women around Justin. Where did this girlfriend of Justin's pop up from? Although Kevin didn't speak, he also looked at me curiously. Seeing that I had no intention of continuing, Gary got anxious. Justin, what's exactly going on with that girlfriend of yours? Tell us quickly. I thought about it. Strictly speaking, the girl was on a rainy night, picked up by me on the street. Then I brought the girl home, and afterward, we became the boyfriend and girlfriend we are now. I felt like I couldn't tell Gary and Kevin that my girlfriend was someone I picked up on the street. That sounded way too abnormal, so I cleared my throat. And after careful consideration, I said to Gary and the others, she and I met under a series of coincidental circumstances, and later it gradually developed into a romantic relationship. Coincidental circumstances? Justin, I've noticed that what you just said amounts to saying nothing at all. Fine, I'll just ask the important stuff instead. Gary paused, gave me a smirk and said, have you and my sister-in-law had any deep exchanges yet? I hurriedly said, no. Gary, besides this kind of thing, can't your brain store anything else? But this is the interesting part. Gary gave a wicked laugh, shook my head helplessly. Gary seemed to think of something. He leaned in and whispered, Justin, those things I got for you before, make sure you study them well when you have time. I guarantee you and my sister-in-law will be able to use them later. Today was the day the tomato novel website pays out the royalties. Seeing quite a bit of money suddenly added to my bank card, I couldn't stop grinning. On such a happy day, I naturally had to take the girl out for a nice meal. After work, I went home to pick up Sylvie to eat out. As soon as I entered, Sylvie, wearing a long white dress, with her long hair draped over her shoulders, came up and gave me a big hug. She said with a smile, Justin, we can head out now. Wait a second. I looked at the girl in front of me with a lingering gaze. Sylvie didn't understand what was going on. She looked at me with an adorable, dazed face, and asked, what is it? I pointed my finger at the red mark on my neck. What's the story with this? Sylvie's small face turned red instantly. Her gaze was somewhat uncomfortable. She acted as if she knew nothing at all, and brushed it off. I don't know. Your neck was probably bitten by a mosquito. I stared straight at Sylvie. This girl is quite the actress. I wanted to see how long she could keep up the act. Yeah, I was probably bitten by a stupid mosquito, I said meaningfully. As soon as I finished speaking, Sylvie immediately became unhappy. She hurriedly defended herself. Bad Justin. Who are you calling stupid? I said the mosquito is stupid. I didn't say you were. What's the rush? I said on purpose. Sylvie's face crumpled up. She pouted her small mouth, not daring to argue back. Looking at the aggrieved girl in front of me, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I reached out and rubbed Sylvie's head. You little dummy. Did you think I didn't know you were that stupid mosquito? Sylvie hurriedly swung her little fists and pounded on my chest. She said huffily, Bad Justin. You clearly knew it was me, yet you still called it a stupid mosquito. Aren't you obviously calling me stupid? I'm ignoring you. I'm stupid, okay? It's me who's stupid. I hurriedly tried to coax Sylvie. She tilted her little head to the side and gave another huff. I quickly pulled Sylvie into my arms to comfort her. It's me who's stupid. Sweetie is the smartest. Sylvie gave me a sharp glare. Right. You are the stupidest. Fine, I'm stupid. Now let's talk about you giving me a hickey on my neck. How should we settle this? I'll do it on purpose. This made Sylvie feel quite embarrassed. She muttered in a low voice, Didn't I just give you a hickey on your neck? At most, I'll let you give me one back. Hearing this, my gaze shimmered slightly. I instinctively licked the corner of my mouth. You said it, so I won't be polite then. As I spoke, I leaned toward Sylvie's neck, about to kiss it. Sylvie quickly reached out her small hand to cover my mouth. She stopped me, saying, No. I was a bit frustrated at being interrupted. I was just a hair away from being able to kiss Sylvie's fair neck. Sylvie hurriedly added, I mean not right now. We're about to go out in a bit. I'd be embarrassed to death if someone saw it. I pointed to the hickey on my neck. Quite a few people have already seen this one on me. Sylvie giggled. She had done it on purpose. She wanted her cousin Tiana to see it, and she also wanted my colleagues to see it. That way everyone would know that I was a man with a girlfriend. Other women could stop thinking about making a move on me. Sylvie wrapped both arms around my neck. She said with a smile, Then I'll compensate you. Then Sylvie pressed her soft lips against mine. The two of us embraced tightly, exchanging each other's breath, until the sound of an untimely video call broke the tenderness of the moment. The two of us were forced to separate. Sylvie's cheeks were flushed. Her eyes still held a hint of wanting more. I felt the same way. I adjusted my breathing, took my phone out of my pocket, and answered the video call after seeing the contact name. Mom. Hearing it was Justin's mom calling, Sylvie quietly ran back to the bedroom. I looked at her retreating back as she fled in a panic, the corners of my mouth twitching slightly. Little Justin, did you just get home from work? My parents in the video asked when they saw me standing at the door. I nodded. On the day of your cousin's wedding, Your Auntie Wong said she wanted to introduce a girl to you. She gave that girl's contact information to me. I'll send it to you in a bit. Get in touch with her. Aren't you off tomorrow? Ask her out for a meal and try to get along well, Justin's mother said earnestly. As soon as Justin's mother finished speaking, I said directly, Mom, I have a girlfriend. A flash of pleasant surprise appeared on Justin's mother's face, followed by a slight scowl. Since the last time you came back home? How much time has even passed? How could you possibly have a girlfriend? Don't lie to me. My parents clearly didn't believe it, thinking I just didn't want to meet anyone else. I scratched the back of my head and said seriously to my parents in the video, Mom, I'm not lying to you. I really do have a girlfriend. If you really have a girlfriend, then let me see her. I certainly wanted to let the girl meet my mom right now, but Sylvie had already run into the bedroom, clearly not ready yet. Furthermore, if she were to find out that the girl and I were living together, with her traditional values, she would probably demand that we get married immediately. Mom, I'm not lying to you. When I have some time off, I'll bring her back to see you and Dad, I said. Justin's mother was half convinced. Fine. The girl your Auntie Wong introduced to you. I'll turn her down for you. Let's see if you can bring a partner back during your time off. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Mom, you can rest assured. I promised. After hanging up the video call, Sylvie walked out of the bedroom. So when you went back home last time for your cousin's wedding, your mom already wanted to set you up with a girlfriend? I nodded. Yeah. If I hadn't confessed to you back then, would you have gone to meet other girls? Sylvie asked, her big eyes blinking. I quickly shook my head. I looked at Sylvie earnestly. I really didn't have any thoughts about meeting other girls. At that time, I already had you in my heart. I wouldn't have met other girls. Hearing these words, a sweet smile appeared on Sylvie's face. I said with feigned seriousness, Sweetie, my mom sent a video. Why didn't you say hi to her? Sylvie's gaze shifted slightly, her fingers nervously fiddling. Well, I haven't prepared myself mentally yet. An ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws eventually. What's there to fear? I teased. I'm not an ugly daughter-in-law, Sylvie pouted, saying huffily, Right, Sweetie isn't an ugly daughter-in-law. Sweetie is a beautiful daughter-in-law, so you shouldn't be afraid. Oh, I just haven't prepared myself mentally. Justin, are we still going out to eat? Sylvie quickly changed the subject. Okay, let's go eat. I pre-booked a private room at a famous Western restaurant in the city. I had the room all set, thinking that since being with the girl, I hadn't taken her out for a proper meal yet. Although this Western restaurant is expensive, I can afford to splurge once in a while, so I took Sylvie to this well-known Western restaurant. Seeing the name of the restaurant, Sylvie instantly felt uneasy. This was a property of the Sullivan family. Would she run into acquaintances while eating here? Justin, why don't we go somewhere else? Sylvie grabbed my arm and stopped in her tracks. Sweetie, this restaurant is very famous in the city. I want you to try the food here. Let's not change places. Sylvie understood my intention and didn't want to disappoint me. Although she was a bit worried, she still followed me into the restaurant. She specifically wore a hat and a mask when leaving, covering herself up tightly. She was sure she wouldn't be recognized. In an elegantly decorated private room, Sylvie and I sat facing each other. I carefully cut my steak into small pieces, then exchanged it with Sylvie's steak. Sylvie smiled sweetly, making a heart shape with her fingers. Justin, you're so thoughtful. I love you, I smiled and replied, eat up. Sylvie picked up a small piece of steak with her fork and put it in her mouth to savor it. She felt the steak was exceptionally delicious today. Perhaps it was because of my thoughtfulness. Being with Justin really is a kind of happiness. I also tasted a piece of steak, and my eyes instantly lit up. The deliciousness made me marvel. I thought to myself that the price was indeed justified. I nodded as I ate. Sweetie, this steak is really good. Sylvie nodded slightly in agreement. I added, eat more. If it's not enough, we'll order more. Sylvie saw me wolfing down the food and couldn't help but giggle. Justin really is quite a foodie. After finishing the meal, the two left the private room and walked to the front desk to pay. As soon as they arrived, the two young ladies at the front desk bowed respectfully. They bowed toward them. I thought to myself that the service here was truly attentive. I couldn't help but feel more fond of this restaurant. However, before I could finish my praise, I heard the front desk lady say in unison, Hello, young master. Just then, Leo, who was walking up behind me, just gave them a flat response. I was a bit embarrassed, mistakenly thinking that those formalities were for me and Sylvie. I looked over to the side, and the so-called young master was actually my former boss, Leo. Leo also noticed me. I was the first to greet him. Leo nodded. Justin, here for dinner? His gaze passed over me and landed on Sylvie. Sylvie's heart tightened. Her small hand involuntarily clenched into a fist. She didn't expect to run into someone she knew after all. Her cousin Tiana was Justin's boss. Now Justin and her cousin Leo also knew each other. The world really is terrifyingly small. I nodded in response. Leo glanced at the girl beside me. I introduced with a smile, Leo. This is my girlfriend. I said to Sylvie, Sweetie, this is Leo. Sylvie didn't dare look up at Leo, feeling uneasy in her heart, worried about being recognized. I saw her bowing her head in silence, and called out again, "Sweetie." Sylvie hurriedly said in a low voice, "Hello." Leo's gaze was profound, staring at this girl wearing a bucket hat and a kitten-patterned mask. He felt a sense of familiarity, but couldn't recall where he'd seen her for a moment. "Hello," Leo responded simply. Then he said to the front desk ladies, "Their bill is on me." I was stunned and quickly said, "Don't do that, Leo. You're running a business, so let me pay the bill." Leo waved his hand to stop me. "Justin, don't be a stranger. Let me treat you and your girlfriend to this meal." I had to thank him. "Thank you, Leo." After leaving the restaurant, Sylvie appeared restless. I had originally planned to take her for a walk, but Sylvie said she was tired, so we took a taxi home. As soon as we walked in, Sylvie breathed a sigh of relief, leaving the nervousness behind her. The encounter at the restaurant had terrified her. Fortunately, she wasn't recognized. At this time, Andy, the cat in the cage, started meowing. Sylvie let him out of the cage, and Andy happily rubbed around her. Sylvie laughed continuously. She squatted down and played with him happily. "You're not tired now?" I asked with a smile. I originally thought the girl really was tired, but seeing her playing joyfully with Andy, Sylvie answered with a smile, "I am tired." I asked with concern, "Where are you tired?" Sylvie said mischievously, "My feet are tired." I suggested, "How about I give you a massage?" Sylvie readily agreed. "Andy, play by yourself. Dad is going to give Mom a foot massage." "Teehee," Sylvie said to Andy. Then she ran over to sit on the sofa. Andy meowed twice in dissatisfaction, and finally ran back to his little room to play with his toys. After I sat down, Sylvie placed a small foot on my lap. "Thanks for your hard work, dear boyfriend." I smiled and replied, "You're welcome." With that, I gently held Sylvie's small foot and began to massage it carefully. Sylvie couldn't help but let out a groan of comfort. Hearing that soft groan, my movements paused for a moment. Seeing the way the girl's cheeks were slightly flushed, an inexplicable impulse suddenly welled up in my heart. I looked away and tried to stop thinking about it. I continued focusing on the small feet in my hands. For a moment, the impulse became even more intense. I felt my throat tighten, and the pressure from my hands unconsciously increased. Suddenly, Sylvie cried out in pain, and instinctively tried to break free. Her small foot kicked right against my lips. Sylvie hurriedly apologized. "Justin, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kick you." My Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and my voice was a bit raspy. "It's fine, I'm going to get some water." I walked quickly into the kitchen, opened the fridge, took out a bottle of ice water, and took a huge gulp, attempting to suppress the inexplicable impulse in my heart. I blamed myself in my heart, wondering how I could have developed that kind of fetish. A few minutes later, I cleared my mind and returned to the living room. I took Sylvie's other foot and continued the massage. After massaging for a while, I said to Sylvie, "Sweetie, I'm starting to sweat. I feel sticky, so I'm going to take a shower first." "Okay, go ahead and shower." Was lying comfortably on the sofa playing on her phone, wiggling her little toes. I took a change of clothes from the bedroom. Seeing her like this, I couldn't help but lick my lips. After realizing what I was thinking, I hurriedly shook my head. I rushed quickly into the bathroom. I was right in the middle of showering, and I suddenly heard a knock on the door. Sylvie, her face blushing, was standing at the door, holding something in her hand. "Justin?" I turned off the shower and replied, "Sweetie, what is it?" "Here is some underwear." Hearing this, my brow twitched. "I already took a fresh pair," Sylvie explained. "This is the new matching underwear I bought. Are you going to wear this in a bit?" The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. I wrapped myself in a towel and walked to the door, opened a crack and reached my hand out. "Give it to me." Sylvie quickly handed me the underwear. "You have to wear it." After saying that, she ran away. I closed the door, picked up that pink, silky, slightly sheer pair of underwear, frowned. This underwear is way too risque, isn't it? I couldn't help but wonder, is the girl's pair also like this? I shook off the stray thoughts, continued rinsing off, and put on the pink underwear after finishing. I looked at them over and over, though it felt awkward. It was also quite interesting. I walked out of the bathroom and sat down on the sofa. Sylvie decisively rested her small head on my lap and asked with a hint of bashfulness, "Did you put on the underwear I gave you?" And nodded. Do you like it then?" Sylvie stared at me, blinking her big eyes. I asked back, "Why is it pink?" "Pink looks really nice." "Why is the underwear so thin?" "It's made of that material. It's very cool to wear." "Huh, don't you like it?" Seeing her looking at me expectantly, I quickly nodded. "I like it." Sylvie smiled happily. "Is your pair also like this?" I asked, unable to contain my curiosity. Sylvie's face turned red as she sat up and dashed into the bedroom. After a short while, she ran back, threw the pink underwear in her hand at me. "Key for yourself." I was a bit embarrassed. "I didn't mean it that way. I was just asking." Sylvie said with a laugh, "I know. I wanted to show you, so you won't always be curious." I said with feigned composure, "Since you want me to see, I'll take a look then." I unfolded that small piece of fabric and found it was much smaller than mine. It felt very smooth to the touch and was just as thin and sheer as the ones I was wearing. I couldn't help but marvel. So this is matching underwear. I threw the underwear back to Sylvie and commented, "It's pretty good." Sylvie looked at my serious expression and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Besides pretty good, do you have any other comments?" "Nope, teehee. I'm going to shower." After Sylvie finished speaking, she skipped into the bathroom with the underwear. I returned to the bedroom, opened the computer, and began typing. When Sylvie came back from her shower, I was still typing away seriously. She lay down in the blanket and waited for me on her own. When I finished writing and went back to bed, I found that Sylvie had already fallen asleep. I noticed there was only one blanket on the bed. It seemed the girl intended to share the same blanket with me. I carefully lifted the blanket and lay down inside. Sylvie opened her eyes groggily and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Justin, did you finish writing?" I nodded. Go to sleep." Sylvie snuggled into my arms, her small hand slipping right into my clothes. Her soft little hand pressed against my chest. My body stiffened. Then I pulled her into my embrace. Sylvie murmured dizzily, "Justin, tonight, we're actually sleeping in matching underwear." My head went buzz. The sleepiness that had just arrived vanished instantly. 10 minutes later, I looked at Sylvie, who was sleeping sweetly in my arms, and felt utterly tormented. Just as I was about to create some distance from her, she hugged me tightly again. 20 minutes later, a thin layer of sweat broke out on my forehead, feeling that sleeping was actually such an ordeal. Sylvie was typing at the computer while holding Andy. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. She warily went to the door and asked, "Who is it?" Inside the rental apartment, Sylvie heard Leo's voice, and her heart suddenly accelerated. Her beautiful small face was pulled tight. Heavens, this situation is too terrifying. How did her cousin Leo find this place? What should she do? Sylvie's small hands unconsciously tightened their grip on Andy, causing him to let out a painful wail. "Meow!" Sylvie hurriedly released her grip and said apologetically to Andy, I'm sorry. Outside the door, Leo, seeing that she wasn't opening it, called out again, "Sweetie, open the door." Sylvie hesitated for a moment, knowing she had to face reality today. She put Andy back in his little nest, composed her emotions, and then opened the door. As the door opened, Sylvie, with a nervous heart, called out softly, "Leo?" Leo looked at her and gave a soft grunt of acknowledgement. She invited him in. Inside the living room, Leo sat on the sofa, with his legs crossed, looking around the apartment. His brow couldn't help but furrow deeply. The little girl had been pampered since childhood, yet now she was living in such a crude place. Sylvie brought over a small stool and sat down obediently to the side. Leo spoke, "Since you ran away from home, have you been living here this whole time?" Sylvie nodded honestly. And you and Justin are in a relationship now?" he asked again. Sylvie nodded again. "Is Justin good to you?" "He's good, very good." Sylvie opened her big round eyes and answered seriously. "How far have things developed between you?" Leo asked directly. Sylvie was a bit embarrassed, her small face flushing slightly. "Justin and I are just boyfriend and girlfriend. We haven't done that kind of thing." Hearing this, Leo breathed a sigh of relief. Sylvie had a great relationship with him since childhood. He truly loved and cared for his younger cousin, sharing a place with Justin for so long. Luckily, Justin had standards. Leo's impression of Justin was already good. Now it had improved even more. "Do you like Justin a lot?" he asked, and Sylvie nodded emphatically. She said with a serious face, "Cousin, I really like Justin. I want to be with him forever." Leo gave a light laugh and shook his head. "Sweetie, setting aside the arranged marriage for a moment, do you think your parents would let you marry a poor kid like Justin who has no power, no status, and no money?" Although Sylvie had a feeling it would come to this, hearing Leo say it so bluntly still made her feel miserable. She lowered her head. "Does Justin know who you really are?" Leo continued to ask. Sylvie shook her head slightly. "No." Leo felt a headache coming on and rubbed his temples with his hand. "With your status, your future marriage must be with someone of equal standing. Even your parents' marriage was a match of status. It's not like you don't know." After hearing this, Sylvie felt even worse. Why did love have to be mixed with so many complicated things? She just wanted to be with Justin. Why wasn't that allowed? Even though Justin didn't have money or power, he treated her very well. Extremely well. So well that she only wanted to spend her life with him, to hold his hand, grow old together. Tears welled up in her eyes. Sylvie looked up at Leo and choked out, "Cousin, I only like Justin. I only want to marry him in this life." Seeing the tears in the corners of her eyes, Leo felt a pang of heartache. He quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe them away for her. "Don't cry, little girl." Watching her cry made him feel pained and self-reproachful. So the little girl cared about Justin this much. But based only on her side of the story, Leo couldn't fully trust Justin's feelings yet. He didn't want to see the little girl get hurt. If they really loved each other sincerely, he didn't want to break them up either. Sylvie sniffled and pleaded, "Cousin, I don't want to go home right now. Please don't tell them where I am, okay? If I could find you, they'll find you sooner or later too. You can't stay here forever." You'll have to go back eventually, Leo said objectively. I know, but I don't want to go back now. Cousin, I'm begging you. Sylvie pleaded with her hands pressed together. She knew she'd have to go back eventually, just didn't want to face it so soon. She wanted to enjoy more happy times with me. She wanted to find a good solution. Leo saw that she truly liked Justin. He nodded. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Hearing his promise, a big smile appeared on Sylvie's face. Cousin, you're so good. You're the most handsome and best cousin in the world. You've always had a sweet tongue, little girl, Leo said with a laugh. It's not that I have a sweet tongue. I'm telling the truth, aren't I? Sylvie responded with a smile. Leo felt gratified in his heart. This little girl was always so likable. Justin was truly lucky to have earned her affection. He frowned again and scanned the room. Sweetie, such a small apartment. Are you used to living here? I'm used to it. It's very good here. Because Justin is here. This place is wonderful. I have a few vacant apartments. You and Justin should move there. Leo suggested. Sylvie quickly shook her head. No need. Living here is fine. Besides, if we move to your place, Justin would definitely think it's strange. Leo nodded. And that was true. He had to do something to make his cousin's life better. Little girl, don't be so formal with me. If you need any help, just ask, Leo said. Sylvie's beautiful eyes rolled around. There actually was one thing she needed help with. Sylvie and Leo chatted for a while longer. She checked the time. I should be coming back soon from groceries and errands. She was worried the two of us would meet. She quickly said to Leo, Cousin, you have to leave quickly. Justin will be back any second. We'll be in touch. Leo promised. Don't reveal my whereabouts. Sylvie emphasized again. Don't worry, Leo comforted. When I came back carrying 2 large shopping bags, I immediately saw a black Maybach parked downstairs in the complex. I couldn't help but click my tongue. How much would a luxury car like that cost? For someone like me, I might never be able to afford it. After feeling emotional for a moment, I continued on my way home. By chance, I saw Leo coming out from my front door. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect to run into him again. I quickly greeted him. Leo! Leo scanned the shopping bags in my hands and joked, You bought quite a lot. Yeah. One bag has my girlfriend's favorite snacks, and the other has groceries, I said with a smile. It looked like I cared a lot about Sylvie, Leo thought to himself. Alright, I'm heading out. Bye, Leo. After saying that, I watched Leo walk toward that luxury car. I couldn't help but marvel. Rich people really live a carefree life. Before long, Sylvie heard a knock at the door. She ran to open the door. Why again? When she saw it was me, she quickly stopped mid-sentence. Her expression looked a bit unnatural. She thought Leo had come back. It was a false alarm, but it almost sent her heart into a frenzy. Sweetie, what are you talking about? I looked at her flustered state and asked in surprise. Sylvie quickly improvised. How could you not bring your keys again? That's what I was saying. She sounded a bit stammering. I laughed. I have my keys, but both hands are full. I wanted you to help me open the door. Just then, Sylvie noticed the 2 large shopping bags I was carrying. Sylvie hurriedly took one of the bags. Justin, hurry up and come in. Sweetie, are you okay? I'm fine, she answered in a rush. Really? I asked again, unconvinced. Seeing me looking at her with confusion, Sylvie hurriedly explained. Well, maybe it's because my period is coming. My mood is a bit unstable. I'd heard that girls' moods can be unstable during their period, so I didn't think much more about it. I just reminded her not to eat cold things during this time. I know. Seeing me go into the kitchen, Sylvie let out a silent sigh of relief. I organized the things I bought and came to the living room. Sitting beside Sylvie, I asked, Have you finished writing your novel? Not yet, Sylvie replied. Leo's sudden visit just now had interrupted her writing plan. How about we buy another computer? It'll be more convenient to write in the future, I suggested. Sylvie nodded. Okay, one computer really wasn't enough. Let's head to the mall in a bit. How about we walk around too? Great, go get ready. After saying that, Sylvie snuggled into my arms. I held her and asked, What is it? Sylvie's big eyes blinked. She stared at me and said, Justin, haven't you always wanted to buy a house in the city? Let's go look at houses. I felt slightly surprised hearing that. How come from her mouth? Buying a house sounded as simple as buying groceries at a market? I pinched her nose. You silly girl. Houses aren't that easy to buy. Even a small place in an average area costs at least over $1 million. I really did want to buy a house, but the price made me feel helpless. My salary from work plus the income from writing novels. Although I could save a lot every year, there was still a gap between that and buying a house. Life of an ordinary person is just that dull and uninteresting. For dreams, one can only keep struggling. Justin, my total royalties from a novel site are over 1.3 million. This money is enough to buy a house. Sylvie had always known my wish. Although she couldn't use her family funds, she wanted to help me realize my wish. So she brought out her own savings. Sylvie's words moved me deeply, but I felt that I couldn't let her pay for the house. Silly girl, that's what you earned. Keep it. I'll earn the money to buy a house myself, I said seriously. Hearing me say that, Sylvie became unhappy. She sat up and asked back, "Do you not plan on letting me live in the house you buy later? What kind of nonsense is that? Of course we'll live together when I buy a house," I said solemnly. "Since we're going to live together anyway, why not buy it now? Since I have the money, let's just go buy one," Sylvie said seriously. Even though Sylvie had a point, I still resisted spending her money to buy a house. "No way, Justin. I saw that high-end apartments are on sale for only 1.2 million. Let's go buy one quickly." Sylvie continued to persuade me. I was shocked. "Sweetie, you must have seen it wrong. Apartments there cost at least 3 million. No. I saw the news today. It seems there aren't many left. If we don't buy now, we might lose the chance," Sylvie explained. This price was indeed a bargain. My heart was incredibly hesitant. But thinking that it was Sylvie's money, I was even more conflicted. "This is the house we'll be living in together later. Justin, if you hesitate any longer, they'll probably be sold out." I pondered for a moment and finally agreed. Okay. I took Sylvie and hailed the car. We arrived at the Newport Bay sales office as night fell. Just as we stepped through the door, a female manager wearing a business suit greeted us with a beaming smile. Her voice was as warm as a spring afternoon breeze. "What kind of floor plan would you two like to see?" I scratched my head, my tone a bit casual. "I heard you have apartments here for only 1.2 million. They aren't all sold out yet, are they?" The female manager's eyes lit up. She hurriedly led them over. "Coincidentally, there are still a few suitable ones left. This way, please." Under her introduction, we picked out a large apartment by the window, with excellent natural light. As soon as I walked into the house, my eyes widened. For less than 1.2 million, I could actually buy such a large and new place. It was full of modern style. Though it was a compact space, it was neat and orderly. The floor-to-ceiling windows invited the sun inside. The furniture was also fully provided. My mind felt dazed. Is this developer crazy? It'd be a wonder if they didn't lose money selling like this. Sylvie saw me happy as a child, and her heart was even happier than if she'd bought the house herself. After finalizing the house, we paid the full amount directly. With the keys in hand, my heart wasn't exactly light, because all this money came from Sylvie. Even though the house was registered in my name, it would be a lie to say I wasn't embarrassed. Had I really just won by doing nothing? Sylvie wouldn't bother with these things. Her eyes were full of anticipation for our future life together. Everything in the room was ready. We could move in with just our bags at any time. Seeing that tomorrow was Sunday, and I just happened to not have work, the two of us decided to move into the new home tomorrow. Waiting until next weekend would be a pointless delay. After finishing the purchase procedures, we ate a casual meal at a small nearby restaurant. Then we wandered to the mall. I took Sylvie into a computer specialty store. After chatting with the sales guide, I explained our needs in detail. For something like choosing a computer, Sylvie couldn't even understand a single configuration term, except for the pink casing she liked. Everything else was left to my arrangement. Ultimately, I picked a practical pink laptop, and also picked up a matching keyboard and mouse. On the way home, I carried the computer bag in my left hand, while holding Sylvie's hand with my right. This scene looked like a little romantic play for two. On one side, our life had just settled down. On the other, our affection was deepening. After going back, I first found the landlady to talk about moving out. Everything was settled properly. Then I started packing up with Sylvie. We were busy until late at night. Before the two of us collapsed onto our familiar small bed, in the dim light, Sylvie snuggled in the crook of my arm and asked softly, "Justin, we're moving to the new home tomorrow. On our last night staying here. Will you miss this place?" I lowered my head and smiled slightly. I had rented this place since graduating from college. It had been many years. To say I wasn't reluctant would be a lie. After thinking for a moment, I answered softly, "Reluctant? A little bit, I guess." Sylvie blinked her eyes and suddenly tilted her head with a wicked smile. "You're probably missing that sister next door, aren't you? If you move, you won't be able to eat the desserts she makes anymore." As soon as she said that, my eyes widened like a cat with its fur standing up. I made a move to grab her. "Don't you dare talk nonsense again." Sylvie deliberately mimicked a child by puffing out her cheeks. She repeated, "You just can't bear to leave the sister next door." I looked both angry and amused. I threatened her in a low voice. "You're asking for it, aren't you? Want me to teach you a lesson tonight?" Sylvie didn't seem afraid at all. She deliberately hid under the covers. I simply threw the covers to the side. She hurriedly hugged herself, glares warily at me. "What do you want to do?" I raised an eyebrow, guess. I'd long since made up my mind to teach this little rascal a lesson. Pinning her down, I lightly patted her rounded bottom. Sylvie's whole face turned red. Covering her head with both hands, she protested in a low voice, "Justin, you're so bad. You actually smacked my butt." I was as smug as a little fox. "Next time you talk nonsense, your little butt will suffer again." Sylvie pouted at me and huffily burrowed toward the other side of the bed. She turned her back to me, putting on a front like, "Since you won't pay attention to me, I'm going to be mad." Seeing this, I hurriedly hugged her from behind, coaxing her softly, "Sweetie, tonight is the very last night. Don't really be angry." Sylvie struggled for a bit. threatening in a low voice. If you hold me too tight, I really will be mad. Hearing her say that, I quickly let go, and some distance opened up between us. As a result, it was Sylvie's turn to be dissatisfied. She pouted, thinking, this dummy, doesn't he even know how to comfort someone? She softly moved back again, and crawled into my arms, tightly embracing my waist. The night grew deeper. The last night in this small house was quietly warm, as if their future was also slowly sprouting. Waking up, early morning sunlight filtered into the room. Sylvie and I put all the remaining luggage in order. The moving company arrived exactly at the scheduled time. A worker began briskly, moving the boxes and parcels downstairs. While we were busy, Lily from next door was disturbed by the noise. She pushed the door open and poked her head out. She happened to see me moving things with the worker. Little Justin, are you moving out? Lily walked over, her eyes full of surprise. I smiled slightly, nodded, and replied, Lily, I'm moving into a new home. Lily's expression changed slightly. She didn't expect me to leave so suddenly. She hesitated for a moment, but still asked what was on her mind. Why the sudden move? I bought a house with my girlfriend, so I won't be renting here anymore, I said frankly. The word girlfriend made Lily dazed. She remembered that night, when she accidentally saw the girl on the sofa in my room. Just then, Sylvie, wearing a mask and a bucket hat, walked out of the house holding Andy the cat. She saw me talking to Lily, and didn't disturb us. She just walked closer and softly whispered, Babe, I'll go downstairs and wait for you, okay? This babe was quite sudden. I was stunned for a second, but my heart felt as sweet as honey. Lily's expression became complex. After trying hard to hide her emotions, still couldn't help asking, since you and your girlfriend bought a house, are you preparing to get married? I didn't expect her to be so direct. I could only answer truthfully, not that soon yet. She originally wanted to say something like, keep in touch, but as the words reached her lips, Lily changed them instead. I wish you happiness. Goodbye, Justin. She turned and left, her steps decisive, without looking back. I looked at her back, feeling a bit confused, but I still softly said goodbye. Lily returned home. She sat down with her back against the door. Her heart was a mess of emotions. She had to admit that her feelings for Justin weren't accidental, but she could never bring herself to take the initiative. If only she had been braver back then, perhaps the outcome would be different now. But the girl beside Justin was vibrant and firm, and the two were inseparable. Lily understood she completely had no chance now. She somewhat regretted her cowardice. If she had bravely pursued him before, even if she failed, at least there would be no regrets. Nega show. She could only be a passerby in Justin's life, without leaving even a single trace. Lily sat on the floor dejectedly, sighing to herself in her heart. Love is never a battlefield for the faint-hearted. She finally understood that waiting does not bring happiness. Only by taking the initiative is there a chance. Even if there is only a 50% chance, it's better than doing nothing. Before long, a van carrying their luggage drove toward Newport Bay. In the back of the van, Sylvie and I sat side by side on some luggage bags. Sylvie was holding Andy in her arms. Since there wasn't much stuff anyway, the two simply went with the van to the new home. On the way, I suddenly remembered what happened earlier, with a wicked smile on my lips. Sweetie, why did you suddenly call me babes when you came downstairs? Sylvie blinked her big eyes, acting innocent. What? You must have misheard. I clearly called you Justin. I feigned dissatisfaction. Reached out to rub her head, you little liar. I'm not old enough to be hard of hearing yet. But Sylvie wouldn't back down. She tilted her head and retorted, but you're 3 years older than me. You're already 22. 3 years is a generation gap. There's a generation gap between us. I almost laughed in frustration. I'm only 22 and you already think I'm old? And what's this about a generation gaps? Are you asking for it again? Sylvie stuck out her tongue. She continued to tease, a 22-year-old, still acting like a babes. I was helpless against her teasing, so I simply grabbed her shoulders, lowered my head, and gave her a kiss on the neck. Sylvie was startled. She quickly pushed me away. Justin, what are you doing? With a wicked smile, planting a hickey. To let you know the consequences of picking on me. Sylvie panicked instantly. If someone saw it when she got out of the car, how could she show her face? She hurried to plead, Justin. Stop it, get up. I held her even tighter. A certain little liar, who thinks I'm too old, needs to be taught a proper lesson. Sylvie quickly gave in. Babe, how could I ever think you're old? Please get up. Satisfied at last, I let her go. I knew Sylvie had delicate skin, and I couldn't bring myself to actually be rough. In fact, Sylvie's babe, earlier, was said specifically for Lily next door to hear. She wanted everyone to know that Justin was hers, and no one should think about stealing him. You really don't think I'm old? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Sylvie quickly shook her head. No way! Babe isn't old at all. I mimicked her tone. A generation gap every 3 years? Isn't there a generation gap between us? Sylvie hugged me with a grin. There's no generation gap. We're the closest of all. I was delighted by her coaxing, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sylvie took the chance to lean in, and lightly planted a kiss on my lips. Babe, I love you the most. All the way there. I was kept in a great mood by her sweet talk. Before long, they arrived at the new apartment, ready to begin a brand new life together. After the moving company brought the things to the apartment, Sylvie and I began organizing the new home. It was 3 times larger than my previous rental. The layout was 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. We planned to turn the spare room into a study, so that we could work together. The spacious living room, kitchen, and bathroom made me incredibly happy. Thanks to Sylvie, I could enjoy this comfortable life early. After working for a while, Sylvie lay down on a large bed in the bedroom, exhausted, quietly watching me keep busy. I put the clothes into the closet one by one. In the past, I felt a bit embarrassed by her intimate apparel, but now I was calm and composed. Seeing me carefully examining her pink lace underwear, Sylvie's cheeks turned slightly red. She thought I must be harboring some naughty thoughts. After finishing with the clothes, I walked over to Sylvie. Rested enough? She nodded, thinking about the large bathtub in the bathroom. A soak would surely be very comfortable. She said in a soft, sweet voice, Justin, help me run the water. I want to take a bath. I dotingly rubbed her head, and agreed, okay. Not long after, I finished running the water and called Sylvie to bathe. Sweetie, the water is ready. Go take a bath. Justin, are you tired? Sylvie asked. I'm not tired, I replied. As a grown man, naturally I wasn't that delicate. Sylvie blinked mischievously. If you're tired, we can take a bath together. My brain short-circuited instantly. She actually suggested bathing together. The image was too beautiful to imagine. Seeing me stunned, Sylvie got up and walked toward the bathroom. She said with feigned regret, What a shame. Since you're not tired, I'll just have to bathe by myself. After speaking, she giggled and picked up her toiletries. Walking quickly into the bathroom, I scratched my head in annoyance, regretting that I just said I wasn't tired. If I'd said I was tired, I could have bathed with her. I hurriedly chased after her. Sweetie, I'm tired now. I want to take a bath too. Sylvie stood at the bathroom door and stuck out her tongue. It's too late to say you're tired now. She closed the door, preparing to bathe. Just as she was about to undress, she suddenly thought of something, and walked back out of the bathroom. Seeing her come out, I felt a surge of hope, thinking she changed her mind. Instead, she ran straight to the kitchen, and came out carrying several cartons of milk. I stepped forward and asked, Sweetie, what is the milk for? It's for the bath. I want to take a milk bath, Sylvie explained with a smile. I originally thought the milk was for drinking. I didn't expect it was for soaking. Although I thought it was a bit wasteful, as long as she was happy, it was fine. I'm going to bathe now. Tee-hee. Sylvie carried the milk into the bathroom. About an hour later, she came out satisfied, and sat beside me wheedling, Justin, will you blow dry my hair? I'm a bit tired and don't want to do it myself. I smelled the milky fragrance on her, and found her increasingly charming. My Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Justin is the best. Will you help me dry my hair? Sylvie continued to wheedle, drawn by her charm. I leaned in and kissed her. Sylvie was stunned for a moment. She just wanted me to help dry her hair. She didn't expect me to suddenly kiss her. We both gradually became immersed in it. Without realizing it, she was straddling my lap, with her hands around my neck. My hands were around her waist as we kissed passionately, until Sylvie cried out and pulled away from me, collapsing onto the sofa. I panted heavily to steady my emotions, looked at her apologetically. Sweetie, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it just now. She buried her blushing face in the sofa and muttered softly, Bad Justin, you weren't like this before. I scratched my head awkwardly. Getting carried away and losing control seemed beyond my power. I'm sorry, I was wrong, Sylvie said in a muffled voice. It's not that I won't let you. It's just, don't be so rough. I breathed a sigh of relief. Promise seriously, I understand. Next time, I'll be more gentle. Her small face was red enough to bleed. Although what I said wasn't wrong, it sounded a bit strange. Sweetie, get up, I'll dry your hair for you. Also, can you control that? Sylvie asked in a low voice. I realized what she meant and explained. This is a normal, physiological reaction. I can't control it. Oh! After a while, the heat on Sylvie's face faded. She sat up from the sofa, looked at her and asked, Can I dry your hair now? My hair is almost dry. I don't really need to. Sylvie replied, Actually, let's dry it. I insisted and picked up the hairdryer, gently drying Sylvie's hair. My fingers ran through her hair, enjoying this moment of peace and sweetness. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but turn up, and my heart was full of happiness. After drying her hair, I picked up a comb and carefully combed Sylvie's hair. Sylvie wore a sweet smile, enjoying my thoughtful service. Thought to myself, in ancient times, a husband combing his wife's hair and drawing her eyebrows represented the love between a couple. I believed that my life with Sylvie would also be as beautiful as poetry. The next day, I rode my small electric scooter out of Newport Bay. Surrounded by owners of luxury cars, I seemed out of place. The security guards at the gate, seeing me on my scooter, also looked a bit surprised. Newport Bay was a high-end apartment complex. The residents were all very wealthy. The guards had never seen a resident on an electric scooter before. After moving into the new home, my commute to work was shortened by 10 minutes. Feeling joyful, I rode my scooter to the company to work. In the apartment, Sylvie got out of bed and ate something. She played with Andy for a while. Andy strolled freely around the new home, appearing exceptionally satisfied. Seeing him happy made Sylvie very happy too. She then sent a video call to Summer. The video call connected quickly. Seeing the change in background, Summer hurriedly asked, "Sweetie, where are you right now?" Sylvie smiled and said, "Summer, Justin and I moved to a new home." Congratulations, congratulations. This place looks much better than the previous one," Summer said. "Right? Summer, let me tell you something. My cousin found me." "What? Your cousin found you? That's terrifying," Summer exclaimed. Sylvie smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry. My cousin has already promised me he won't let anyone know my whereabouts." Summer breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death just now. I thought you'd be sent back to Capital City by your cousin. In that case, wouldn't you and your guy become like the cowherd and the weaver girl?" "That won't happen. Justin and I won't become like the cowherd and the weaver girl," Sylvie said quickly. "Right. You and your guy will be together forever." Summer nodded in agreement. "So, your cousin is an ally of yours, just like me?" "He should be. My cousin said I can go to him if I need anything. My cousin also helped me get this apartment." "Justin is still in the dark about it," Sylvie said. "Not bad, not bad. Having one more teammate is better than having one more enemy. With the assistance of me and your cousin, I believe victory for you and your guy is just ahead," Summer said with a smile. "Summer, it's so good to have you. Of course we're best friends. If I'm not good to you, who will be? By the way, your 3-day deadline with Sean is up, right?" Summer said to Sylvie in a sweet voice. "Sweetie, let me tell you how much of a dog that venomous-tongued Sean is. He said it's fine for him to take responsibility, since he stole my first kiss. But he also said that was his first kiss too. He claims that since it was both of our first kisses, technically neither of us lost out. But because he's the guy, if I want him to take responsibility, he can accept that." But then, Sean said something else. He said a first kiss isn't as important as a first night. If I want him to take responsibility, we have to do it his way. He said there's a 1-week trial period, and once it's over, as long as one side wants to end the relationship, the other side must agree. If I didn't agree to his proposal, he wouldn't do anything about it. After listening to Summer's story, Sylvie frowned slightly. This Sean really had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He and Summer combined were no match for him. Sylvie asked worriedly, "Summer, so how did you respond to Sean?" "I had no choice, so I had to agree to his trial. Relationship proposal," Summer said. She was calculating in her heart. She only had this 1 week. She had to do her best to handle Sean. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to help Sylvie and her guy. "Summer, Sean is far too cunning. I'll remember everything you've done for me, but please don't provoke him anymore. I'm really worried about you." "Sweetie, you don't need to worry. Sean might be cunning, but it's not like I'm stupid. You can rest easy," Summer guaranteed, patting her chest. At noon, Gary, Kevin, and I gathered to eat as usual. After the holiday break, Kevin was doing much better. He finally saw reason, and stopped moping over a woman who treated him like a backup. When he thought about how Jane might have been having a good time with her ex while he was in pain, Kevin felt lucky that the ex-boyfriend appeared early. Otherwise, it would have been terrible to find out he'd been cheated on after marriage. Seeing that Kevin was in a good state, Gary teased Kev, so you've stepped out from the shadow of your breakup?" Kevin nodded. "Yeah, a 3-legged toad is hard to find, but 2-legged women are everywhere. From now on, there are plenty of girls waiting for me." Gary and I looked at each other and smiled, giving him a thumbs up. "That's more like it, Kidogar." "Good. As long as you've moved on." I echoed the sentiment. After all, no matter how much outsiders say, it doesn't help. Only when the person involved sees reason can they move forward. "You two don't worry. I'm fine now," Kevin promised. "How about the 3 of us get a drink tonight to celebrate?" Gary suggested. Kevin immediately refused. "I'm not going. I made plans with a gaming buddy. We're going to play games together tonight." Kevin had been depressed for days because of Jane, and had ignored his gaming buddy. Now that his mood had recovered, he'd rescheduled a time to play. "Kev, is that gaming buddy more important? Or are Justin and I more important?" Gary asked with a raised eyebrow. "You two are important. You're the most important. But tonight really won't work. I already said it with my gaming buddy. I can't go back on my word," Kevin explained. "Kev, that gaming buddy of yours wouldn't happen to be a girl, would it?" Gary teased. Kevin nodded. "It actually is a girl." Gary gave a wicked laugh. "Since you're single now anyway, you could try to develop something with her. We only have each other on WeChat, unless we're playing games. We don't have any contact. Develop my ass." "Gary, stop overthinking things," Stephen said. "I often see videos on TikTok of gaming buddies meeting up in real life. If you talk enough with her, maybe you two will become a thing." Gary said. "Stop worrying about it and just eat your food," Eden said. Gary curled his lip and turned the conversation to me. "Justin, where did you and my sister-in-law go during the holiday?" "Buying a house and moving," I said. "Justin, you bought a house?" Gary and Kevin asked at the same time. I felt a bit embarrassed, not knowing how to answer. After all, the money for the house came from Sylvie. Although the house was in my name, at the end of the day, it was Sylvie's. My girlfriend bought the house, I responded. So you're living in her house now? Gary asked. I nodded. That was indeed the truth. Is she a total sugar mama? Justin, you're doing great living off her. Gary and Kevin teased me back and forth. I scratched the back of my head awkwardly. Let them think what they want. After all, I was the one who took Sylvie in initially. I really was living in a house she paid for. Justin, don't be embarrassed. It's great to be a kept man. I wish I could do it, Gary said. I gave him a sharp glare. Just shut up and eat. Gary gave a wicked laugh and turned to Kevin. Kev, looks like she really is a sugar mama. Kevin nodded in agreement. I felt helpless. Those two really love to imagine things. Justin, when are you going to let Kevin meet her? Gary added. Maybe later, I said. This required Sylvie's consent before I could introduce her to Gary and Kevin. T.S. Justin, why are you hiding her? Is she much older than you? Is that why she's a sugar mama? Gary gave a wicked laugh. That can't be it. The beautiful Ms. Linwood pursued Justin back then, and he didn't even agree. No matter how bad his taste is, he wouldn't find someone worse than Miss Linwood. Kevin said, are you two going to eat or not? If not, get lost. Eating, don't get mad. I haven't finished yet. In the Capital City University cafeteria, Summer, wearing a light green Lolita dress, and Sean, wearing a suit, sat opposite each other. They each had a meal tray in front of them. After Summer finished her video call with Sylvie, she hurried to Capital City University to find Sean. Today was the first day of her 1-week trial relationship with Sean. She couldn't waste any time. Sean, thank you for getting this food for me. Summer winked at Sean. Little potato, you're welcome, Sean said flatly. If Summer hadn't insisted he get the food, he wouldn't have actively sought her out. Seeing his cold attitude, Summer felt angry, but she didn't show it. She kept a constant smile on her face. Even though we're just on a 1-week trial, we should have everything a normal couple has. Couples have intimate pet names for each other. Don't call me Little Potato from now on. You can call me Cutie, Sweetheart Dear, or Babe. I think any of those would work. Sean looked up at Summer and said coldly, don't talk with your mouth full. Got it? Summer rolled her eyes. She made a zipping motion over her mouth with her fingers, lowered her head, and started eating. In her heart, she cursed Sean as a venomous dog and a jerk. Wasn't she just saying one thing while eating? Look at that attitude of his. Once she had this dog handled, she was definitely going to teach him a lesson. The two of them walked out of the cafeteria after finishing their meal. Sean looked down at Summer and said expressionlessly, Little Potato, the meal is over. Can you leave now? Hearing this, Summer's temper flared up instantly. Just as she was about to explode, she remembered her mission and suppressed it. Stay calm, stay calm. Stay calm, I can't get angry, I absolutely cannot get angry. Getting angry will only harm your health. It would just be exactly what that jerk Sean wants. She wouldn't let him have his way. Summer took a deep breath. Looking up at Sean with a smile, she said, Sean, I'm not leaving. I've decided. I'm going to spend the whole day with you today. She paused for a moment and continued, No, I'm going to be with you for this entire week. As soon as Summer said this, Sean's expression changed. He said coldly, Little Potato, are you crazy? Summer gave him a suggestive look and said coquettishly, Sean, I'm not being crazy. We're a couple now. Of course we should be stuck together every second. After saying that, Summer walked to Sean's side and grabbed his hand. Little Potato, have you no shame? What are you doing grabbing my hand? Sean spoke as he tried to shake off Summer's hand. Summer gripped Sean's hand tightly and wouldn't let go. Thinking to herself about how big Sean's hands were, it was hard to hold on. Sean, I'm technically your girlfriend now. What's wrong with holding my boyfriend's hand? It's immoral of you to not let me hold your hand. Look. What boyfriend doesn't let his girlfriend hold his hand? A boyfriend who won't let his girlfriend hold his hand like that. Do you think he's a normal boyfriend? No, do you think he's a normal man? Summer's little mouth kept talking. Thinking she was an easy target? She wasn't some pushover. You jerk. Sean, just you wait. She would definitely treat him well this week. In the afternoon, I was concentrating on work at my desk. Typing on the keyboard, I let out a long breath after finishing a task. Just as I was about to check my messages on my phone, I suddenly noticed in the reflection of my monitor, a figure appeared. I was startled. Turning around, I saw Leo Linwood standing behind me. I looked at Leo Linwood in shock. Then I quickly calmed down and hurriedly greeted him, Leo. Leo Linwood patted my shoulder and said with a smile, Justin, keep up the good work. I was a bit confused. Why did Leo Linwood come suddenly and say something like that? When Leo Linwood was my boss before, he had never said that. I felt like the current Leo Linwood was a bit unfamiliar. I nodded and gave a hum in response. Okay, get back to work. I just happened to be passing by and came to check on you. Leo Linwood finished speaking and left. As soon as Leo Linwood left, I felt a bit restless. I've been running into Leo Linwood frequently lately, but those words just now felt a bit weird. If Leo Linwood was passing by, he could just look. Why only say that to me? I couldn't figure it out. Leo Linwood walked to the company entrance, and happened to run into Tiana Linwood. Seeing Leo Linwood, Tiana Linwood said with a sneer, "Leo, what are you doing at my company?" "I come whenever I want." Leo Linwood answered nonchalantly, "Come to my company less in the future." Tiana Linwood's face was cold. After saying that, she walked past Leo Linwood. "Yeah, I'll be coming over every day from now on." Leo Linwood shouted at her back. "You!" Tiana Linwood suddenly turned around and glared at Leo Linwood. "Leo Linwood, are you out of your mind? You're the one who didn't want this company in the first place. What are you doing interfering now? Tiana, you also know, I'm the one who didn't want this company and gave it to you. What if I want it back now? What could you do?" Leo Linwood provoked her deliberately. Tiana Linwood was so angry she walked back to him, raising her hand to slap him. Leo Linwood quickly grabbed her wrist, preventing her action. "Tiana, you actually want to hit me?" Leo Linwood asked coldly. "You bet I do." Tiana Linwood refused to back down. You're something else." Leo Linwood sneered. "Just leave, I don't want to see you." Tiana Linwood's emotions were a bit unstable. Leo Linwood didn't want to continue the standoff. He sneered, "Sis, I'm leaving for today. I'll come back tomorrow." Leo Linwood left without looking back. Tiana Linwood gritted her teeth in anger. After work, I went to the florist to pick up the pre-ordered sunflowers, happily riding my electric scooter home. I stood in the elevator, holding a large bouquet of sunflowers in my arms, golden petals, glowing warmly under the elevator light. I lowered my head and sniffed. A faint floral scent made me think of that faint scent on Sylvie, that subtle citrus aroma. The elevator pinged and stopped on the 10th floor. The crisp sound of the fingerprint lock was pleasant to the ear, much better than that previous apartment. I thought to myself. The corners of my mouth unknowingly turned up. 3 months ago, I was still living in that old neighborhood without even an elevator, climbing 6 floors every day. The key was always getting stuck in the rusty lock. Everything in this new apartment is so convenient. Fingerprint unlock, central air conditioning, 24-hour hot water, and most importantly, Sylvie was here. The door opened a crack, and I heard the pitter-patter of slippers running over. Sylvie rushed to the door like a happy little deer. Her long hair flew with her movements. The tips of her hair still had a few droplets of water. Clearly, she had just finished bathing. Ow! Her eyes lit up the moment she saw the sunflowers. They lit up, as if filled with starlight. "Are they for me?" I smiled and held the bouquet in front of her. "For my little son?" Sylvie took the bouquet and held it in her arms, pressing her cheek against the soft petals and rubbing against them, looking up with eyes full of laughter. "I love them so much." "Love you?" The last syllable trailed up, with her characteristic playfulness. "I'm glad you like them." I reached out to rub her hair, but she dodged. "Just wait." Sylvie puffed out her cheeks. "Did you say something wrong?" I was stunned. What did I say wrong? I said love you at the end. She blinked her eyes, her thick eyelashes fluttering like small fans. "Doesn't someone need to show some reciprocation?" I laughed. Purposefully using a perfunctory tone, I said, "I love you too. Will that do?" "Justin!" Sylvie stomped her foot. Her mouth pouted enough to hang a bottle on. So perfunctory, not sincere at all. Seeing her like this, my heart softened. My hands gently rested on Sylvie's shoulders, looking straight into her eyes. In the girl's clear pupils, I saw my own reflection. So clear, so complete. "Sylvie," my voice was deep and serious. Every word sounded like a vow. "I love you." These words seemed to have magic. Sylvie's face flushed red instantly, flushing from her cheeks all the way to her ears. She lowered her head, fingers unconsciously tugging at the sunflower's wrapping paper. Her voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. "Justin, I love you too." I wanted to hug her, but was blocked by the bouquet. I had to lean down. On her smooth forehead, planted a gentle kiss. The scent of shower gel on Sylvie, mixed with the fragrance of the sunflowers, made my heart race. After dinner, I was washing dishes in the kitchen. The sound of running water covered Sylvie's quietly approaching footsteps, until a pair of soft arms wrapped around my waist from behind. Only then did I realize my girlfriend had clung on to me without me knowing. "Justin, close your eyes," she said mysteriously. "What is it?" I shook the water droplets off my hands. I turned around to face her. "Geez, when I tell you to close your eyes, just close them." Sylvie stood on her tiptoes and covered my eyes with her hands. "There's a surprise." I obediently closed my eyes, letting her lead me by the hand toward the living room. Her palms were small and soft, yet firm and strong, guiding me around the coffee table, before stopping in front of the sofa. "You can open your eyes now." I opened my eyes. On the coffee table sat a deep blue velvet gift box, tied with a silver ribbon, shimmering under the living room lights. I looked at Sylvie in surprise. The latter was biting her lower lip, her eyes sparkling as she awaited my reaction. "This is a gift for you. Hurry and open it." Sylvie impatiently nudged my arm. I carefully untied the ribbon and lifted the lid. Inside lay an electric razor, its metallic body giving off a cool, sharp glow, delicate patterns carved into the handle. It looked quite expensive. I picked up the razor, It had a heavy, solid feel to it, making me realize it was definitely no ordinary item. It was expensive, wasn't it? Sylvie shook her head. I saw your old one always snags your beard, so I wanted to get you a better one. She leaned in a bit closer, the scent of her shampoo wafting around my nose. Try it out. I felt my smooth chin. I don't have any stubble right now. Then tomorrow morning? Sylvie's eyes suddenly lit up. I'll shave it for you. Imagining her holding the razor and approaching my chin with extreme care, my heart warmed. As the night deepened, the two of us decided to take a walk in the newly opened park nearby. The early autumn night breeze carried a hint of chill. Sylvie was wearing my denim jacket. The sleeves were way too long, making her look especially petite. She pointed at the large stone-carved characters at the park entrance and read aloud, Double Support Park. This name is so romantic. Indeed. I took her hand, our fingers intertwined. Double support, just like two people in love hugging each other tightly. Sylvie swayed our joined hands, her voice full of sweetness. I suddenly stopped walking. Under Sylvie's puzzled gaze, I let go of her hand and turned around to face her, then pulled her into my arms in one swift motion. She crashed into my chest unexpectedly, her nose filled with a fresh, clean scent. Just like this, right? My deep voice rang in her ear, my warm breath brushing past her earlobe, triggering a shudder. Sylvie's face was pressed tightly against my chest. She could hear my powerful heartbeat. She wrapped her arms around my waist and softly hummed, I didn't think you'd be so romantic, she said from within the embrace, her voice carrying a hint of laughter. I didn't answer, only tightened my arms. In reality, at this moment my head was filled with the urge to kiss her, but passers-by occasionally walked along the park path. It really wasn't the right place. Sweetie, I let go of the embrace, took her hand. I'm taking you somewhere. Where? Sylvie asked curiously. I gave a mysterious smile and led her deep into the park. The streetlights gradually grew sparse, and we finally reached a clearing surrounded by trees. Only the faint afterglow of distant streetlights reached here. It's so dark here. Sylvie leaned a bit closer to me. Scared? I put my arm around her shoulder. No, I'm not, she said stubbornly. Yet she instinctively gripped the corner of my shirt. But what are we doing here? I didn't answer. Instead, I gently removed her mask. Under the dim light, Sylvie's lips glimmered with a moist sheen, like an inviting cherry. My Adam's apple bobbed, and I unconsciously licked my own lips. I want to kiss you, I said in a raspy voice. I've really wanted to kiss you since just now. Sylvie's face burned red. She instinctively bit her lower lip, but I gently pressed it with my index finger. Don't bite it. My thumb brushed over her lips. It'll hurt when I'm kissing you. These words made Sylvie feel incredibly embarrassed. She suddenly opened her mouth and took my finger into her mouth, giving it a gentle bite. Hiss, I sucked in a breath, the slight pain in my finger shooting through my body like an electric current. I withdrew my finger, cupped the back of Sylvie's head with one hand, and leaned in for a kiss without hesitation. This kiss was passionate and long. Sylvie soon went limp in my arms, able only to grip my lapels tightly to keep her balance. When I finally let her go, both of us were panting. Just as we were embracing while catching our breath, the nearby bushes suddenly made a rustling sound. Sylvie's body stiffened. Justin, there won't be any wild beasts here, will there? Where would wild beasts come from in the middle of the city? I patted her back reassuringly. Yet I also alertly looked toward the sound. The movement in the bushes grew louder and louder. Then a woman's voice cut through the night sky. Ah! Sylvie and I stiffened at the same time. We were all too familiar with this sound. 3 months ago at the movie theater, we had experienced a similar embarrassment. Should we go? Sylvie asked in a low voice, her face hot enough to fry an egg. I was just about to answer, when another, even higher-pitched sound came, accompanied by a man's heavy panting. Gasping, we looked at each other. Leaving didn't feel right, and staying didn't either. Suddenly, all the noise stopped abruptly. Next was the rustling sound of clothes being put on, and a woman's dissatisfied complaining. That's it? It's over already? If I'd known, I wouldn't have come here with you. I was nervous just now, the man argued. It wasn't this fast before. It's not like it was much longer before. 2 or 3 minutes, lasting maybe another half a minute. You still have the nerve. Sylvie buried her face into my chest. Her shoulders wouldn't stop shaking. I was also holding back laughter until my chest hurt. Babe, it'll be fine once the medicine I bought arrives. I'll make sure you're nice and satisfied. If it's still 2 or 3 minutes, I'm not playing with you anymore. After the man and woman left, Sylvie and my laughter erupted like a fountain, almost giving us internal injuries from holding it in. I got ha 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 ha. The two of us laughed until our stomachs almost cramped. It took a long while before we finally composed ourselves, holding hands. As we continued strolling and chatting in the night, Justin, do you guys all have to take medicine? Otherwise, is it always very fast? Sylvie asked mischievously, teasing glint in her eyes. My expression instantly became a bit awkward. I reached out and lightly flicked her forehead, asking seriously, what nonsense are you talking? I'm definitely not like that. You haven't experienced it. So how do you know you aren't? Sylvie blinked her big eyes. looking full of curiosity. I haven't experienced it, but I can guarantee 100% that I'm good, I said with full confidence, as if declaring my prowess. Sylvie laughed even more cheerfully. Seemed a man's confidence always amused her. What are you laughing at? You don't believe me, do you? Started to feel a bit disgruntled. No. I believe you. Sylvie shook her head quickly, but the laughter in her eyes couldn't be hidden, making me feel she didn't entirely believe me. Sweetie, I can prove I'm good at any time, I said very seriously, yet I felt a bit smug inside. Oh, I get it. My boyfriend is the most powerful. Sylvie praised me with a straight face and a laugh, her smile as bright as sunshine. Hearing these words, a warm current flowed through my heart. The corners of my mouth curled up unconsciously. The two of us continued walking. Before long, we came across a swing set. Sylvie quickly sat on the swing and excitedly instructed, Justin, come push me. I walked behind her with a smile, gently pushing her back. The girl in the long white dress swayed on the swing, her hair fluttering in the wind. Her laughter was as crisp as silver bells, seeming to ripple through the air. My mood was so joyful, I couldn't help myself. Seeing how beautiful this moment was, I quickly pulled out my phone to record this sweet time. After playing for a while, Sylvie stopped and invited me. Justin, come play for a bit. I'm not playing, you go ahead. I shook my head, feeling like I shouldn't join in. I want you to play with me. Sylvie's voice was full of wheedling. Only kids play on this, I said, feigning seriousness. Hearing this, Sylvie gave me a dissatisfied glare and reached out to give my cheek a gentle pinch. So you're saying I'm a kid? I thought to myself, this girl is really cute, even able to retort in this way. I meant that you're young at heart. A beautiful girl like my girlfriend must be very young at heart. I tried hard to explain. That's more like it. Sylvie raised her hand and rubbed my face, as if making up for the earlier teasing. Suddenly, she had a bright idea and pulled me over to the swing. Justin, let's swing together. I glanced at the swing, my brow furrowing slightly. Can two people fit? You sit on the swing, and I'll sit on your lap. Hee. Sylvie's eyes were full of anticipation. My heart skipped a beat, so that's what she meant. I sat down as she suggested, and Sylvie sat on my lap. The swing swayed gently, and Sylvie picked up her phone, switching to the front camera, happily recording our moment. After returning home, I went to the study to write. While Sylvie went into the bathroom to bathe, I had just written a few words when my phone on the desk rang. Several messages arrived in quick succession. I tapped on my phone and saw messages in the Three Musketeers group chat. Iggy, Justin, this razor costs over $20,000. You're seriously rich. Following that was a thumbs up emoji. Iggy, Justin, did you win the lottery or something? Heaven, Justin, spending over $20,000 on a razor. That's incredible. I was stunned for a moment, thinking to myself, what on earth? The razor the girl gave me actually costs over $20,000? Is that for real? You guys aren't joking, are you? I quickly replied. Gary, it's true. If you don't believe it, search it online. Gary, Justin, didn't you buy this razor yourself? Justin, my girlfriend gave it to me. Kevin, wow, my sister-in-law is loaded. Gary, sister-in-law, is a certified sugar mama. Gary, Justin, you need to stay on her good side. That way, you won't have to worry about money for the rest of your life, and your brothers might get to share in the glory too. I quickly searched for this razor online, and sure enough, the price was over $20,000. I marveled in my heart. This is almost equivalent to 4 months of my salary. The gift the girl gave me made me sincerely happy, but it was also far too expensive. How could she spend money like this? I sent a message. I got things to do, catch you later. Then I sat in my chair, trying hard to calm the waves in my heart. Soon, Sylvie came out after her bath. Seeing me sitting on the sofa, staring intently at the razor on the coffee table, she felt secretly proud. Tee-hee, she thought, it looks like Justin really loves this razor. She thought to herself, feeling that her decision to give razor was absolutely correct. Since Justin loved the gift she gave so much, it seemed she should give him more gifts in the future. Sylvie quietly sat down beside me and leaned gently against my arm. With a face full of smiles, she asked, Justin, did you finish writing? Not yet, I answered truthfully. Are you stuck today? She followed up with concern. I shook my head. No, Sylvie felt it was a bit strange. Usually, I write smoothly from start to finish. Justin, what's wrong? Her voice carried a hint of worry. Sweetie, the razor you bought me, did it cost over $20,000? I asked suddenly, feeling somewhat uneasy. Sylvie nodded and answered honestly. She knew. It was the most expensive and best razor in the mall. She thought about how the things I usually use were very ordinary, so she wanted to give me a special gift. In her eyes, I deserved to have the best. I know, you might think a $20,000 razor is too expensive, but I just want to give the best to you, because in my heart, you are the best. Just in her tone was firm and gentle. After hearing that, the burden in my heart seemed to lighten significantly. I pulled Sylvie into my arms and said seriously, and as for me, having you is the best thing of all. Sylvie giggled and wrapped her hands around my waist, gently rubbing against my chest. Her heart was filled with sweetness. I originally felt burdened by the price of the gift, but on second thought, this was Sweetie's intention. Couldn't let her down just because the razor was valuable. I really loved the razor Sweetie gave me. I stroked her hair and said with a smile, as for the price, I wanted to wait for a better time to mention it later. Next morning, sunlight spilled over the large bed where we embraced, warm and orderly. The alarm clock rang, and I was the first to wake up. I softly woke Sylvie. After we finished washing up, Sylvie excitedly picked up the razor and happily gave me a shave. She carefully shaved one side, her heart full of a sense of achievement. For her, it was the first time shaving the man she loved. She was so happy she felt like she could fly. Sweetie, how about I let you shave me from now on? Seeing her like this, I couldn't help but suggest it. Sylvie immediately nodded. Sure, but if I'm too tired to get up in the morning, you'll have to shave yourself. I dotingly flicked her nose and said with a smile, you little lazy pig. When I left after breakfast, Sylvie gave me a loving hug and a kiss. The sweet atmosphere filled me with energy. At the office, while I was focused on work, Leo Linwood suddenly appeared behind me, making my heart tighten. Over the next few days, Leo Linwood appeared frequently, almost becoming a regular at my desk. I felt confused by this. It seemed Leo Linwood only interacted with me and the other colleagues. I hadn't even seen him. At lunch, Gary, Kevin, and I gathered together. Gary asked curiously, Justin, why has Leo been coming to the office to see you so much lately? Who knows? I shrugged helplessly. He wasn't even this diligent when he was our boss. Kevin chimed in, exactly. Leo isn't busy hanging out with women, but he's always come into the office to see Justin. What's the story with that? Gary expressed his confusion. Then Gary suddenly raised an eyebrow, a wicked smile appearing on his face. A bold guess popped into my mind. Could Leo have fallen for Justin? I was right in the middle of eating lunch, and I almost choked. I hurriedly drank some water to calm down. Justin, take it easy, Kevin said with a stifled laugh. Don't get excited, Gary continued to tease. Damn it, can't you guys wish me some luck? I retorted coldly. What if what I'm saying is true? Gary said nonchalantly. My heart tightened. Leo's behavior was just too abnormal. I wondered to myself, could he really be interested in me? And what Gary said isn't impossible. I'd heard those rich heirs play in some wild ways behind closed doors. Kevin added, Leo used to play around with women. Maybe he's tired of it now, and wants to try something different. I rolled my eyes helplessly. I thought to myself, this sister and brother are more abnormal than the next. The beautiful Ms. Linwood is interested in Justin. Now Leo is interested in Justin too. Looks like we're going to see a drama with the siblings. Fighting over Justin, Gary said with a wicked smile. Don't say it, this brother and sister really do have a unique preference. Kevin couldn't help but laugh out loud after saying that. My expression darkened, and I slammed my chopsticks down on the table. I had completely lost my appetite. I let out a heavy sigh. I said to Gary and Kevin, maybe I should just quit. If I quit, I can escape the entanglement of these two siblings. It's not hard to find another job anyway. Justin, you can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. Even if you quit, they'll still be able to find you, Gary reminded me. I scratched the back of my head in frustration. Then what am I supposed to do? Justin, don't panic. This is all just our guess for now. Maybe it's not what we think it is. Calm down, stay calm, Kevin comforted me. Stay calm? How can I be calm? This isn't happening to you guys, I said expressionlessly. Justin, don't worry. See if Leo comes to see you again this afternoon. If he does, then it's almost a sure thing, Kevin said, and Gary nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, I sat at my desk. My heart was filled with anxiety. When I heard the movement behind me, my heart tightened. Leo was back again. A cold sweat instantly broke out on my forehead. I knew the atmosphere today felt wrong. Leo's gaze held an unusual sentiment. It made me feel uneasy. On my way home after work, I felt like a thorn was pricking my heart. I felt uncomfortable no matter what. As soon as I pushed the door open, Sylvie was like an impatient little squirrel. She came up to meet me. She threw herself into my arms for a soft hug. Why do you look so listless today? Sylvie leaned in, her voice full of concern. I waved my hand, feigning a relaxed attitude. I forced myself to hide my worries. It's nothing, I'm just a little tired. Seeing me like this, Sylvie didn't ask any more questions. She just gently led me to the table to eat. You're going straight to rest in a bit. The meal was a bit tasteless. I was already feeling bothered, so I barely touched the food. Seeing this, Sylvie took me straight to the bedroom after dinner. Sit still. What for? I looked at her in confusion as she said, take off your clothes. Change into your pajamas and rest immediately. Sylvie said as if it were the most natural thing. We just finished eating and you want me to sleep? Stop being stubborn. You look like a wilted eggplant today. Now be a good boy and listen. I let out a sigh. I obediently started taking off my clothes. Sylvie was rummaging through the closet. When she turned around, she saw my pants were halfway down. She froze on the spot. Her face instantly turned as red as a little apple. She quickly turned around. Why are you taking off your pants right here? Her voice was even a little shaky. I looked at her innocently. Didn't you tell me to change into my pajamas? How am I supposed to do that without taking off my pants? I felt a bit awkward after saying it too. My pants were stuck at my knees, neither here nor there. It was quite a dilemma. Sylvie clearly shared a bed with me every day, but seeing me in just my underwear for the first time, she still couldn't help but feel incredibly shy. But you can't just take them off in front of me. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito. The corners of my mouth curled up. There was a hint of teasing in my voice. We already sleep together. What are you so shy about? Sylvie's cheeks were burning. She gave me a glare and turned her head away. Seeing that, I asked on purpose, so do I take them off or put them back on? She clutched the pajamas to her chest. Her fingers were fidgeting with the fabric. It took a while before she found the courage to turn back. She muttered, just take them off. I simply took off my pants, leaving only my gray underwear. Only then did Sylvie hand me the clothes, but her eyes were still stealing glances at me. I coughed once. What are you looking at? Give me the clothes already. At my words, Sylvie almost dropped the pajamas on the floor. Her face was so red it looked like it would burst. She quickly handed the clothes over. She lowered her head, not daring to look again. While I was changing, I asked with a wicked smile, does it look good? Yes, Sylvie answered by reflex. She swallowed the rest of her sentence. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into. I couldn't help but chuckle. Sylvie was both shy and frustrated. She swung her soft little fist and hit me on the chest. Do you just enjoy bullying me? You hit me just because you're angry? Where do you find a girlfriend like this? I said with a look of grievance. Sylvie ignored me and simply reached out to pinch my waist. I quickly begged for mercy. Okay. Great ancestor, I was wrong, okay? Sylvie suddenly had an idea. Her fingers started tickling my waist. I'm ticklish by nature. I immediately laughed so hard I couldn't stand up straight. I kept pleading for her to stop. Seeing this, Sylvie simply ramped it up, tickling me all the way from my waist to my armpits. I really couldn't take it anymore. I had to counterattack. I suddenly grabbed her wrists and used the momentum to pin her down on the large bed. One of us was on top and the other was below. The air suddenly became thick with ambiguity. Sylvie's eyes widened. I stared at her too. Our gazes met in midair. It felt as if a spark had flashed between us. I lowered my head and kissed her. Who knows how long passed. The atmosphere finally softened. The two of us lay side by side on the bed. Both of us were out of breath. Sylvie suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. I turned to look at her. What are you laughing at? Didn't you say you were tired? You sure had a lot of energy just now. Sylvie blinked her eyes and gave a mischievous laugh. I scratched the back of my head, feeling a bit embarrassed and helpless. Finally, I decided to be honest. Actually, I wasn't really tired. Something happened at work. Sylvie stopped smiling. She asked with a serious expression, what was it? I waited for a moment, and finally told her all my troubles, exactly as they were. Sylvie lay on the bed, listening to my description of the office mix-up. She laughed so hard she could hardly breathe. Her little feet kicked rapidly in the air. She was laughing herself silly. Tears were even welling in the corners of her eyes. Is there anything more ridiculous than this in the world? He actually thought my cousin was interested in him. The more Sylvie thought about it, the more absurd it became. Her laughter simply exploded in the bedroom. I felt a bit embarrassed being laughed at. My face was practically scrunched up. Sweetie, stop laughing at me, will you? Sylvie said as she wiped her eyes, while trying hard to suppress her laughter. But her tone still floated with a happy tease. Justin, stop overthinking things. Leo definitely doesn't have those kinds of feelings for you. How can you be so sure? I was still full of doubt. Didn't I see him when we went to that Western restaurant last time? Don't you know about a woman's sixth sense? She knew him better than anyone. Sylvie still couldn't help but chuckle to herself. In her mind, she imagined, if Leo knew he was misunderstood as having a secret crush, I bet he'd be so angry he'd cough up a mouthful of blood. To be honest, this was easily the most hilarious joke she'd heard all year. I was still half convinced and half doubtful, but seeing Sylvie laugh so genuinely, the worry in my heart slowly dissipated. The next day, as soon as Leo arrived at the office, Tiana Linwood cornered him like she was on the warpath and trapped him in the CEO's office. We go on. What's the deal with you constantly running to my company lately? Tiana Linwood lowered her voice. Does it matter to you what I'm doing? Leo sprawled out on the sofa in a carefree manner. I'm warning you. Justin has a girlfriend. Tiana Linwood's tone was full of suspicion. Leo almost burst out laughing. You don't seriously think I have some kind of agenda, do you? Don't you? Tiana Linwood pressed. Give it a rest, Leo snorted. If it's not to get close to Justin, then what? Tiana Linwood pressed him step by step. Leo narrowed his eyes and asked back, if you care about him so much, are you the one who's got your eye on him? Tiana Linwood was left speechless, staring at him in anger. Leo swung his legs and changed the subject to business. I have a guaranteed profitable deal to discuss. Just after leaving the company, Leo received a call from Sylvie. After hearing the exaggerated gossip, His face turned green on the spot. These people were more imaginative than the next. In the evening after work, I rode my little electric scooter home. The wind on my face felt exceptionally refreshing. Leo didn't show up today. It looks like Sylvie was right. I really had overthought it. After getting home, Sylvie pounced on me. Did Leo go to the office? I shook my head, and she smiled like a little fox. See, I told you that you were worrying too much. I rubbed her hair and nodded heavily. Sweetie is the smartest. Sylvie hugged my waist and rubbed against me. Suddenly, I informed her. I'm taking you to meet my mother this weekend. Is your mom looking forward to it? A hint of nervousness flashed in her eyes. My mom knows I have a girlfriend, and she's been so happy she wanted to come see you long ago. I smiled and stroked her hair. If I don't take you back, should I leave you for someone else? Sylvie quickly shook her head. I want to go back with you. During the executive meeting the next day, Leo and Tiana Linwood appeared at the same time. When I heard about my promotion, raise, and being gifted a business car, I felt like I was walking on air. This stroke of luck came so suddenly. Lunch. Gary, Kevin, and I were celebrating the big news in a small restaurant. Justin, Gary patted his chest. From now on, the two of us are relying on you. If, Kevin echoed. I didn't expect Leo was here to evaluate you. We really thought wrong. I smiled bitterly and shook my head. It doesn't matter who the boss is. Getting paid is what really matters. Gary enviously patted my shoulder. Not only a promotion, but a new car too. You've got to treat us to a meal. The two of them said in unison. I agreed with a smile, but I added that I had to check with your sister-in-law first. Gary gave a wicked laugh. Justin is really whipped. Sunlight spilled across the table through the window. I suddenly felt that this immense wealth and fortune had accidentally fallen right into my lap. After finishing the meal, I sent a video call to the girl. I told her about my promotion, the raise, and the good news about the company giving me a car. Sylvie knew. All of this was her cousin Leo Linwood's doing. Seeing me so happy, she was also sincerely grateful to her cousin. I also mentioned the plan to have dinner tonight. Sylvie confirmed repeatedly that I was only eating with my best buddies, and then she agreed. In the afternoon, I moved into a private office. Staying in my own private office, I felt incredibly proud. After work, Gary and Kevin went ahead to the restaurant I had pre-booked. After I went home and picked up the girl, we both hurried to the restaurant. Opening the door to the private room, I walked in holding the girl's hand. When Gary and Kevin saw this scene, they felt so jealous. Talk about being forced to watch a couple show off. Sylvie slipped her small hand out of mine and took off the black bucket hat and the mask on her face. After Gary and Kevin saw Sylvie's face, their eyes widened one by one. Gary thought to himself, holy crap, I didn't expect my sister-in-law to be this beautiful. She's way better looking than Chloe or that beauty Ms. Linwood. Justin's luck is just too good to be able to find such a good-looking partner. Kevin thought, she's truly a goddess among mortals. Justin is just too lucky. Then, I introduced her to Gary and Kevin. Gary, Kev, this is your sister-in-law. Hearing me introduce her as their sister-in-law to my friends, Sylvie felt a little shy. Hello, sister-in-law, hello. Gary and Kevin greeted Sylvie repeatedly. Hello, everyone, Sylvie said. I also introduced them to Sylvie, sweetie. This is Gary, and this is Kev. Smiled and waved to Gary and Kevin again. After sitting down, I dotingly rubbed the girl's fluffy head. On the other side, Gary whispered, look at Justin, man, seriously. We've known him for so many years, and we've never seen him like this. Kevin whispered, right? Gary said, Justin must have saved the galaxy in his past life to be able to find a girlfriend this beautiful and rich in his life. Kevin nodded and whispered, yeah, I'm so jealous. After that, the few of us chatted while eating. Can my sister-in-law drink? Gary suddenly asked. I can only drink a little bit, Sylvie said somewhat bashfully. Hearing this, Gary understood instantly. When someone says they can drink a little bit, it means they could definitely drink more than a little. Since his sister-in-law said she could drink, he naturally had to pour her a glass. Sister-in-law, let me pour some for you. As he said that, Gary hurriedly stood up to pour a drink for Sylvie. I quickly stopped him. Gary, your sister-in-law can't drink. Justin, why are you being like this? Sister-in-law said she can drink a little bit. It's wrong of you not to let her. I'd seen the girl's tolerance before. I was really afraid she'd have too much in a bit, cause some kind of scene. Gary, her tolerance really isn't good. Hearing me say that, Sylvie gave me a dissatisfied glare. Her small hand under the table gave my thigh a hard pinch. My facial expression instinctively contorted for a moment. I knew exactly what the girl meant. She was saying, Justin, who are you looking down on? What do you mean my tolerance really isn't good? It's not like it was that at all. At this point, Kevin also spoke up appropriately. Justin, if she can drink a little, let her have some. If she gets drunk, aren't you right here? Sylvie was complaining dissatisfiedly in her heart. Mean Justin, your friends have already said so, and you're still not agreeing? Wasn't he going to give her any face at all? Her small hand under the table reached out toward my thigh again. Just as Sylvie was about to pinch me hard, her small hand was suddenly pinned down firmly by my large hand. Sylvie looked under the table with dissatisfaction. Upon looking, Sylvie's entire face instantly turned beet red, because at that moment, what Sylvie's small hand had touched was, exactly, Memo's private area. Sylvie had been wondering just a moment ago why the texture felt different than before. Turns out they weren't the same thing. Sylvie hurriedly pulled her hand back, and her small head dipped down uncomfortably. She was going crazy. She felt she simply couldn't show her face anymore. My expression was also a bit strained. I cleared my throat, then said, "Gary, don't pour too much for your sister-in-law." "That's more like it." Justin Gary smiled and poured a drink for Sylvie. Sylvie, her head still bowed, said softly too, "Gary, thank you." "Don't mention it, sister-in-law," Gary said, seeing the girl keeping her head down. I knew she was still feeling incredibly shy. Leaned into her ear and whispered, "Sweetie, the more you act like this, the more people will notice you." Sylvie knew that, of course, but she was just so shy. I didn't care anyway, I added. If there hadn't been outsiders present, Sylvie would have definitely swung her little fists and pounded on my chest. The heat that had just left Sylvie's face surged right back up. She seriously suspected I was doing it on purpose. Gary and Kevin watched Sylvie and me, whispering, and they couldn't help but click their tongues. "Justin, sister-in-law, cheers, let's drink." Sylvie, her face blushing red, picked up her glass. Gary and Kevin just assumed her face was red, because Justin was teasing her. Gary and Kevin were drinking in large gulps, while Sylvie took small sips. Without realizing it, time flew by. The dinner ended. I supported the slightly unsteady girl. As we got into a taxi, Gary and Kevin watched the direction our car left in, giving a wicked laugh. Gary said, "Looks like, Justin, our sister-in-law will have a wonderful night." Kevin nodded in agreement. In the taxi, Sylvie leaned her entire body into my embrace. Her small hands were even restlessly slipping inside my clothes. I felt completely helpless. The girl's tolerance was so poor, she'd had too much the moment I looked away. With one arm around her waist, and my other hand holding back her mischievous little hand, I whispered a reminder, "Sweetie, behave yourself. We're in a taxi right now." Sylvie kept her eyes half closed, her small head rubbing against my chest repeatedly. Due to the alcohol, when she spoke, her voice was soft and sweet. "No, I want to." Sylvie moved her little hand. But why did it feel like she couldn't move it? How strange. She wasn't happy about it, but it seemed she had another little hand. Though Sylvie's other, small hand slipped in from behind my clothes, quite restlessly. It climbed up my back, and Sylvie's eyes curved into a smile. She looked completely satisfied. The driver saw the sticky scene between the young couple in the back seat through the rearview mirror, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. I really had a headache. I didn't expect the girl to be so difficult to handle after drinking this time. I pinned down one of her hands, but her other hand became restless again. Fine, as long as the girl doesn't do anything else too outrageous, it's fine. The rest of the trip was spent in utter torment for me. Finally, we arrived. Once we reached our destination, I helped her out of the car. Seeing her swaying, looking like she might fall over at any moment, I just picked her up in my arms and carried her. Before long, we were back home. As soon as we entered the house, Andy started meowing from inside his cage. "Andy, I'll let you out in a minute." "Don't worry," I said to Andy, then carried the girl into the bedroom. Andy meowed at my retreating back. Whenever someone was home, Andy was never kept in the cage. So every time Sylvie and I went out and put Andy in the cage, Andy felt very depressed. Whether humans or animals, no one wants to be bound by a cage. Everyone longs for freedom. I placed the girl on the bed and took the shoes off her feet. Looking at the long white dress she was wearing, I pulled the hem down a bit, then covered her with the blanket. Only then did I go to the living room to let Andy out. Having regained his freedom, Andy was in a great mood. He trotted around the house, swishing his little tail. I took a quick shower. When I returned to the bedroom, the scene of a large bed made my forehead throb. I saw the girl lying on the bed. Thought a blanket had been kicked off by her at some point. The dress she was wearing had also been hiked up. Not only were her long, fair legs exposed, I could even see her underwear clearly. I walked over, straightened her dress, and covered her with the blanket again. The moment I covered her, she kicked it away with dissatisfaction. Her small mouth kept muttering, "Hot. It's hot." I gave a light laugh, reaching out to brush the stray hairs from her face. To decide. Suddenly, Sylvie opened her eyes groggily. For a moment, our eyes met. I was startled. I was afraid she would misunderstand me and think I was trying to do something to her. I quickly explained, "I was just helping you with your hair. Don't get the wrong idea." Sylvie sat up unsteadily. She gave me a dazed look, then started pulling at the dress she was wearing. "Sweetie, what are you doing?" I asked hurriedly. "Hot." She was uncomfortable, so she wanted to take her clothes off. I frowned slightly. Sylvie pulled at her clothes a few times, but she couldn't get them off. She was getting anxious. She stared at me with a vacant gaze and said, "Can you help me take them off?" "Hulk, I'm so hot. Please." While I was struggling internally, Sylvie spoke again. "Hurry up. I'm so hot." I didn't hesitate any longer. I unzipped the back of the long white dress, stripping it from her body. Seeing the girl wearing only her underwear, I felt an inexplicable surge of restlessness. I let out a deep breath and said in a low voice, "The dress is off, now go to sleep." Sylvie narrowed her eyes and gave me a silly smile. Then, her small hand reached behind her back. In an instant, Sylvie removed the only covering from her chest. She giggled and said, "Now it's finally cool." Seeing her bare chest, my eyes went wide. It felt as if all the blood in my body was rushing to my head. Suddenly, a wave of warmth flowed from my nose. I reached out and wiped it. Damn it, I have a nosebleed. By now, Sylvie had already collapsed back onto the bed, closed her eyes, and fallen back asleep. I pulled the blanket over, struggling to cover her up. I hurriedly got up and went to the bathroom. I had just showered, but I spent a long time in there again. Stayed for more than half an hour before coming out. One day after Sylvie woke up, she realized she was only wearing one of my t-shirts. Sylvie's small face couldn't help but turn red. Could it be that I helped her change last night? Justin is so bad. How could he have taken off all her underwear? Wouldn't that mean Justin saw everything? Bad Justin. He must have taken them off because he wanted to look. Such a pervert. After work, I sat happily in the car. The company had given me a business car. After the excitement subsided, with both hands on the steering wheel, I inevitably felt nervous. Justin got his driver's license back in college, but he hadn't driven for all these years. This counts as my first time actually driving on the road. It's only natural that I'd be a bit nervous. At the beginning of the trip, I drove incredibly slow. Cars behind me kept honking. I didn't care about that. I stayed in my own lane, let others honk as much as they wanted. If they thought I was slow, they could just overtake. It's not like I wasn't letting them. Slowly, I got the hang of it, and my speed increased quite a bit. By the time I reached the complex, I was drenched in sweat. Once home, I tossed the car keys to the girl. I hurried to the bathroom to take a shower. When I came out after showering, Sylvie looked at me and giggled nonstop. "Sweetie, what are you giggling for?" I asked, feeling a bit puzzled. "Justin, you were sweating so much just now." "It couldn't be from driving nerves, could it?" Sylvie asked with a laugh. I scratched the back of my head, looking a bit embarrassed. I still admitted the truth ever since I got my license. I haven't driven at all. Today was my first time on the road. "Oh, I see. Then babe, you did great. Here's a reward for you." Saying that, Sylvie leaned in toward me and planted a kiss on my lips. "Alright, let's go eat." After the two of us finished eating, took Sylvie out and got into the business car the company gave me. "Sweetie, this car's pretty good, right?" I said to the girl with a smug look. Seeing me so happy, Sylvie also nodded with a smile. "Yeah, great. Fasten your seatbelt. I'm taking you for a spin," I said. "Where to?" Sylvie asked. "I remember you said you wanted to go to an amusement park. We haven't managed to go yet. Tonight we're driving there to have some fun." Sylvie said, hitting the road again. My driving was noticeably better. "Justin, I think you're a very good driver." Sylvie's praise made me feel wonderful. I had a smug look on my face. Doesn't that prove how impressive I am? "Yeah, you're impressive." I was being so full of myself, she just gave me one compliment, and I was already getting proud. Not long after, the two of us arrived at the amusement park. There were quite a lot of people at the amusement park at night. I walked hand in hand with Sylvie, just like the many other couples in the park. "Sweetie, what do you want to play?" I asked. Sylvie thought for a moment. She spoke up, "Justin, let's go on the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel is quite far from where we are. We can do some other rides first, and then go on the Ferris wheel." "How about that?" I suggested. Sylvie shook her small head, while tugging on my arm. "I want to go on the Ferris wheel first." I wiggled. The girl was acting a bit like a child throwing a tantrum because her parents wouldn't buy her candy. "Alright, I'm no match for you. We'll go on the Ferris wheel first," I said with a smile. "Teehee, Justin is the best." Sylvie's fingers secretly tickled the palm of my hand. I quirked the corner of my mouth, then asked, "Can you tell me why you absolutely have to do the Ferris wheel first?" Sylvie's large eyes blinked at me suggestively. She whispered, "Of course it's because I want to kiss you on the Ferris wheel." My dark eyes shifted slightly. I said, "Since Sweetie is so impatient, we can finish kissing first before doing anything else. I don't mind no matter how long you want to kiss." Hearing this, Sylvie huffed angrily. She swung her small fists and pounded on my body. "Mean Justin, you're the worst." "I didn't mean it like that." "Wait, didn't you say you wanted to kiss me? And yet you're hitting me," I complained. "I've heard a legend. If a couple kisses at the highest point of the Ferris wheel, they'll be happy together forever. That's why I wanted to kiss you on the Ferris wheel," Sylvie explained. I'd heard the saying Sylvie mentioned before. However, I think the saying was probably originally created by amusement parks to sell more Ferris wheel tickets. That's where it came from. Word spread from one person to another and became increasingly distorted until it finally became a legend. "Alright, let's go on the Ferris wheel right now," I said. "Whether the legend is true or false, as long as the girl wants to go, I'll accompany her." "Teehee." "Okay," Sylvie said. Before long, Sylvie and I arrived at the Ferris wheel. The staff member beckoned for the two of us to enter. Sylvie hurriedly made a request to the staff member. "We want to wait for two more to pass before getting on." Sorry to trouble you. The staff members saw there was no one else waiting behind us, so they nodded and agreed. I didn't understand why the girl wanted to do that, until the girl and I got into the Ferris wheel cabin. Then, I finally understood the girl's meaning. The cabin number was number 2. 2 represents the meaning of love. How could this girl be so cute? I pulled the girl onto my lap in one swift motion. I casually removed the mask from the girl's face. For a moment, our eyes met. What are you doing? Kissing you, I said. Sylvie hurriedly reached out to cover my mouth, stopping me. No, we have to kiss at the highest point of the Ferris wheel. That way, we'll be happy together forever. Sweetie, don't you think we could just keep kissing? From the moment the Ferris wheel starts going up, until the moment it comes back down? A kiss like that would last much longer, and we'd have even more happiness than everyone else, I said. Sylvie thought for a moment. My words seemed to make some sense, but it still wouldn't do. She hadn't heard of it being done that way. They still had to kiss at the highest point of the Ferris wheel. No, we absolutely have to kiss at the highest point. Sylvie was firm in her stance. I looked at her soft, tender lips right in front of me, and swallowed hard. Helplessly, I could only hold back for now. I got it, I said flatly. Sylvie reached out and stroked my head, comforting me. Good boy, I'll let you kiss me for longer in a bit. That's more like it, I said. Afterward, Sylvie took out her phone. We took photos in various poses. Our first time on a Ferris wheel together was certainly worth documenting. Soon, we reached the highest point of the Ferris wheel. Inside the Ferris wheel cabin, the two people holding each other were kissing passionately until a staff member knocked on the cabin door. Only then did Sylvie and I hurriedly separate. Sylvie's legs were a bit weak, so I had to support her as she got off. After the two of us got off, we both felt quite embarrassed. The staff member was expressionless, looking as if they'd seen it all before. Did the staff members encounter this kind of thing often? Speculated as we left the Ferris wheel area. Sylvie couldn't help but complain. Mean Justin, it's all your fault. Why did you keep kissing me? It was so embarrassing just now. We're clearly enjoying it when I was kissing you just now. And now you're blaming me? You really have no conscience. I reached out and rubbed the girl's head. I was not enjoying it. Sylvie argued in a low voice. Hearing this, my eyebrows shot up. I took the girl's hand and walked quickly. Sylvie jogged to keep up with my pace. She hurriedly asked, Justin? Walking so fast. Where are you taking me? To find a place where no one's around. I said. For what? Sylvie asked. To kiss you until you're convinced. Let's see what you have to say then, I said. Sylvie hurriedly begged for mercy. Okay, Justin, I was wrong. I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I especially love kissing you. Hearing this, I finally stopped walking. A moment later, Sylvie pulled me to ride the carousel. I don't get it. Why do all girls love riding the carousel? It's not interesting at all. The carousel is only suitable for kids. After the carousel, the two of us went to play bumper cars. Compared to the carousel, I thought bumper cars were much more fun. After getting off the bumper cars, Sylvie asked, Justin, what else should we play? How about we do something exciting? I suggested. Coming to an amusement park and only doing kid stuff would be a waste. Exciting? What do you mean? Sylvie asked. Like the drop tower or the roller coaster? I tilted my chin toward the distance. Sweetie, look. Sylvie looked over. The distant roller coaster was speeding along the tracks, spinning and diving. It looked terrifying. Sylvie hurriedly shook her head. I don't want to ride the roller coaster. It's too scary. And the drop tower, I'm not doing that either. Hear those people screaming their lungs out just now. It's horrifying. I reached out and rubbed the girl's head. With that little courage of yours, I laughed. It looks like you can only do kid stuff. Sylvie gave an unsatisfied snort. She retorted, those two you mentioned, are just too scary, okay? It's not like I can't handle anything exciting. I can do medium excitement rides. Medium excitement rides? My brain worked quickly. Suddenly an idea struck me to tease the girl. Sweetie, you mean the haunted house? Hearing haunted house, Sylvie's eyebrows furrowed. She swung her small fist and hit me. Bad Justin. You know I'm afraid of ghosts, yet you want me to go to the haunted house? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Sylvie muttered while hitting me. I hurriedly begged for mercy. I was wrong. I was just teasing you. Teasing me isn't allowed either. If I don't give you a beating, I won't feel better. After giving me a beating, Sylvie kindly rubbed the spots for me. Then Sylvie suggested, Justin, how about we ride the pirate ship? Sylvie thought. The pirate ship looked like a medium excitement ride. Before long, the two bought tickets and reached the pirate ship. The ends are more exciting. The middle is average. Where should we sit? I asked for the girl's opinion. Hearing the ends were exciting, Sylvie instinctively chose the middle. I chuckled. I knew she was a coward and would pick the middle. After they sat down, other tourists boarded the pirate ship. Soon, the pirate ship started at the staff's signal. As the pirate ship swayed left and right, the range of motion became larger and larger. The speed also became faster and faster. Sitting opposite Sylvie and me, two girls on the edge of the pirate ship. were already letting out pig-like screams. I couldn't help but want to laugh. Is it really necessary to scream like that? Then the pirate ship went faster and faster, and the girls' screams grew louder and louder. At this point, Sylvie also started screaming in fear. I hurriedly pulled the girl into my arms. Don't be afraid, sweetie, I comforted her. It'll be over soon. Sylvie gripped me tightly. Luckily I was there. Otherwise she might have cried from fear. When it ended, seeing she was still afraid, I carried her off the pirate ship. The two girls who screamed the loudest had weak legs. They rested on the pirate ship for a while, before shakily getting off. While on the pirate ship, these two girls had seen the girl in the middle, being afraid, and the boy holding her tightly in his arms. They didn't expect the boy would eventually carry her, down in a bridal carry. How they envied that. They really wanted a boyfriend as good as him. Sylvie and I continued to wander around the amusement park. Passing a small stall, Sylvie was drawn to a cute, glowing cat ear headband. Justin, look, that cat ear headband is so cute. It is pretty cute. If you want it, just buy one, I said. Sylvie nodded. I want one, but I need to buy two. Two? One for each of us? Sylvie smiled and said, you wear it too. I'm not wearing that, I hurriedly said. No, you have to wear it too. Sylvie shook my arm and wheedled. Too weird for a grown man like me to wear that. It's not weird. Not weird at all. Look, there are guys in the park wearing them too. Just wear it. Sylvie continued to wheedle. I did indeed. See guys wearing cat ear headbands in the park? But beside these guys, was always a girl wearing one too. I guess these guys were forced by their girlfriends. Otherwise, what guy would actively wear that? Please, Justin. I just want to see you wear it. Let's buy two and wear them together. I love you most, babe. Eventually, I compromised. I bought two cat ear headbands. Sylvie put one on her head. She blinked her big eyes and asked, does it look good? I nodded. It looks good. Am I cute? Cute. Extremely cute. I was telling the truth. The girl wearing the cat ear headband was absolutely heart-meltingly cute. Sylvie giggled. Lower your head. I'll put it on for you. I lowered my head as she told me to. Sylvie took the cat ear headband and put it on my head. Sylvie looked at me wearing the cat ear headband and couldn't help giggling. Sweetie, what are you laughing at? Is it really ugly? I couldn't see my own reflection. Seeing her laughing, that's what I instinctively thought. Sylvie hurriedly shook her head. No. Super cute. I love it so much. Tee-hee. Really? I asked, unconvinced. Really? Sylvie said with a laugh. Sylvie always thought I was handsome. She didn't expect that wearing the cat ear headband gave me a soft and cute vibe. Tee-hee, she loved it. The two wandered around a bit more before heading back. After getting into the car, I saw my appearance in the rearview mirror and couldn't help furrowing my brow. Just as I was about to reach out and take the cat ear headband off my head, Sylvie immediately stopped me. Justin, don't take it off. We're almost home, so let's just leave it off. No, I want you to wear it. I really love it. Fine. Once we got home, Sylvie dragged me to take pictures. You have to make little cat paws like I'm doing. I heard myself agreeing to it. Let's take a photo of us kissing. I heard myself say, okay. Gustin, wait here. I'll go get Andy. Let's take a few more photos together. Tonight, all three of us are little kittens. The next day, Sylvie chose a few of the best photos and sent them over to Summer. Summer immediately replied with a message. Oh my gosh, you and your guy look so happy. Sylvie, hee, Justin and I really are very happy. Followed by a happy spinning emoji. Summer, I can smell the nauseating stench of romance right through the phone screen. Sylvie, Summer, I just wanted to share the moment with you. Summer, yeah. I know my Sylvie is the happiest girl right now. Sylvie, Summer, how is your 1-week trial relationship with Sean going? At the mention of Sean, Summer's face immediately scrunched up. Her hand holding the phone also tightened unconsciously. Summer, that Sean is absolutely insufferable. Sylvie, Summer, why don't you just end your trial relationship agreement with Sean early? Summer having to spend every day with someone as cunning as Sean made Sylvie really worried about her situation. Summer, sweetie, I have to stick it out for this 1 week. After Summer finished chatting with Sylvie, she got up to wash, get ready, and change clothes. Before long, dressed in a pale pink Lolita dress, white silk stockings, and a lollipop in her mouth, Summer appeared at Capital City University, the student union president's office. Summer waved her hand and greeted Sean. Sean, your girlfriend is here. Arishne, after being bullied by Sean's toxic tongue yesterday, Summer hadn't planned on looking for him today. But after her chat with Sylvie, Summer immediately made up her mind. The more Sean didn't want to see her, the more she was going to show up in front of him. She was doing this out of pure rebellion. Anyway, the 1-week trial relationship wasn't over yet. She was going to make sure he saw her constantly. After work, once Sylvie and I finished dinner at home, we drove to the mall to do some shopping. Tomorrow we were going back to my hometown. As my girlfriend, this was Sylvie's first time going back to my hometown with me. Naturally, she wanted to prepare gifts for my family, even though I said there was no need for gifts. As long as she showed up, Sylvie felt that simply wouldn't do. You must bring gifts for the first formal visit. I knew it was her way of showing care, so in the end I didn't stop her. Inside the mall, the two of us wandered and browsed. Justin, what does your mom like? Sylvie asked. When giving gifts, you should cater to the recipient's tastes. If she bought things according to her own preferences, and my mom didn't like them, that would be terrible. Sweetie, you don't need to buy anything specific, I said. Justin, that's basically giving me no information at all. Then what is your dad like? And your brother, do you know what he's into? Sylvie asked again. Gommit, Donnie. Sylvie chose a skincare set for my mom. No matter how old a woman is, she still cares about her looks. So you can't go wrong with skincare. Actually, Sylvie wanted to buy clothes for my mom, but she didn't know what my mom looked like. If the clothes didn't suit my mom's style and didn't look good on her, it would be embarrassing. Skincare was the safer option. She chose some tea for my dad and picked out a sports watch for Ian. We each bought a new outfit for ourselves as well, plus a set of matching couple's clothes. Only then did we head back, satisfied. Since Sylvie and I were heading out, Andy was a problem. If we took Andy back to my hometown, bringing along all his supplies would be quite a hassle. More importantly, my dad's respiratory system isn't very good, and Andy sheds hair occasionally. I was afraid Andy might affect my dad's health. In the end, we decided not to bring Andy with us. Originally, I had thought about asking Gary or Kevin to help take care of Andy for a couple of days, but thinking about how those two struggle to even take care of themselves, I decided it was better to forget that idea. Finally, Sylvie and I decided to board Andy at a nearby pet shop. The staff at the pet shop are more professional at taking care of animals, so we'd be more at ease. Once everything was packed and settled, the two of us drove Andy to the pet shop first. Sylvie repeatedly instructed Andy, Dad and I will come pick you up in 2 days. You have to be a good boy while you're here. Andy meowed with a face full of grievance. Why can't I go with you? I want to see Daddy's hometown too. Of course, Sylvie and I couldn't understand cat language. When we heard Andy meowing, we thought he was saying, Daddy, Mommy, don't you worry. I'll be a good boy and wait for you to come back. Andy is such a good boy. When Mommy and Daddy get back, we'll buy you lots of snacks to eat. Bye-bye. Sylvie and I waved to Andy and left. Locked in his cage, Andy scratched at the bars with his little paws, meowing, Daddy, Mommy, don't leave. Come back. I want to go too. At the start of the trip, while I was driving past a service area, Sylvie and I switched places. Once I was in the passenger seat, watching the girl drive so well, I couldn't help but marvel. Sweetie, you're a pretty good driver. Heh, I'm great, aren't I? Sylvie said with a laugh. Along the way, the two of us chatted as we drove. When we were almost there, we switched places again. As the destination drew near, Sylvie couldn't help but get nervous. Justin, do you think your parents won't like me? What are you worrying about? Sweetie is so beautiful, kind, and cute. How could they not like you? What if I'm not what they expected? Sylvie was still worried. I understood how she felt. After all, it was her first time meeting my parents. Goo whale. The girl wanted to leave a good impression on them. That was inevitable. Putting myself in her shoes, if I were meeting her parents for the first time, I'd probably be nervous too. I'd also want to leave a good impression on Sweetie's parents. I just didn't know. And the girl planned to take me to meet them. Stop overthinking it. If I'd chosen you, my mom and dad will definitely like you. With those words from me, Sylvie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, we arrived at my family's apartment complex. After getting out, I carried the suitcase and backpack, while Sylvie carried the gifts for my family. The two of them walked upstairs. I raised my hand and knocked on the door. The door was immediately opened from the inside. When my parents saw their son, and the beautiful girl standing beside him, they grinned so wide their mouths almost reached their ears. Mom, I called out. Sylvie smiled and greeted my parents. Hello, Auntie. Oh, this must be Sweetie, right? Come in, quick. My mom enthusiastically welcomed Sylvie and me inside. Once inside, I saw the living room. The table was covered with a spread of food. At that moment, my dad walked out from the kitchen, carrying a plate of food. Boy, duh, I said. Sylvie smiled and said, Hello, Uncle. Oh, my dad responded with a smile. Uncle, Auntie, these are some gifts for you. I hope you like them. As she spoke, Sylvie handed over the gifts in her hands. Child, you're here now. Why did you buy so many things? My parents smiled. Dad, this is Sweetie's way of showing her appreciation. Please accept them. I said, That's fine then. Thank you, Sweetie. My mom smiled as she took the items. You're welcome, Sylvie said with a smile. After my mom put the things away, she said to the two of us, You've been in the car for so long. You must be starving. Justin, take Sweetie to wash her hands and eat. I know, Mom. With that, I took the girl to the bathroom. Sweetie, you go first, I said. Let me wash them for you. Sure, I didn't expect such a treat. Of course, I couldn't have asked for anything better. At the sink, a small pair of hands rubbed soap onto a large pair of hands. Small fingers moved through the gaps of large fingers, sometimes separating and sometimes pressing tightly together. The stream of water from the faucet poured over both pairs of hands. After washing, Sylvie took a paper towel and wiped my hands. There, sweetie is the best. Then, I lowered my head and planted a kiss on the girl's lips. Sylvie hurriedly pushed me away and warned in a whisper, "Your parents are still out there. They can't see us." "What are you afraid of?" I said dismissively. "Besides, kissing my own girlfriend is perfectly reasonable. No one can stop me." Sylvie also knew my parents couldn't see, but with only a door between them, she didn't feel safe at all. "Let's go out quickly," Sylvie said. At the dinner table, my parents saw that the girl looked like a fairy and was exceptionally well behaved. They liked her from the bottom of their hearts. They hadn't expected that their son could find such a girlfriend. It was truly wonderful. My mom kept adding food to Sylvie's bowl. "Sweetie, eat more." "Thank you, Auntie." Sylvie kept a smile on her face the whole time, but looking at the food piled up like a small mountain in her bowl, she felt a bit overwhelmed. "Mom, stop giving Sweetie so much. I can't even watch this anymore." "You don't understand. This child is too thin. She needs to eat more," my parents said with a smile. After they spoke, my eyes instinctively drifted toward the girl's chest. The girl's arms and legs did look quite thin, but she was actually quite well endowed. I had seen it with my own eyes. How could that be fake? "Mom, it's too much. She won't be able to finish it," I said again. My mom chuckled. "Sweetie, if you can't finish it, just leave it." Sylvie smiled and nodded at my parents. The few of us chatted while eating. "Sweetie, Justin mentioned you're an author. Isn't it very mentally draining when you're creating?" my mom asked. Hearing my mother's words, Sylvie felt a little awkward. She was currently writing web novels, but there was a big difference between a web novelist and a traditional author. If one was a top-tier web novelist, it would have some status. However, most were just struggling writers. They essentially had no status to speak of. For example, a struggling writer like me has no status at all. "None at all, Auntie. It's actually fine," Sylvie replied. As for my own web novel writing, my parents didn't know about it. Back then, I only told them that I was doing some part-time work online, so they didn't know yet that their son also had the identity of an author. "Sweetie is such an impressive child, becoming an author at such a young age." My mom praised her. Sylvie felt so guilty. She gave my parents an awkward smile. Then, Sylvie stole a glance at me. I just happened to be looking at the girl. With a wicked smile on my face, "Mean Justin." At this moment, Sylvie's urge to hit me reached its peak, but she could only endure it since the setting wasn't right. "Justin said he's renting your apartment." "Sweetie, you bought an apartment in the city at such a young age. You're truly capable," my mom continued. Sylvie continued to laugh awkwardly. "It's alright, thank you for the compliment, Auntie. This Mean Justin is quite a bullshitter. This ability to lie is right up there with the novels he publishes on the Tomato Novel website." "Sweetie, are your parents in the city as well?" my mom asked. Hearing this, Sylvie's expression changed slightly. She shook her head at my mother. "No, Auntie, they're in Capital City." My mom nodded thoughtfully, glanced at the girl. This was technically the first time she had mentioned her parents. "What kind of work do they do in Capital City?" my mom asked again. Sylvie's hand holding the chopsticks couldn't help but tighten for a moment. Then she said, "My father manages a company, and my mother doesn't work." Sylvie didn't want to lie to them. She chose to tell the truth. The moment Sylvie said this, I was stunned for a second, and my gaze toward the girl became a bit complex. My mom nodded. "Sweetie," she wanted to continue asking something, but was interrupted by my dad. "The kids are hungry. Let's just eat." My mom took the hint and quickly said, "Sweetie, eat more." "Okay, Auntie." Dinner ended. Seeing that my parents were about to clear the dishes, Sylvie hurriedly stopped them. "Uncle, Auntie, you've made such a spread of food for Justin and me. You've worked hard enough. Please go rest. Justin and I will take care of the cleanup. Your uncle and I aren't tired," my mom said. "Mom, Dad, you two go rest. Sylvie and I will handle the cleanup." "Spoke up." "Alright then," my mom said with a smile. Before long, Sylvie and I had everything cleaned up. When we returned to the living room, my dad had already left to go to work at the factory. My mom told us where she was going and also left the house. As soon as my parents left, Sylvie immediately felt much more relaxed. She threw herself into my arms, wrapping her hands around my waist, rubbing her small head against my chest. There were so many rules to follow in front of elders, especially since this was Sylvie's first time meeting my parents. She was terrified that she might do something wrong and leave a bad impression on them. I reached out and stroked the girl's fluffy little head. I said with a smile, "Sweetie, you must be exhausted." Sylvie shook her head. "No, I knew. The girl was a bit stiff in front of my parents just now. I also knew that she really wanted to leave a good impression on my parents." "Sweetie, you did exceptionally well today. Didn't you see my mom and Dad grinning from ear to ear?" Hearing this, Sylvie looked up at me. Her big eyes blinked. "Really? Do they like me?" I nodded, gently stroking the girl's head. "Of course, Sweetie is so good. They like you very much." Hearing this, a sweet smile immediately appeared on Sylvie's face. She was overjoyed. I couldn't help but let the corners of my mouth curl up. Suddenly, Sylvie thought of something. She hurriedly asked, Justin, why did you tell your mom that I'm your landlady? When my mom asked how we met, could I really have told her that I picked up a girlfriend off the street? Who do you think would believe that? So I made up a reason. I said we met because I was renting your apartment. It's like we developed feelings over time. We're living together now. Otherwise, my mom would have found out sooner or later. I explained. Sylvie thought about it. Technically, I really did pick her up and bring her home, but she was the one who begged me to take her in. Sylvie couldn't help but giggle. I rubbed the girl's small face. What are you giggling at, Gustin? To be exact, I was the one who begged you to pick me up, Sylvie said with a laugh. Right, I nodded. If I hadn't begged you to take me in back then. Cry now. Wouldn't you be missing out on having such a cute girlfriend? That really would have been a huge loss for you. I guess so. Then I planted a kiss on Sylvie's mouth. One kiss wasn't enough. I held the girl and wanted to keep kissing her. Sylvie hurriedly reached out a small hand and covered my mouth. I furrowed my brow. I ended up kissing the palm of her hand. Feeling the moisture in her palm, Sylvie's pretty face turned red. She quickly moved her hand away from my lips. She chided coquettishly, Justin, are you part dog? That's what you get for not letting me kiss you. I complained. It's not that I'm not letting you. I'm just afraid your mom will walk in on us. That would be mortifying. Sylvie couldn't accept it no matter what. I raised an eyebrow. I'll take you back to my room. With that, I led the girl back to my bedroom. As soon as we entered, I pinned her against the door. I kissed her greedily until the kiss ended. Sylvie leaned into my arms, panting softly. I was also steadying my breathing. Once my breath was steady, I carried the girl over to my bed. I lay down right next to her. The two of us snuggled together on the small bed. Justin, your bed is so small. Yeah, it's only 4 feet wide. No wonder. Hee hee, being small isn't bad though. We can sleep closer together at night. Hearing this, I let out a look of regret. Sweetie, I guess my mom won't let us sleep together tonight. What? Sylvie's already large eyes widened even further. His mother won't let Justin sleep with her? What a cruel thing that was. They have old-fashioned values. You can't live together unless you're married. Please understand. I explained. Sylvie pouted and nodded. I reached out and rubbed the girl's head. Sweetie is such a good girl. Just the thought of not having Justin by her side at night made Sylvie feel downcast. But I really want to sleep with you tonight. Just hang in there. It'll be fine once we go back. I comforted her. Sylvie snuggled deeper into my arms. Her small hand restlessly slipped inside my clothes. Since I won't be able to hold you tonight, I'll hold you a little longer now. Okay, I said with a smile. Slowly, Sylvie's small hand moved from my abs and groped upward. It slowly reached my chest. Hiss, what are you doing? I immediately pinned down the girl's mischievous demon hand. Sylvie couldn't help but giggle. It's so fun. Such a tiny little red bean. It's interesting. That, you can't pinch that. I said, it's just one pinch. Don't be so stingy. Sylvie pouted. How about I try pinching yours? I raised an eyebrow. My eyes drifted toward the girl's chest. Hearing this, Sylvie immediately became alert. She hurriedly covered her chest with both hands. A moment later, Sylvie's face began to burn. Bad Justin, you're shameless. Sylvie scolded him coquettishly. Justin actually wanted to pinch her there? You pervert. You're the worst, a total jerk. She would never let Justin have his way. You can pinch mine, but I can't pinch yours. You're being completely unreasonable. I said, oh, stop talking already. Sylvie reflexively grabbed a pillow and pressed it against my face. Then my muffled voice came from under the pillow. Sweetie, are you trying to murder your own man? That's right. That way I can go find a handsome guy. Sylvie giggled silly. As soon as she said that, I swung my arm. The pillow on my head went flying. Then, with a swift movement, I flipped over. I pinned the girl beneath me. I clamped her legs between mine. With one hand, I pinned both her arms above her head. For a moment, Sylvie couldn't move at all. Sylvie immediately panicked. Justin, what are you doing? I looked at her with a dangerous expression. Sweetie, say what you just said one more time. Sylvie played dumb. I don't remember what I said. It's okay if you don't remember. Let me help you recall. That way I can go find a handsome guy. Go on, I said. Sylvie's head shook. Like a rattle. No, I won't say it. But you just said it yourself. How could I possibly have said something like that? There's no way I would ever say such a thing. I have a boyfriend who is super handsome, super cute, and super good. Why would I ever look at another guy? Don't worry, I won't even look at a single one. I narrowed my eyes. This girl sure changes her tune fast. If she were in a different era, she'd definitely have been prime trader material. Don't think I'll let you off just because you said that. I gave her a dangerous look. Babe, I was wrong. Babe, you're the best. I love you most. Babe is the best in the universe. Fine. At most, I'll let you pinch me. My eyes instantly lit up. I didn't expect such a good deal. I was incredibly excited. I let out a deep breath. I asked again, uncertain. Are you serious? Sylvie's face turned beet red with shame. Her watery eyes looked at me. She bit her lower lip and gave a nod. Happiness had come far too suddenly. I felt extremely exhilarated. I got off of the girl. I let her go and lay down by her side. A bashful Sylvie whispered, "Just once." I nodded. Gave a soft from my nose. "You have to be gentle," Sylvie reminded me again. I gave another soft A moment later, hurriedly out of the room and rushed into the bathroom. On the bed, Sylvie fixed her clothes. Her face was red enough to bleed. She ducked her whole body under the covers. "Mean Justin, you big pervert. He only promised to do it once. But he actually, I'm dying of embarrassment." Looking refreshed, I returned to the room. I saw the girl completely buried under the covers. I knew she was still feeling shy. Can't blame me for this. If you hadn't invited me, I wouldn't have been tempted. "Go to sleep," I said, sitting on the edge of the bed. My eyes were fixed on the lump under the covers. "Sweetie, come out," I said. "Don't suffocate yourself." "No," came her voice through the blanket. Her voice sounded soft and sweet. "Don't be shy anymore. We're boyfriend and girlfriend." "That's no big deal," I said. "I know." She was just really shy. After all, that was so intimate just now. I wonder who it was, who was so determined to do that kind of thing with me before. "Oh, stop talking about it," she cried. "Stinky Justin, mean Justin, shameless. You must always be thinking about that. Come on out, I'll take you out for a walk in a bit." Hearing this, Sylvie hesitated for a brief moment. Only then was she willing to poke her head out from under the covers. Looking at the girl's bright red face, I thought she was deathly cute. I couldn't help myself. I reached out and rubbed her little red cheek. Her small face was distorted as she immediately pouted. "Mean Justin," she complained. "Why are you rubbing my face?" Sylvie pushed my hand away as she spoke. Then Sylvie sat up. My gaze moved down from her face, finally landing on her chest. I instinctively licked my lips. "If you don't want me to rub your face, do you want me to rub?" I whispered. Sylvie quickly reached out and covered my mouth. She was both shy and annoyed. "Bad Justin, you're not allowed to say it." I quickly nodded. After all, I still wanted that kind of benefit in the future. After Sylvie let go of my mouth, she swung her little fists and pounded on me. "How did I not realize you were like this before? You're just the worst. Never mention this again," Sylvie warned me. "Oh," I said, continuing to nod. After she finished venting, Sylvie finally ended the battle with satisfaction. Before we left, I gave my mom a call. After letting her know, I took the girl downstairs. "Justin, where are we going?" Sylvie asked. I thought about it. I'd taken Monday off. We were heading back to the city on Monday. We still had all of tomorrow. I could take her for a stroll. Today, I'll show her where I spent 12 years, studying so hard. Those 12 years from elementary school to high school. At 22 years old, I spent most of my life in school. So I wanted to let Sylvie see the places I used to frequent. I thought it would be very meaningful. I said, "How about I show you my old schools today?" "Sounds good," Sylvie said with a smile. "The elementary school isn't far. Should we drive or walk?" "Let's walk." "Okay." We held hands, strolling down the streets of the small town. Looked at this strange yet familiar town. Her eyes curved into crescents, and her smile was exceptionally bright. She felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Why was this town both strange and familiar to Sylvie? It was strange because it was her first time here. It was familiar because it was where I grew up. This was Justin's hometown. There were traces of my life everywhere. So Sylvie felt a deep sense of connection. Sylvie loved this feeling. There was no big city bustle or congestion here, but it felt exceptionally tranquil. As she and I walked hand in hand, Sylvie felt it was incredibly romantic. She couldn't help but giggle. I glanced at her and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Sylvie looked back at me. Our eyes met, and our pupils were filled with each other's reflections. "I think we're so happy like this," Sylvie said with a smile. I smiled and nodded. "Yeah, I think so too." I was holding my beloved girl's hand, and we were strolling through the streets of my hometown together, taking the girl I love to explore the traces of my past. What could be happier than this? Before long, we arrived at my old elementary school. It was Saturday today, and the school was closed for the weekend. The school gates were tightly shut. The two of us stood outside the fence, looking at the massive playground in the school building. There was even a bright red flag fluttering on the pole. I spent all 6 years of elementary school here. There were a lot of students here when I was a kid. Then there were fewer and fewer of them. I looked at Sylvie as she nodded. "Yeah." Then she asked, "Why did it decrease?" "Well-off families moved away from the town, so the town's population kept shrinking." I explained. Sylvie nodded. Slowly, then thought of something. Sylvie then asked, "Boys are usually pretty naughty when they're little. Did your parents ever get called to school when you were in elementary school?" At her question, I awkwardly scratched the back of my head. "Of course I did, and more than once, actually." "Quick, tell me about it." "I want to hear, hee." "Once, I was playing soccer, and I accidentally kicked the ball through a classroom window. My mom was called to school by the teacher that very day. Later, my mom had to pay for a new window. As for me, I got a kick from my mom. My mom even banned me from taking a soccer ball to school." After I finished my story, Sylvie reached out with both her hands and touched my face pityingly. "I feel so bad for you. Babe, you just accidentally broke the window. It wasn't on purpose. The teacher called your mom and she scolded you? That's so unfair. I smiled. Only my sweetie knows how to care for me. If I don't, who will? Don't you worry. I'll always be here for you. Reached out and rubbed the girl's fuzzy little head. The two of us slowly walked over to the town's middle school. This is where I went to middle school. Just like the elementary school, it's been renovated. I spent 3 years here. Ian is actually going to school here right now. I told Sylvie. Sylvie responded from beside me. I see. I raised my hand and pointed to a building in the distance. That's the high school I attended. It's very close to the middle school. Let me take you over there to take a look, okay? Then, the two of us arrived at the high school gate. The gates were still closed here, but all the students were in their classrooms. High school is very demanding. Of course they have to cherish every moment to study. Everyone is working hard to get into a good university. I went to high school here, and later I got into Qingdao University. My original goal was Capital City University, but I came down with a fever the day before the entrance exam. It affected my performance the next day. I missed out on Capital City University by just a few points. It's quite a regret, honestly. Sylvie immediately gave me a big hug and comforted me. We are destined to have some regrets in life. If everything were perfect, it wouldn't be called life. Moreover, even though you didn't get into Capital City University, you ended up getting into Qingdao University by a twist of fate. After graduating, you worked in the city, which gave us the chance to meet. That's why we're together now. Sweetie was right. I smiled and pulled the girl into a hug. This girl truly was like a little ball of sunshine. I feel that being able to meet her in this life is truly my good fortune. Just then, Sylvie saw in the distance a boy and a girl wearing school uniforms. They were playing and chasing each other around. Sylvie quickly pulled back from my embrace, pulled me over, and looked that way. Justin, do you think they snuck out? Sylvie asked. I looked at the uniforms the boy and girl were wearing. They were the exact same uniforms from my high school days. I didn't expect run into some underclassmen ditching class for a secret date. Yeah, I nodded. Sylvie's beautiful eyes darted around, and she suddenly stared at my face and asked, Justin, didn't you have a girl you liked back in high school? Hearing this, I immediately shook my head. No. To be honest, I was completely focused on my studies at that time. I only thought about getting into a good university. I really didn't have the mind for dating. Oh? None in high school, but there certainly was one in college. Sylvie thought. When I was in college, I liked Chloe for many years. Thinking of that made her feel a bit sour. I got a little anxious and hurriedly pulled the girl into my arms. That's all in the past. Why bring her up? The one I like now is you. The one I love is you. I only want to be with you for the rest of my life. Hearing me say this, Sylvie's heart, which had just been feeling sour, was instantly filled to the brim with sweetness. She couldn't participate in Justin's past, but Justin's future would always have her in it. However, that didn't stop her from intentionally teasing Justin. Who told Justin to like that girl Chloe for so long? Love is exclusive and singular. She really wanted to possess Justin completely and make him belong entirely to her. But Justin liking that girl for many years was something that had definitely happened and something she couldn't change. Since she liked Justin, she would accept everything about him, including the fact that Justin had loved another girl for so many years. You're right. What's in the past stays in the past. As for me, I also once had a boy I liked. But just like you said, it's all over now. Sylvie said. Hearing this, my brow furrowed tightly. My dark eyes stared intently at the girl's face. How long did you like him? I asked. About 2 years, Sylvie said, making up a time frame on the spot. Why didn't you end up together? I forced those words out with difficulty. Sylvie's little head worked at lightning speed. Suddenly, she thought of a plot point from a novel she'd read recently, and said offhandedly, he went abroad. Hearing her answer, my heart skipped a beat, and my expression instantly became very unsightly. Is he still in your heart? Sylvie saw my expression getting worse and worse. She didn't have the heart to keep teasing me. Suddenly, Sylvie burst out into a fit of giggles. You're that happy just mentioning him, huh? I said coldly. Then, I started walking ahead. Left behind, Sylvie was stunned for a moment. Justin was actually angry? Sylvie hurriedly jogged to catch up with me. She quickly came around to face me, and threw herself into my arms in one swift motion. Her two little hands tightly hugged my waist. Justin, why are you so easy to fool? I was lying to you just now. In my whole life, I've only ever liked one person. And that's you. After she said that, my face finally regained some color. You mean you never liked anyone else before? Sylvie nodded her head vigorously. None. That person just now, that I mentioned, was just made up. You little liar. You actually dared to lie to me. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Hearing that I was going to get her, Sylvie let go of my waist and ran away at a jog. I took large strides and chased after the girl. In just a few steps, I caught up with her. Running with those short little legs, huh? Short legs? I couldn't believe it. How could I say that about her? She clearly had long legs, okay? There was definitely something wrong with Justin's eyes. I do not have short legs. Sylvie lifted her foot and stomped on mine. I hissed out in pain instantly. Why'd you use so much force? I complained. That's what you get for calling me short-legged. Your eyesight is so bad. You should hurry up and see an eye doctor. It was only because you made me angry. Hearing this, Sylvie immediately felt guilty. She hurriedly begged for mercy. I know I was wrong. Babe, please forgive me just this once. I promise I'll never do it again. This little liar of a girl had fooled me quite a few times. I couldn't allow myself to be enchanted by her sweet talk. This time, I decided I had to stand my ground. Babe is the best. You'll definitely forgive me. Right? Sylvie kept staring at me, blinking her big eyes and acting cute. I looked around at our surroundings. There was no one around. Perfect. I raised my hand and gave Sylvie's little butt a smack. Sylvie let out a sharp cry of pain. Then Sylvie remembered they were still outside. She hurriedly bit her lips shut. Bad Justin. How could I smack her butt in public? It was so embarrassing. I raised my hand again and gave her little butt 2 more smacks. Only then did I pull back my hand in satisfaction. After the 2 of them returned, my parents, hearing the commotion in the kitchen, came out carrying a fruit platter. They placed the fruit platter on the coffee table and said with a smile to Sylvie and me, Sweetie, Justin, you 2 have some fruit. Thank you, Auntie. You have some too. You 2 eat. I'm going to the kitchen to cook dinner. Hearing that my parents were going to the kitchen to cook, Sylvie was far too embarrassed to just sit and eat fruit. This was her first time visiting my hometown. Of course she wanted to put on a good performance in front of my parents. Sylvie hurriedly said, Auntie, I can cook too. Let me help you cook. After saying that, Sylvie started heading toward the kitchen. My parents hurriedly stopped her. Sweetie, it wasn't easy for you and Justin to visit. Didn't you say my cooking was delicious? Make sure to taste more of my cooking while you're here. Then I'll help you with the prep work. Sylvie, sweetie. At that moment I spoke up. Sweetie, just let my mom do it. We'll do the dishes after dinner. Exactly, I'll cook, you 2 do the dishes. It's settled then. Alright, sorry to trouble you. Auntie, it's no trouble at all. It's not hard work at all. Sweetie, don't be so polite. Just treat this place like your own home. Sylvie nodded with a smile. After my parents finished speaking, they went to work in the kitchen. In the living room, Sylvie and I sat side by side on the sofa. I looked at the 10-centimeter gap between us and couldn't help but frown. Sweetie, why are you sitting so far away? Normally when we were at home, as soon as we sat on the sofa, the girl would cling to me. Now, the girl was intentionally keeping her distance. This made me feel a bit out of sorts. Sitting like this is perfectly fine, Sylvie said. I scratched the back of my head in frustration. Then I shuffled my butt closer to the girl. The moment I leaned over, Sylvie shuffled to the side, maintaining a certain distance from me. She warned in a low voice, Justin, stop scooting over here. What's your deal? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Sylvie's beautiful eyes glanced toward the kitchen door. Your mom could come out at any second. We need to keep our distance. Hearing the girl say this, I couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. We're just sitting here normally, not doing anything else. What are you afraid of? Besides, you're my girlfriend. It's only natural for us to be a bit clingy. Sylvie hurriedly shook her small head. That won't do either. I need to maintain a good image in front of your parents. I shook my head helplessly. Sweetie, you don't need to be so deliberate about it. Just act like you usually do. That absolutely won't do, Sylvie said solemnly. We're only back for a short time this trip. If we were to stay here for a month or 2, you'd be exhausted trying to maintain that image every day. Hearing this, Sylvie's mouth immediately pouted. 2 or 3 days is manageable, but if it were really that long, I'd probably let the cat out of the bag sooner or later. Sylvie gave me a cold snort. I chuckled. Then I picked up a strawberry from the fruit platter and held it up to the girl's lips. Eat up. Sylvie looked at the fresh, succulent strawberry that looked like a ruby. She licked her lips. It looked delicious. Sylvie opened her small mouth, about to take a bite of the bright red strawberry. Instead, I pulled my arm back, and the strawberry in front of Sylvie flew right into my mouth with a whoosh. Seeing the girl's disgruntled expression, I laughed while chewing on the strawberry. Having been teased, Sylvie couldn't help herself, and swung her little fist to pound on me. Just then, my parents happened to walk out of the kitchen. Hearing the noise, the 2 on the sofa turned to look at them at the same time. Instantly, Sylvie's movements froze in place. Her entire face turned beet red in a second. She was socially dead. A well-behaved and sensible image she had worked so hard to establish in front of my mother had completely collapsed. She really just wanted the ground to swallow her up. Sweetie, pound my back a bit more. It's feeling sore back here too. Okay. Then she started pounding on my back. If your body is tired, go get a massage at the shop near our place. Don't wear Sweetie out, my mother said. It's fine. Auntie, I'm not tired at all, Sylvie said somewhat awkwardly. Sweetie, don't spoil this brat, my mother said with a laugh. Mom, why are you being like this? Sweetie likes giving me back massages. I paused, then with a smug look, ordered the girl. Sweetie, stop the back massage now. Massage my shoulders for a bit. Sylvie hummed a response and huddled closer to me. She placed her 2 small hands on my shoulders and began massaging them 1 stroke at a time. My parents smiled, grabbed something from the cabinet in the living room, and went back to the kitchen. Seeing my parents enter the kitchen, Sylvie let out a sigh of relief instantly. The 2 small hands on my shoulders also immediately. My shoulders were feeling nice and comfortable. Seeing the girl's movements stop, I hurriedly said, "Sweetie, massage me a bit longer, it feels great." This mean Justin. He's actually getting addicted. I'm stopping. Just now, thanks to my quick wits, you were able to maintain your perfect image in front of my mom. As soon as my mom left, he stopped massaging me. Sweetie really is a little ingrate. Oh, it's not that I don't want to massage you. It's just that my wrists are a bit sore. Sylvie hurriedly explained. If your wrists were sore, why didn't you say so earlier? After saying that, I took the girl's small hands into my own. Sylvie hurriedly yanked her hands back and glanced toward the kitchen again with her beautiful eyes. Didn't you say your wrists were sore? I want to massage them for you. Why are you pulling away? I'm afraid your mom will come out again. Just now when we were fooling around, we got caught by my mom. If I hadn't been so clever, I really wouldn't have been able to show my face. I chuckled and didn't push the issue. Before dinner time, my father and Ian returned together. When Ian saw Sylvie, he greeted her with, "Hello, sister-in-law." Ian's sister-in-law greeting made Sylvie's face turn beet red. She was quite embarrassed. My parents started laughing cheerfully. "Hello, Ian." Then, Sylvie took out the gift she had prepared for Ian and gave it to him. "Thank you, sister-in-law." "You're welcome." The whole family ate together in harmony. After dinner, Ian went back to his room to study. While my father and mother went downstairs for a walk, Sylvie and I came out from the kitchen and back into the living room. I saw 2 photo albums lying on the coffee table. Seeing the albums, I frowned slightly, hurried over and picked up both albums. I said to the girl, "Mom is getting older. She's leaving things lying around everywhere. I'll go put them away." Sylvie looked at me suspiciously as I tightly clutched the albums in my hands. She watched as I placed the 2 photo albums on the top shelf of the living room cabinet. Sylvie felt my behavior was very strange. It seemed like I didn't want her to see these 2 albums at all. Besides, my parents weren't that old. She had the feeling that they had intentionally left them on the coffee table, wanting them to take a look, but without hearing it directly from them. Sylvie wouldn't go rummaging through someone else's things. After the 2 of us went back to my room, Sylvie finally began to carefully examine the space. When Sylvie had been in here before, they were either kissing or doing that. They hadn't had time for anything else. My room wasn't large. A bed, a closet, a desk, and a chair. It was very simple. Sylvie sat down at the desk. She saw a few books on the desk and a small figurine. Sylvie asked curiously, "Who is this?" "Cristiano," I said. "Cristiano?" Sylvie looked at me with a face full of confusion. I nodded. "He's amazing at soccer." "You've never heard of him?" Sylvie's small head tilted slightly. As she thought about it, she seemed to have heard the name. However, she knew nothing about soccer. I didn't usually follow it. "I think I know a little bit." "So he's your idol?" I nodded. "Yeah." "Then are you good at soccer?" I scratched the back of my head awkwardly. "I like playing, but I'm not very good." Sylvie smiled and patted my arm. "It's fine. You're not planning to play in matches or anything. It's perfectly fine as a hobby. Whether you're good or not doesn't really matter." I nodded and reached out to rub the girl's fluffy head. For some reason, it seemed like her casual remarks always made me feel especially at ease. They even had a healing effect on me. I chatted with her for a while longer, and after we finished, suddenly I thought of something. I left the room and soon came back in with a plate of fruit. I picked up a strawberry and held it up to the girl's mouth. "You didn't get to eat it earlier. Eat it now." Thinking of the embarrassing moment of being caught by my mother, Sylvie gave me a fierce glare. Then she opened her small mouth, bit into the fresh, juicy strawberry. It was a very large strawberry. With it in her mouth, her whole cheek puffed out. She was exceptionally cute. I chuckled and couldn't help but reach out my finger to poke her rounded, puffed-out cheek. Sylvie hurriedly reached out, having my finger in her hand. Only then did she feel safe enough to eat the strawberry. After finishing, Sylvie opened her mouth and bit down twice on the index finger I'd used to poke her. Only then was she satisfied. "I poke your face once, and you bite my finger. You're something else," I complained. Sylvie giggled and provocatively stuck her tongue out at me. I licked my lips and said, "Try sticking your tongue out again." "I will. So what?" "So what?" Sylvie stuck her tongue out at me again. Before she could react, I leaned forward, opened my mouth, and took her tongue into mine. With a stir, the lingering, sweet strawberry flavor from Sylvie's mouth instantly filled my entire oral cavity. After I pulled away, Sylvie's face was beet red. She scolded the man in front of her coquettishly. "Justin, you're so shameless. Who told you to stick your tongue out?" I said with a straight face. "Didn't you tell me to?" Sylvie said, pouting. This was the first time Sylvie had been so obedient. I laughed and reached out to rub her head. Sylvie looked utterly flustered. "No way! How can I let Justin have the upper hand?" "Absolutely not. Suddenly a great idea popped into Sylvie's head. She chuckled secretly in her heart. The girl who looked flustered just a moment ago now had eyes curved into crescents. She looked at me with a smile. Justin, I want to feed you a strawberry. You want one? Kieran harassed this. For some reason, I had a bad feeling. I instinctively shook my head. No, wait. You must eat it. You're not asking my opinion at all. You're clearly making me eat it. Sylvie gave me a wink. I guarantee you'll love it. The more the girl acted this way, the stronger my bad feeling grew. I didn't want to eat it, but she was forcing the strawberry on me. Could it be poisoned? No, my mom bought these strawberries. Seeing the resistance still on my face, Sylvie's voice softened. She said coquettishly, Babe, should I feed it to you? Mouth-to-mouth style. There's such a good deal? Just thinking about it felt sweet, but I felt that when things are too good to be true, there's usually a catch. Catch or no catch. I'd take it. I nodded. Sylvie picked up a strawberry and held it in her mouth. I leaned down accordingly, my mouth slightly open, and Sylvie leaned in. A minute later, I was clutching my mouth and hissing in pain. The culprit at this moment was sitting on the chair, giggling like a fool. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Sylvie immediately stopped laughing and looked at the door. I hissed in pain a couple of times, and walked toward the door. Opening it, I saw my mom standing there. Mom, I said. Seeing my mother come over, Sylvie quickly stood up from the chair. Hello, Auntie, she said. My mother smiled at Sylvie and said to me, Tonight you squeeze in with Ian, or sleep on the sofa. I'll sleep on the sofa. Just as I expected, Mom wouldn't let me sleep in the same room as the girl. The bed in Ian's room was also only 4 feet wide. If I shared a room with Ian, it might affect his sleep. If he didn't sleep well, it would affect Ian's studies the next day. So I chose the sofa. My mom nodded. Then she asked, Justin, what's wrong with your tongue? Why are you talking like that? I accidentally bit it, I explained. At this moment, Sylvie guiltily clenched her small hands into fists. Oh, you're a grown man and still so clumsy. After my mom finished, she thought of something else. She looked at Sylvie and said, Sweetie, you've seen the photo albums in the living room, right? Sylvie hurriedly shook her head. Auntie, I haven't. Justin put them away. Now not only did my tongue hurt, but my head hurt too. This girl actually told on me to my mom. Unbelievable, really. My mom swatted my arm. Why wouldn't you let Sweetie see them? Go get the albums right now. I went and brought the 2 albums back. After you and Sweetie finished looking at them, let her go to bed early. My mother left after giving the instructions. Sylvie hurriedly snatched the photo albums from my hands. She put them on the desk and opened one. After seeing the photos inside, Sylvie burst out laughing, watching the girl giggling non-stop. I was so frustrated. Sylvie laughed for a long time before stopping. She looked at the photo of little Justin in a red princess dress, wearing a wig, and with red lipstick on his lips. Then she looked at the Justin beside her. If I didn't know the current you, I'd really think the person in the photo was a girl. I didn't know you had this kind of preference as a kid. Did you want to be a girl? Sylvie joked with a laugh. I hurriedly argued, I didn't want to be a girl at all. My mom made me take them. When I was little, Mom saw the neighbor's little girl wearing pretty dresses every day, and thought she was exceptionally cute, so she bought me a dress to wear. She even specially took me to a photo studio to take photos in the dress. Auntie certainly has a lot of ideas, Sylvie said with a giggle. I guess Mom wanted a girl, but she ended up with me. I raised an eyebrow. Sylvie nodded slowly. Her beautiful eyes were glued to the album, on little Justin in the red princess dress, striking various poses. He's really so cute. A pure little princess. Sylvie continued flipping through the album, and saw little Justin in a pink dress, little Justin in a green dress, little Justin in a blue dress, and little Justin in a yellow dress. Sylvie was laughing so hard she almost cramped up. She hurriedly clutched her stomach. Ha 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 ha. I never thought there'd be so many photos of little Princess Justin. Justin's childhood was truly colorful. He had dresses in every color, just like the 7 fairies. This is too funny. Several black lines appeared on my forehead. I didn't remember there being this many cross-dressing photos. How did it suddenly become so many? Abe was so cute when he was little, like the 7 fairies from heaven. Sylvie gave me a mischievous wink. I could tell she was teasing me. I gritted my teeth, and with my thumb and index finger, I gave her small earlobe a pinch. In an instant, that soft, tender little earlobe became even redder and more translucent, just like a ripe little cherry. It's so tempting. Stop it. Sylvie immediately pouted. I'm not even allowed to compliment you. Was that a compliment? Don't you know how you really sound? I said, of course I'm complimenting you. Sylvie lied through her teeth. Do you want another smack on the butt? I raised my eyebrows. At those words, Sylvie immediately stopped arguing. She didn't want to get her butt smacked, but she remembered the times I smacked her for no reason. She would smack my butt sooner or later too. It would be best if I were at her mercy. Then she could smack me as many times as she wanted. Sylvie flipped through a few more pages. Then she realized I was still standing. She quickly got up, pushed me into the chair and made me sit down. Let's sit together. You hold me while we sit. After Sylvie said that, she sat down right on my lap. Two figures were stacked together on the chair. I wrapped my arms around the girl's waist, holding her tightly. Both of their eyes were on the photo album. On those years that had passed, Sylvie gently flipped through the album, looking at the young Justin in the photos. From a child to a teenager, finally becoming a tall young man. It was as if she had been with Justin through all those years he lived. Photos are truly wonderful things. They freeze beautiful moments in time forever. On some random day in the future, looking back at that frozen moment, it will definitely bring joy and nostalgia. After finishing one album, Sylvie opened the other one. Justin, you're holding me too tight. It's so hot, Sylvie complained. Her bottom wiggled a bit. Hearing her, I loosened my grip around her waist. Feeling more space, Sylvie rubbed her bottom against me again. This is much more comfortable. Sylvie was comfortable, but I was in pain. Sucking in a breath, I warned her, sweetie, don't move. Sylvie kept flipping the pages. Her attention was completely on the album. She obviously didn't realize what I meant. Sylvie looked at the photos happily. Her bottom unintentionally wiggled a couple more times. I was about to lose it. A raspy, strained voice came from my throat. Stop moving around. My hands around her waist unconsciously tightened a bit. Feeling the pain on her belly, Sylvie turned her head to look at me and accused, Justin, you're hurting me. At the same time, Sylvie also noticed something unusual beneath her. She looked down, and her face instantly turned beet red. Bad Justin. She just wanted to look at the album with him. Why was he thinking about that? I was quite embarrassed. I said in a low voice, it wouldn't happen if you didn't wiggle. Bad Justin. It's clearly you, yet you blame me. Shameless. Let me go. I want to get down. Ow. My hot hands around Sylvie's waist let go. Having escaped the restraint, Sylvie jumped aside. The heat on her bottom slowly faded away. Looking shy, Sylvie stared at me sitting in the chair in that state. She whispered, how long will it take to get better? I felt awkward with her staring at me. If my family weren't home, I would have walked out of the room already. Now I could only stay here and wait for it to subside. I let out a deep breath. I said to her, go to the bed. What did he mean by telling me to go to the bed? Justin wouldn't, no way. First, she wasn't ready. Second, given the situation, they would definitely make some noise. It would be so humiliating if Justin's family heard them. Bad Justin, how could he be like that? No, I'm not going. Do you want to just keep staring at it then? At those words, Sylvie finally realized. So he wasn't asking her to get into bed for that. She had overthought it. Sylvie quickly ran over to the bed. Lying there, Sylvie could only see my back in the chair. She couldn't see what was happening in front. But now Sylvie was a little worried. Will Justin hurt himself from holding it in? If he does, will it cause problems later? Justin, just pretend I'm not here, okay? I've turned around and won't look. Do whatever you need to do, Sylvie said kindly. Then she turned away and faced the wall. My temples throbbed. I closed my eyes tightly. After a while, I calmed down, stood up and said, wait, sweetie. I'm going out for a bottle of water. After telling her, I walked out. After Sylvie got up from the bed, she sat back down in the chair. There were still a few pages of the album left. Sylvie intended to finish them. She glanced at the nearby trash can. She frowned slightly. Her eyes were filled with confusion. After finishing the last of the album, Sylvie suddenly had an idea. She quickly took out her phone and opened the camera. While Justin wasn't back yet, Sylvie took a bunch of photos of young Justin as the Seven Fairies. Honestly, weren't these photos Justin's dark history? Now that they were in her hands, the thought was quite delightful. When I returned, I said to her, sweetie, why'd? It's getting late. Let's bathe and go to sleep early. I'll go wash up, you keep an eye out for me. After all, this wasn't her and Justin's home. It was a bit inconvenient here. I nodded. I picked up the albums from the desk. Sylvie went to get her bathing supplies. When she was almost at the door, Sylvie looked at me with her big eyes. She asked, Justin, why is the trash can still clean? I looked at the girl with a playful, mocking look. Then I reached out and flicked her forehead. You sure know a lot, don't you? Sylvie giggled. She whispered, I learned it from your novels. Hearing this, I was instantly embarrassed. I scratched the back of my head and thought for a second. Then I said, impossible. The protagonists in my novels have never done that. It's not the protagonist. It was some obscure side character. How would I remember an obscure side character? I probably just wrote it randomly at the time. I didn't know she would read it so closely. I cleared my throat. I said to Sylvie, hurry up and go bathe. After bathing, Sylvie lay in bed. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She was used to sleeping while holding Justin every night. She had long since formed a habit. Sleeping alone tonight, she couldn't get comfortable at all. Lying on the sofa, I felt the same way. Without the sweet-smelling and soft girl in my arms, I felt like something was missing. Girl in Justin's room. Lay on the bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. On the living room sofa, I tossed and turned. The next day, I drove the girl to all the famous spots in town. Only then did I take her back home. After dinner, I was making plans in my head. Sylvie and I were going back to the city tomorrow. I didn't know when. The next time I'd bring her back would be So, I made up my mind to give her another surprise tonight. Sweetie, I'm taking you somewhere great in a bit. My voice carried a hint of mystery. Sylvie blinked her eyes curiously. Didn't you already take me all around today? Is there somewhere left to go? There's one more special place. You'll definitely love it, I said, keeping her in suspense. Sylvie smiled. She nodded and agreed. Okay. Although she didn't know where I was taking her, as long as I was by her side, she felt at ease. Before leaving, my parents thoughtfully told us to come back early. Soon I took Sylvie into the car. The car drove along the streets of the small town. Sylvie looked at the receding town, and her curiosity grew stronger and stronger. After driving for a while, I brought the car to a stop. The surroundings were silent. Darkness enveloped the wilderness. Sylvie couldn't help but say, Justin, this looks like the outskirts. You didn't bring me to the wrong place, did you? A smile played on my lips. That's right. This is the place. Get out of the car. Although Sylvie was full of questions, she still obediently unbuckled her seatbelt and pushed open the car door. As soon as she stepped out, she felt the fresh air blowing against her face. I stood beside her and pointed to the sky. Sweetie, look up. Sylvie looked up following my gesture, and she was instantly stunned by the beautiful scene before her. The night sky was dotted with stars, like a dreamlike painting. The brilliant starlight, rarely seen in the city, reflected the light of the stars in her eyes. It's so beautiful, Sylvie couldn't help but whisper in praise. I took her hand. Come on. We can see more clearly from the small hill ahead. Hand in hand, the two of us walked across the grass toward the slope. Not long after, we reached the top of the hill, found a flat rock, and sat down side by side. Sylvie leaned into my embrace, quietly admiring the beautiful night sky. Do you come here often? Sylvie asked. I shook my head, my voice carrying a hint of emotion. Back when I was in school, where would I find the time to come out and play? Later, I went to college and started working, so my chances to come home became fewer. The night sky here is beautiful, but people always have to move forward. Sylvie nodded. The night sky here really is like a fairy tale. It's a pity that in the city, one rarely gets to see such a sight. I let out a soft sigh. Yeah, in the big city, even a patch of blue sky has become a luxury. But no matter how beautiful the hometown sky is, most young people still choose to leave and head toward a bigger stage. Listening to my reflection, Sylvie felt a surge of bitterness in her heart. She reached out and gently stroked my head as a sign of comfort. I turned to look at her, a gaze carrying a deeper meaning. Sweetie, what about you? Sylvie was stunned for a moment, and her heart skipped a beat. She knew I was asking about her family situation, but those were things she hadn't dared to face, let alone know how to talk about. I grew up in Capital City, she stammered in response. And then, I pressed, my gaze remaining locked on her. Sylvie's heart grew frantic. She knew I definitely wanted to understand her family, but she hadn't decided how to tell me yet. She hurriedly changed the subject. The night sky in Capital City isn't this beautiful. Let's just enjoy tonight's starry sky. We're going back to the city tomorrow. My gaze was deep and firm. Sweetie, let's have a good talk after we get back. This sentence made Sylvie even more uneasy. She knew I had been waiting for her to come clean, but she was afraid of what might happen after the truth came out. She looked up at the star-studded night sky, and though there was unease in her heart, her love for me was unwavering. She turned her head to look at me and leaned into my ear, saying in the most sincere tone, Justin, I love you. I will always love you. Hearing these moving words of love, my heart went completely soft. I turned my head to meet Sylvie's eyes, held her tightly in my arms, planted a kiss on her forehead. Sweetie, I love you too. The star-studded night sky witnessed their deep attachment to each other. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. In a private pool at Capital City University, Sean was cutting through the water in smooth strokes. After finishing a lap, he held onto the edge of the pool and caught his breath. Droplets of water slid down from the tips of his hair. But before he could even steady his breathing, he saw a figure dressed in a white swim suit slowly approaching. It was Summer. Sean's gaze froze slightly. Whenever he saw her, she was usually in a Lolita dress, with a sweet, princess-like feel. But now her outfit was completely different, revealing the good figure that was usually hidden by her long skirts. Sean was momentarily taken aback, even wondering if he had misunderstood Summer. He thought she was just petite, but he didn't expect her proportions to be so outstanding. Summer walked to the edge of the pool, leaned down, and looked at Sean with a beaming smile. Her voice was soft yet carried a hint of a whine. Sean, why didn't you tell me you were coming for a swim? I had to search for so long. The moment she leaned over, Summer's figure grew larger in Sean's field of vision, and even the details of her bikini were clearly visible. Sean's heart rate picked up slightly, but he quickly withdrew his gaze, fixing it on her face. His tone remained cold. This is a private pool. How did you get in? Summer didn't care about his reaction at all. She dipped her toes into the water at the edge, gently splashing the surface, and smiled even more brightly. I said I was your girlfriend. so they let me in. Sean frowned, his tone showing a bit of impatience. This is just a 1-week trial relationship between us. Don't go around shouting that you're my girlfriend. A trial girlfriend is still a girlfriend. Sean, don't be so stingy. Summer spoke and even gave a deliberate wink. A bit of playful teasing. Sean gave a cold snort. He didn't bother with her anymore, turning around to continue his swimming. Summer looked at his back and curled her lip, a surge of frustration rising in her heart. Why was this toxic-tongued man so difficult to handle? The 1-week trial relationship period was almost over, but Sean still had absolutely no interest in her. She looked down at her figure, then touched her face, and couldn't help but start doubting herself. Could it be that she wasn't charming enough? She, who was always the center of attention, could actually leave a guy completely indifferent. This was a bit hard for her to accept. After thinking for a moment, Summer shook her head vigorously, throwing those self-doubting thoughts far away. What a joke. She was the goddess in the hearts of so many guys. The line of people chasing her could stretch to the school gate. This was definitely not her problem. She instantly regained her confidence, her eyes brightening up. Right. This is definitely Sean's problem. Suddenly, a bold suspicion popped into her head. Her eyes instantly grew round. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She nodded to herself. She muttered inwardly, no wonder. So that's how it is? She glanced at Sean, as if looking at some rare species. Her expression was filled with disdain and instant realization. This toxic-tongued man is definitely gay. Summer reached this conclusion in her heart. The more she thought about it, the more logical it seemed. Otherwise, why would a sweet and cute girl like her revolve around him all day, without him showing any reaction at all? Summer's thoughts began to race. Even the tiny details were pieced together by her. Sean usually hardly ever interacted with girls. The people around him were always Julian and a group of guys. He maintained a distant indifference toward girls. All of this pointed to one fact. He was absolutely gay. Thinking of this, Summer's expression became complicated. She looked at Sean swimming in the distance. In her heart, she felt some disdain and contempt. Yet it was mixed with a little bit of pity. He's tall and handsome. His face is also decent. Who would have thought? He's actually gay, she muttered to herself. The more she thought, the more she felt. Sean was just a big liar. Since he's gay, why didn't he tell his family earlier? Could he really plan to go through with the marriage with Sylvie and make her a widow for life? Her imagination grew increasingly wild. It was as if she had already seen through Sean's conspiratorial plan. Summer was certain. This guy definitely wanted to use marriage to cover up his true orientation. Then he would secretly meet up with his boyfriend in private, or a girlfriend. Anyway, it would just be a total mess. Sean swam back at this moment. He happened to see the disdainful look Summer was giving him. He was momentarily taken aback. He felt it was somewhat inexplicable. What on earth was this girl thinking about now? Sitting by the pool, Summer felt like a big rock was weighing on her heart. The more she thought, the more frustrated she felt. She had been busy for so long, only to end up with a result where all her efforts were in vain. This filled her heart with resentment. Originally, she intended to just turn around and leave, but she looked down at herself, already having changed into her bikini. She thought it would be better to swim a few laps before leaving. She had already changed into her clothes anyway. Summer leaped gracefully into the water. Her agile figure moved freely through the pool, like a carefree fish. She deliberately swam near Sean, with an imperceptible sneer at the corner of her mouth. She wanted to take a good look at this man's true face. She had originally thought Sean was a trustworthy person, but now it seemed he hid things so deeply. It actually made her feel incredibly disgusted. Her gaze became sharp and cold, scanning across Sean like a blade, her eyes mixed with disdain and loathing. Being stared at with such eyes, Sean felt uneasy all over. He was completely baffled. Just a moment ago, this little potato was still sweetly calling him Sean. Why did she suddenly seem like a different person? Her attitude had become cold to the extreme. Summer, just do your swimming. Why are you staring at me? Sean couldn't help but ask. Summer gave a soft snort. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Carrying a bit of disdain, she didn't even bother to respond to his question. She turned and continued swimming forward. Sean looked at her agile back, his brow furrowed tightly. He really couldn't understand. During this period of time, Little Potato had always met him with a smile, but now her attitude had suddenly turned sour. Made it hard for him to accept for a moment. After swimming a few laps, Summer went straight ashore. Without even bothering to say goodbye, she left in a hurry. Sean stood where he was, gazing at her departing back with a heavy look. His heart was full of doubt and unease. After lunch, Sylvie and I prepared to set off back to the city. My mother held her hand with a look of great reluctance. She whispered her instructions. Sweetie, come back with him whenever you're free. Sylvie nodded. She said with a smile, Don't worry, Auntie. Justin and I will definitely come back. Although my father was a man of few words, his eyes had a deep sense of reluctance. My mother chattered on with a few more instructions. Finally, she took out a thick red envelope. She stuffed it into her hand. Sweetie, this is for you. Sylvie was momentarily stunned. She hurriedly waved her hand in refusal. Auntie, there's really no need. I can't take this. Silly child, just take it. My mother's attitude was firm. Looking at my mother's warm gaze, and thinking about the meticulous hospitality for my parents at home, Sylvie felt even more embarrassed. She declined repeatedly. As a result, I snatched the red envelope and stuffed it into her arms. Since my mom gave it to you, don't refuse it, just take it. Sylvie had no choice but to compromise. After softly saying her thanks, she and I said our goodbyes to the two elders. Once we were in the car for the return journey, she opened the red envelope, seeing that it contained a full $10,000. Her heart felt a wave of complexity. My parents were usually frugal. She didn't expect that they would give her such a large token of their affection. Justin, your mother gave me $10,000 in the red envelope, she said in a low voice, revealing a bit of surprise. I glanced at her. I teased her with a smile. 10,000, huh? That shows. My parents really like you as their daughter-in-law. If there was no red envelope, then it would mean you need to work harder. Sylvie giggled. Fortunately, they gave the red envelope. Otherwise, wouldn't I have been looked down upon? The two of us chatted along the way. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Gradually, her voice grew weaker. Finally, she fell asleep without realizing it. I stole a side glance, finding her curled up in the seat, sleeping like a little kitten. While focusing on driving, I reached out and grabbed a piece of clothing from the back seat. I gently covered her with it. I originally planned to go pick up Andy, but seeing her sleeping so sweetly, I changed my mind. I drove straight back to the apartment. After parking, I opened the passenger door. I carefully carried her out. She seemed to be sleeping fitfully, muttering softly in her sleep, "Cold, cold?" Her voice was so weak it made one's heart ache. I frowned. I leaned down and found her forehead was slightly hot. Worrying she had caught a cold, I quickened my pace and carried her into the bedroom. After placing her on the bed, I reached out to feel her forehead. As expected, the fever was quite high. I hurriedly took off her shoes and tucked her in. Then I brought the medical kit to measure her temperature. Seeing the thermometer showed 38.5 degrees, I didn't give her fever medicine for the time being. Instead, I began physical cooling. I brought a basin of warm water. After soaking the towel, I wrung it out and applied it to her forehead. Every few minutes, I would change the towel. The movements were gentle and focused, until I confirmed her body temperature was gradually returning to normal. After being busy for a while, I let out a sigh of relief. I turned and went into the kitchen. I cooked a pot of white porridge, heated up some buns. Then I quietly returned to the bedroom to stay by her side. Unknowingly, a feeling of fatigue surged up. I actually fell asleep leaning against the bedside just like that. When Sylvie woke up, what she saw was me fast asleep. Sunlight spilled in through the gap in the curtains. Lines of my face were soft and peaceful. A warm current welled up in her heart. She gently reached out and touched my face. Her eyes were full of tenderness. Although she was dazed when she had the fever, but she vaguely remembered that I had been taking care of her. Sylvie's heart was racing. How could there be such a good person in the world? Luckily, this version of Justin belonged to her. She recalled us looking at stars on the hillside last night, and how the cold wind had hit her. And she thought about how she had tossed and turned because she couldn't sleep with me, and she secretly blamed herself for not being careful enough. After Sylvie got up, she took a long, comfortable hot bath, and her whole body felt much more relaxed. However, as soon as she walked into the kitchen and saw the porridge and buns prepared on the table, her nose tickled, and her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Just then, I walked out of the bedroom rubbing my eyes. Seeing her like that, I hurriedly walked over. "Sweetie, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do we need to go to the hospital?" Sylvie threw herself into my arms, sobbing as she shook her head. "I'm fine." I let out a sigh of relief, but I was still worried. "Don't hide it. If you're uncomfortable anywhere, you have to tell me." She looked up, tears still on her face, but her eyes were sparkling. "Justin, you're really too good to me." I was moved to laughter by that sentence. "Silly girl, stop crying. If you keep crying, your eyes will swell up." Sylvie nodded. Yes, she still looked at me intently. Her voice was soft as she asked, "Justin, will you always be this good to me?" My gaze was steady, and I answered seriously, "Sylvie, I will be good to you forever." Hearing this, the corners of her mouth curled up into a sweet smile. She also said seriously, "Justin, I'll also be good to you forever." However, late at night, Sylvie's fever relapsed. I stayed by her side all night, taking care of her meticulously. The next morning, I felt her forehead. After confirming she was fine, I went to the office with peace of mind. All morning, my spirit was low, and I couldn't stop yawning. Still unable to stop worrying, I sent her another message, reminding her to tell me immediately if she felt unwell. Sylvie looked at her phone screen, her heart feeling as if it were soaked in honey. The feeling of being missed and held in someone's heart was truly wonderful. However, thinking of the talk I mentioned having with her, her brow couldn't help but furrow again. She was sick last night, so we didn't get to talk. What about tonight? Sunlight spilled into the living room. Sylvie sat on the sofa and started a video call with Summer. After a few rings, Summer's lazy face appeared on the screen. She was lying on her princess bed, her hair a mess, her eyes half open and half closed. Obviously, she hadn't woken up yet. Seeing Miss, Sylvie couldn't help but laugh. Summer, my little lazy pig, why haven't you gotten up yet? Summer rubbed her eyes, leaning lazily against the pillow. Don't even mention it. I played too hard last night. I almost didn't make it back. Sylvie asked curiously, what were you doing to make you say that? As soon as she finished speaking, Summer acted as if a switch had been flipped. She suddenly burst out from under the covers and sat up straight. However, she forgot her current state, and her naked form was instantly revealed on the screen. Sylvie was stunned. Then she covered her mouth and giggled. Summer, you're way too bold. Taking a video call while you're completely naked. Summer waved her hand dismissively. Oh, please. It's not like you haven't seen me naked before. Besides, I had a drink last night and it was too hot to sleep with clothes on. So I just took everything off. Sylvie's eyes widened. You actually sleep like that? Summer said as if it were obvious. Of course. Sleeping with nothing on is seriously comfortable. Sylvie, you should try it too. Sylvie hurriedly shook her head. No way. Absolutely not. In her mind, the image of her sleeping with me immediately appeared. Being completely naked, she thought she would die of embarrassment. In Summer's head, a mischievous thought had already sprouted. While she was putting on her clothes, she seemed to recall something. Suddenly, she raised an eyebrow and asked, Sylvie, have yours gotten bigger than mine lately? Sylvie was made to blush, from head to toe by the sudden question. Summer, what nonsense are you talking about? How could those possibly change? Summer narrowed her eyes, studying her through the screen. She said with feigned seriousness, You're with Justin every day, and there's no change? I don't believe it. Sylvie lowered her head in shame, muttering under her breath, What does being with Justin have to do with that? Summer gave a wicked laugh. I heard that if a man touches them often. Before she could finish, Sylvie's face was already as red as a ripe apple. Summer, stop talking nonsense. Summer saw her shrinking back in embarrassment, which only made her more excited. Aw, is someone shy? Seriously though, you've been with Justin for so long. He hasn't. She reached out a hand and made a grabbing motion. Sylvie's hair practically stood on end. Summer, stop being gross. In her mind, a scene from before inevitably surfaced. Back when we were at my hometown. Back then, my hand had touched hers. Her face grew even redder, and even the tips of her ears were burning. Summer watched Sylvie on the screen. So embarrassed she didn't know what to do. She laughed so hard she slapped the bed. Aha, I knew it. Your guy isn't that pure after all, is he? Sylvie hurriedly defended me. He's a man, isn't he? Summer deliberately curled her lip. Tisk. Sylvie is already starting to protect him. You little guy, put in love before friends. Sylvie hurriedly waved her hands. I'm not. Summer, don't overthink it. Summer blinked, her tone becoming serious. If you don't want me to overthink, then fine. You have to confess honestly. How far have you and Justin actually gone? Sylvie was so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into the sofa. Key and I haven't done that yet. Summer gave a smug snort. I knew it. With your lack of courage, you probably wouldn't dare. Clever. D-Klaus. With the hands, have they reached there yet? Hee hee. Sylvie held it in for a long time, finally saying in a low voice, just the top. To be exact, just that one time. After Summer heard this, she nodded slowly. Tiska. Justin faces such a big beauty like you every day. He really can endure, can't he? But if this keeps up for long, won't he end up hurting himself from holding it in? Sylvie stomped her foot in frustration. Summer, stop it. Summer laughed so hard she almost teared up. Okay. I'll stop teasing you. Back to business. I have something big to tell you. It's about Sean. Sylvie immediately pushed aside her shyness. She asked seriously, what is it? Summer leaned mysteriously closer to the screen. Sweetie, I've discovered that Sean is gay. Sylvie was stunned, her eyes wide. Summer, are you kidding me? Seriously, Summer nodded, her expression exceptionally solemn. I'm 95% sure. The remaining 5% is just waiting for proof. Sylvie took 3 seconds to process this information. Then how do you plan to get proof? Summer's eyes flickered. Sophie's brother. Isn't he very close to Sean? I plan to use Sophie to help me get proof. Sylvie frowned. And after you get proof? Summer clenched her fist. Naturally, I'll expose Sean's true colors. That way, you won't be forced into an arranged marriage with him. Sylvie nodded. If that's really the case, the marriage will definitely be cancelled. I'll leave the evidence gathering to you then. My dear Summer. Summer waved her hand. It's nothing. Mainly the thought of being fooled by Sean for so long just makes me incredibly angry. Sylvie gave her a blown kiss through the screen. Don't be mad, my dear Summer. Summer blew a kiss. I miss my sweetie so much. Sylvie smiled sweetly. I miss you too, my Summer. Suddenly, Summer seemed to think of something. She said excitedly, Sweetie, my dad is going to the city to talk business in 2 days. I can come along and see you. Don't worry. I'll keep a low profile. No one will notice. Sylvie was overjoyed at the news. Great, that's wonderful. I'm so happy. Summer clapped her hands. Then it's a happy deal. However, after the excitement died down, Sylvie's expression gradually fell. Summer, Justin said he wants to talk to me tonight. What should I do? Summer frowned. She stroked her chin. Don't panic. Let me think about it. After hanging up the video call with Sylvie, Summer didn't hesitate to dial Sean's number. In the Student Union President's office at Capital City University, Sean was processing some documents. The phone rang. He frowned. Seeing that the caller ID was Little Potato, his mood became slightly complicated. Then he pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, before he could even open his mouth, Summer on the other end went full throttle. Sean, today is the last day of our 1-week trial. Relationship. Listen up, I'm not coming to see you. I announced the early end of it. Goodbye. Before Sean could say a single word, the call was disconnected. He stared at his phone screen, stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head with a bitter smile. Finally, this Little Potato wouldn't bother him anymore. Life seemed like it should return to normal. However, as he put down the phone to continue working, he felt a faint sense of unease. He couldn't tell if it was an empty feeling from being used to the interruptions, or some other emotion. Meanwhile, during lunch hour at the office, Gary, Kevin, and I were gathered together. Gary shoveled food into his mouth, while staring at me as I yawned. He said with a wicked smile, Justin, didn't sleep well last night? I gave him a look. How do you know? Gary chuckled. A 2-day break wasn't enough time for you and my sister-in-law to go at it, so you took another day off. And you're still in this state at work? Isn't it obvious? My face darkened. Stop overthinking it. Sweetie and I went back to my hometown over the break. She had a fever last night, and I spent the whole night taking care of her. Gary slapped his forehead. Oh, my bad, purely a misunderstanding. Kevin quickly cut in. Justin, bringing her home to meet the parents. Are you planning on getting married? I shook my head. It's not that fast. I knew that Sylvie's family situation was still a complete mystery. My heart was a bit uneasy, but I couldn't tell them that. Otherwise, I'd definitely be made fun of. Gary wouldn't let me off. Justin, does sister-in-law have any best friends or anything? Introduce us to some. Don't just eat all the meat yourself. Let your brothers have some of the broth too. Kevin also nodded repeatedly. Right? I scratched the back of my head. I'll ask her later. I knew absolutely nothing about her social circle. I could only brush them off for now. After work, I drove to the pet shop to pick up Andy. Just as I arrived at the shop, the moment Andy saw me, he meowed excitedly without stopping. It was like he wanted to vent all his grievances. His round eyes were full of accusation. Daddy, you finally came to get me. Do you have any idea how miserable my life at the pet shop was? Locked in a cage every day. I lost my freedom. It's like the sky lost its color. What's worse, a stupid teddy dog moved in next door. He barked non-stop every day, and kept scratching at the cage. He ruined my naps during the day, and kept me awake at night. I really wanted to smack him dead, sighed. The long, sad story. Before leaving, Andy looked back at that stupid teddy dog. His eyes were full of contempt. Stupid dog, I'm going home with Daddy. You just stay here in your cage. Bye-bye. He gave one last meow. Andy proudly followed me out of the pet shop. After getting home, Andy leapt for my arms and sprinted to Sylvie. Sylvie pulled him into her arms. Her face was full of happy smiles. Mommy missed you so much, lady. As she spoke, she rubbed her face against Andy's fur. She looked extremely happy. Andy also meowed happily. He thought to himself that a child with a mother is indeed like a treasure. A child without a mother is like a blade of grass. His experience at the pet shop these past few days made him deeply realize that he's happiest when he's by Daddy and Mommy's side. After I finished putting away Andy's things, I saw that Sylvie was already sitting on the sofa holding Andy, playing with him with great joy. I felt a wave of gloom. Back when Andy was at the pet shop, he was quite close to me too. Why did he completely ignore me the moment he saw Sylvie? What was even more frustrating was that once Sylvie had Andy, she completely forgot I existed. This person and Kat's cold attitude toward me made me feel that my status in the family was pitifully low. I silently walked to the sofa and sat down. I picked up my phone and started scrolling through short videos, calm on the outside, but a bit bitter on the inside. After Sylvie played for a while, she suddenly noticed me sitting in the corner, looking down at my phone. She immediately realized what was going on. She said softly to the cat, "Be a good boy, Andy. Go play by yourself for a bit. Your daddy is probably jealous again. I'm going to go coax him." Andy obediently jumped to the floor and started playing on his own. Sylvie walked over to me, snatched my phone away, tossed it aside, and sat on my lap. She wrapped her arms around my neck and said coquettishly, "You stingy guy. You're even jealous of Andy." I hurriedly defended myself. "I am not." Sylvie blinked, laughed, and gave me a kiss. "Sure you're not. Be good now. Let's go eat." I nodded helplessly. "Okay." She gave me another kiss on the lips, and said sweetly, "I love my babe the most." My mood vastly improved by her coaxing. I instantly returned to a happy state. After we finished dinner, I took the initiative to clear the dishes. I finished the task quickly and efficiently. Sylvie, knowing that the time for the talk had finally come. Sure enough, I sat down on a chair and watched her with a deep gaze. Sylvie hesitated for a moment, then decided to speak first. Justin, do you remember the night we met and what I told you? I nodded. Of course I remember. Sylvie took a deep breath. Actually, the reason I ran away from home wasn't what I told you back then. I had already guessed as much. So, Sylvie said in a low voice, my parents wanted to control my life. That's why I ran away. My heart skipped a beat. I remembered Sylvie once mentioned that her parents managed a company. Could her family be like Leo Linwood's? A high society family with immense power? Sylvie continued in a low voice. My family is probably much more complicated than you think. The relationship between my parents is not as harmonious as yours. The reason I haven't told you about my family wasn't because I didn't want you to know, but because I haven't found a solution yet. After she finished speaking, I remained silent for a moment, then said seriously, sweetie, running away is never the solution. Sylvie nodded, her voice soft but firm. I know, I will face it, but she knew in her heart that the day hadn't come yet. At this moment, she just wanted to stay with me quietly. My brow furrowed slightly. They don't know you exist, right? Sylvie's expression instantly became a bit serious upon hearing this. She nodded gently. She whispered, I'm sorry. I looked at her lowered face, let out a deep breath, and then responded in the gentlest voice. It's okay. The room suddenly fell silent. A complex emotion filled the air. I quietly gazed at the girl before me, the corner of my mouth twitching slightly. I raised my hand and gently rubbed her fluffy hair, saying seriously and firmly, sweetie, no matter what we encounter in the future, I'll face it together with you. When Sylvie heard this, a sweet smile bloomed on her face. Justin, you're so good. In this moment, she felt all her unease was dispelled by my promise. I gave a doting smile. Silly girl, I'm your boyfriend. You're my girlfriend. And we're a team. When you decide when to go home, I'll go with you. Sylvie snuggled against me and nodded, her heart wrapped in sweetness. After this topic, the two of us tacitly didn't bring it up again, turning instead to our own tasks. In the study, I sat at the computer focused on writing. The novel from before had just finished, and I was working on the beginning of a new book. After the experience gained from the previous work, writing felt much easier now. And on the other side, Sylvie sat quietly at the table reading. After reading for a while, her gaze involuntarily fell on me. She rested her chin in her hand, staring at me without restraint. I turned my head, sensing her gaze, and our eyes met exactly. Sylvie's cheeks turned red, and she hurriedly turned her face away, raised an eyebrow and teased with a smile, staring at me all this time. What pleasant thoughts are you having? Sylvie hurriedly explained. Mean Justin, I wasn't thinking anything like that. Then why have you been staring at me? I pressed her on purpose. Sylvie turned her head, pouted her little mouth, and said, You're my boyfriend. I just want to look at you. What's it to you? Do you have a problem with that? I quickly waved my hands. No. How could I possibly have a problem? Sylvie smiled triumphantly. That's more like it. I shook my head with a smile. Sweetie, if you're tired, go back to the bedroom and rest. I still have to write for a while, Sylvie said coquettishly, but I want to watch you. If I go to the bedroom, I won't be able to see you. I helplessly dragged her chair next to mine and pulled her onto my lap. Sylvie took the opportunity to hook her arms around my neck, her face dulled with a happy smile. I've been looking for so long and you're still not satisfied? I gently flicked her small nose, my tone full of doting. Sylvie shook her head, a sweet smile curling her lips. Not enough. I want to watch you 25 hours a day. I laughed helplessly. Sweetie, who taught you math? 25 hours a day? Sylvie giggled. I just want to see you every single moment, clinging to me like this. Don't you think you'll get bored? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Sylvie immediately shook her head. No, not at all. How could I ever get bored of my babe? I'll never get bored. I laughed helplessly. Then it's truly my honor. Sylvie blinked her eyes and asked back, What about you? Do you want to see me every moment? I said on purpose. As for that question, I'll have to give it some careful thought. Sure enough, Sylvie pouted, and pounded her little fists against my chest. Mean Justin, you actually have to think about it? Do you just not want to see me? I wrapped one arm around her slender waist and held her small fists with the other. I just said I'd think about it and you hit me. You're way too bossy. Sylvie let out a huff. Question like that doesn't need any thought at all, I said with a smile. Because I'm thinking about something else. Sylvie asked curiously, What thing? My gaze fell on her lips, and I leaned down to kiss her. The kiss ended. Sylvie's cheeks were flushed red, panting softly as she lay in my arms, and I too steadied my own breathing. After I was somewhat steady, I looked at her and said softly, Sweetie, let me carry you back to the bedroom. I knew that if she stayed here, I definitely wouldn't finish tonight's chapter. But Sylvie shook her head coquettishly. No, I want to watch you. I laughed helplessly. Why are you so clingy today? Sylvie rubbed her little head against my chest. I just like clinging to you. Helplessly, I leaned down and kissed her forehead, saying dotingly, "How about this? I'll move the desk into the bedroom. I'll write my novel, and you can keep watching me." Sylvie immediately nodded happily. "Okay." I carried her to the bed in the bedroom, then moved the desk and computer inside. Only then could I continue writing with peace of mind. Sylvie lay on the bed, quietly watching my back. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. She remembered back when they were in the rental house. She would always secretly watch my back as I wrote. How it felt like she had returned to those times. She picked up her phone and opened the camera function, calling out to me, "Justin." I turned my head at the sound. "What is it, sweetie?" Right at the moment I turned around, Sylvie pressed the shutter button, capturing the moment. "Teehee, I'm taking a photo of you," Sylvie said with a smile. I raised an eyebrow. "More photos?" Sylvie shook her head. "No more. Then I'll get back to writing." I was just about to turn back, when Sylvie suddenly remembered something. She quickly called out, "Justin, I want to take a look at your phone." I casually tossed the phone from the desk onto the bed, asking with a raised eyebrow, "Checking up on me?" Sylvie tilted her chin up. "Is that not allowed?" I chuckled. "The passcode is my birthday. Look all you want. That's more like it. My bank card pin is also my birthday." Sylvie was stunned for a moment. "I didn't ask for your bank pin," I said with a smile. "You didn't ask, but I'm volunteering the information." "Yeah," Sylvie giggled. Her heart was as sweet as honey. In the bedroom at night, I was still buried in my writing. Sylvie, meanwhile, was flipping through the photo album on my phone. Photos slid across the screen one by one. There were photos of us taken in my hometown, moments of joy from the amusement park, and even a captured frame of me holding her on the swing. Every single frame in the photos recorded our sweet times together, causing the corners of Sylvie's mouth to turn up unconsciously. However, as she continued to scroll, a photo suddenly appeared on the screen, of a girl in a long white dress. The girl was elegant and ethereal, as beautiful as a painting. Sylvie's heart instantly sank. Her delicate face scrunched up, and her chest felt like it was blocked by something, making it hard for her to breathe. She stared quietly at the photo, a complex emotion showing in her eyes. The more she looked, the more aggrieved she felt, and her eyes unknowingly turned red. She secretly wiped away the tears that fell, and continued scrolling through the album, silently praying in her heart not to see any more photos like that. Fortunately, there were no others besides that one. Otherwise, she really would have cried a complete mess. After I finished writing, I turned around, and saw that the girl had her eyes closed, seeming to have already fallen asleep. I washed up and crawled into bed, habitually pressing against her back, preparing to pull her into my arms. However, Sylvie suddenly broke free. She said aggrievedly, "You're not allowed to hold me." I was stunned. "Sweetie, what's wrong? Don't you know for yourself?" Sylvie's tone carried a hint of complaint. My face was full of confusion. I was completely lost. I gently turned her head around. Only then did I find that her eyes were red, as if she had just cried. I felt terribly distressed, yet I completely failed to understand the reason. "Sweetie, don't be like this. Just explain it clearly, okay?" I coaxed in a low voice. Sylvie handed the phone to me. Her voice was full of grievance. "See for yourself." I was even more confused. "See what? There is clearly nothing shameful on my phone at all." This reaction from the girl really left me baffled. I instinctively thought it was because Gary had sent some inappropriate content to the group chat. Just as I was about to open WeChat, I heard Sylvie say, "The photo album." I scrolled through some photos. All I saw were sweet photos of me and Sylvie. I still couldn't find the problem. Just as I was about to ask her, Sylvie added another sentence. "Keep scrolling back." I continued to scroll, until a photo of Chloe appeared on the screen. I understood instantly. I quickly explained, "Sweetie, Chloe asked me to help her take that photo. After I sent it to her back then, I forgot to delete it. I really didn't leave it in the album on purpose. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it long ago." Sylvie's grievance eased a little bit, but she still asked half-doubtingly, "Really? It wasn't because you kept it to look at it occasionally?" I said seriously, "I did like her once, but that was just in the past. That's all over now. The one I like now is you. The one I love is you." After saying that, I deleted the photo permanently without hesitation. I tossed the phone aside and pulled the girl tightly into my arms. "Silly girl, don't let an unimportant person ruin your mood," Sylvie said softly. "I understand, but do you know, seeing that photo in your album all this time, it really made my heart hurt. I thought you were still pining for her." I planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Silly girl, don't guess blindly. I only have you in my heart. There isn't anyone else. You are the person by my side now, and you are the person who will walk through life with me in the future. Our road ahead is still very long. We will encounter some small problems and minor conflicts. That's all normal. But as long as our hearts are together, no difficulty will be able to defeat us." Listening to my words, Sylvie felt exceptionally reassured. She nodded and wrapped her hands around my waist. Her body curled up in my arms. She could hear my powerful heartbeat in her ear. "Justin, meeting you is the greatest luck of my life." I responded softly, "Same for me." That rainy night, taking her home, was the most correct thing I've ever done in my life. Next day, I came home after work. Sylvie immediately gave me a big hug. I smiled and produced a rectangular gift box from behind my back, handing it to her. For you. Sylvie's eyes lit up. Teehee, a gift today. I'm so happy. Open it and see. Sylvie couldn't wait to open the gift box. She saw an exquisite wooden comb. She leaned in to smell it. Her nose caught a faint scent. Justin, it smells so good, Sylvie said in surprise. Sandalwood, I explained with a smile. Sylvie carefully looked at the carvings on the wooden comb. She found that it was a pair of twin lotuses on one stalk. Her heart was instantly touched. She knew the meaning of the twin lotuses all too well. One heart, one root, shared fortune and life. They were the most beautiful symbol of love. Moreover, she knew that in ancient times, when a man gave a woman a comb, it represented a token of love. Her gaze continued over the edges of the comb, and she found the characters J*S engraved there. Sylvie looked up at me, her eyes full of pleasant surprise. Justin, did you engrave this? I scratched the back of my head and said somewhat bashfully, yeah, J represents me, and S represents you. Sylvie was incredibly moved. She gave me a quick kiss right on the mouth. My babe is so cute. She held the wooden comb. Her voice was full of appreciation. Babe, I love the gift you gave me so much. I feel like I can't even bear to use it. I said dotingly, don't be afraid to use it. The plastic comb at home isn't as comfortable as this. If you like it, I'll give you another one. Sylvie shook her head. No need to give me another one. This one is enough. I nodded. From now on, use this to comb your hair. Got it? Sylvie's smile was sweet beyond measure. After acting mushy for a while and finishing dinner, Sylvie suddenly said to me, Justin, my good friend is coming over tomorrow as a guest. Hearing this, my eyes instantly lit up. Since Sylvie had been by my side, I had never heard her mention a friend. This was the very first time. My heart was both excited and expectant. I couldn't wait to meet her friend. Sweetie, around what time is your friend coming tomorrow? Is there anything we need to prepare at home? We'll go, I asked, while thinking about how to be a good host. Sylvie narrowed her eyes and laughed. God, you seem very happy to hear that my friend is coming over. I reached out and rubbed her small head. I said with a smile, your friend is visiting. Of course I'm happy. Sylvie gave a mischievous blink. My babe really is a hospitable host. I nodded with feigned pride. Of course. By the way, should I take the day off tomorrow? I thought to myself, as the man of the house. When the girl's friend visited, I really should be home to entertain them. I couldn't be impolite. Sylvie hurriedly waved her hand. No need. He isn't sure what time he'll arrive. But he'll stay at our place at night. So we shouldn't leave that soon. I nodded. Then does he have any preferences? Since he's coming, we have to treat him well. Sylvie thought for a moment, and said seriously, he likes eating candy and drinking alcohol. I raised an eyebrow. Eating candy and drinking? How strange can those hobbies be? Sylvie stifled a laugh. Her eyes shifted as she said on purpose, he's just that kind of strange guy. Hearing this, my gaze shook slightly. I asked with some uncertainty, he's a guy? Sylvie nodded with a straight face. Yeah. Is there a problem? I was silent for 2 seconds, suppressing the discomfort in my heart. I said with feigned ease, no problem. The girl's friend is a guy. What's the big deal? I am a magnanimous boyfriend. How could I possibly be jealous because of this? Sylvie chuckled secretly. She continued to test me. Babe is so understanding. I was worried you would be unhappy. After all, my best friend is a guy. My facial muscles twitched slightly. Forced myself to stay calm. How could that be? Would I be that kind of stingy man? Haha, Sylvie continued to stir the pot. That's good. He and I are very close. If we're intimate once in a while, babe, you must not get jealous when you see it. I took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the bitterness in my heart. Rest assured, I'll be fine. I won't be jealous, I said. Having finished that sentence, my heart felt inexplicably stifled, thinking that I might have to watch my girl have close physical contact with another guy. My mood as a boyfriend was as unpleasant as swallowing a fly. However, I could only silently swallow my pride. Seeing this, Sylvie intentionally praised me. My babe is so broad-minded, and not at all narrow-minded. My mouth twitched stiffly. I endured the complex emotions in my heart. Yeah. I raised my hand to scratch the back of my head, then asked again, sweetie, can you tell me in advance exactly what you mean by getting a bit intimate with your friend? I need to be mentally prepared. Sylvie suppressed her laughter and pretended to say seriously, well, for example, we'll lean against each other and hold hands. After all, he's my guy bestie. When I heard this, my whole face instantly darkened. I said in a serious voice, leaning together and holding hands? No way, I can't accept that. You're absolutely not allowed to be like that with him from now on. Sylvie intentionally put on a wronged look. Oh, who was the one who just said they wouldn't be jealous? Why is it not okay now? I said through gritted teeth, this isn't jealousy. I am defending my dignity as your boyfriend. Do you hear me? You can't be like that with him ever again. Sylvie shook her little head and intentionally talked back. I won't. He and I held hands before, and will hold hands in the future too. I was so angry that my temples were throbbing. I took a firm stance. Absolutely not. Seeing that it was enough, Sylvie finally stopped teasing me. She leaned into my ear and whispered softly, "I was lying to you. She's a girl." Tee-hee. As soon as she said that, Sylvie ran away laughing. I was stunned for 2 seconds before realizing I'd been played. I glared fiercely at the escaping girl. I said through gritted teeth, "That little liar. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Saying that, I immediately chased after her. After catching Sylvie, I smacked her butt a few times before stopping in satisfaction. Mean Justin, you hit my butt again." Sylvie pouted. She rubbed her soft bottom with dissatisfaction. I gave a cold snort. "You little liar. Who else should I hit if not you?" Sylvie refused to be outdone. She reached out her small hand and smacked my butt twice. She even said disdainfully, "It's not as soft as mine. The feel isn't good at all." I laughed helplessly. "You smack my butt and then insult me too? You're something else." Sylvie curled her lip. "Well, if it doesn't feel good, I'm not allowed to complain?" I raised an eyebrow. "Then where does it feel good?" Sylvie's gaze moved slowly down from my head, finally stopping at my abs. She gave a tight-lipped smile. Her small hand quietly slipped into my clothes, feeling my firm abs. "Yar. Tee-hee." My mouth curled into a smug smile. "You like it that much?" Sylvie nodded with a bit of shyness. "Yeah, it's so sexy." Her small hand even gave my abs a little squeeze. My Adam's apple bobbed up and down unconsciously. Suddenly I thought of a TikTok video I saw recently. To attract tourists, a certain cultural tourism bureau actually filmed a group of shirtless 6'1" hotties. For a promotional video, the comments from those women in the section were bolder than the next. Just like hungry wolves, I complained in my heart, "Is this attracting tourists? This is pure seduction." These times, sigh. I turned to look at Sylvie and asked on purpose, "Sweetie, if my abs turned into one big lump, would you still think it's sexy?" Sylvie was stunned. "One big lump?" She looked at me with a face full of confusion. Continued to explain, "I mean, if they became a round belly." Sylvie's brow furrowed slightly. Just as she was about to say it was impossible, she suddenly changed her tune. She withdrew her hand and patted my shoulder. She said with great solemnity, "No matter what you become, I will always think my babe is sexy. I will always love you." I raised an eyebrow, looking completely unconvinced. I clearly saw her frown just now. A woman's words are a deceptive ghost. "I see." I responded offhandedly. Then I stood up. "Play by yourself for a while. I'm going to go work out." Prevent my girl from secretly scrolling through TikTok to watch those shirtless 6'1" hot guys. I decided to work on my physique properly. By using my actual strength, I would keep her gaze locked firmly on me. I vowed in my heart, I absolutely cannot let myself turn into a round belly. I was doing push-ups on the floor. Sylvie came skipping over, her eyes twinkling with a mischievous smile. "Justin, I want to sit on your back." I looked up and glanced at her. "Sweetie, don't mess around." Sylvie pouted and said relentlessly, "Come on, if you don't let me, is it because you can't handle it?" I was so annoyed my teeth were itching. I said through gritted teeth, "Fine. Hurry up and sit on." Sylvie blinked. "Tee-hee," she said with a laugh. "I'll only do it if you're shirtless." I helplessly took off my t-shirt, tossed it aside, asked, "Any other requests?" Sylvie shook her head. She said with satisfaction, "Nope," quaintly. Sylvie sat on my back with great satisfaction. Started doing push-ups while carrying her. Sylvie had a face full of happiness. She giggled non-stop, feeling internally pleased. It turned out that sitting on a boyfriend's back and being carried while he does push-ups was so much fun. One morning, at the entrance of New Bay Apartments, Summer, dressed in a pale green Lolita dress, wearing white silk stockings, and with her hair in pigtails, appeared with a large suitcase, looking full of presents. Just as she came to a stop, Sylvie rushed over like a gust of wind. She was so excited she almost screamed, "My Summer, I missed you so much." Sylvie pulled Summer into a hug. Her face was full of an excited smile. Summer also hugged her back tightly. "My sweetie, I missed you so much too." The two sisters acted mushy at the door for quite a while, before walking back into the apartment hand in hand. As soon as they entered, Summer heard a meowing sound. She followed the sound and looked over, discovering a little cat locked in a cage. "Is this my little brother Andy?" Summer asked curiously. Sylvie nodded and said with a smile, "Yeah, Summer." She opened the cage and let Andy out. She pointed at her and said seriously, "Andy, this is your sister Summer." Summer excitedly reached out her hand, wanting to pet Andy. "Hello, Andy." Unexpectedly, Andy ignored her completely. With a whoosh, he ran off and disappeared. Summer's eyebrows shot up in anger. "Sweetie, what is the meaning of this?" Sylvie comforted her. "Summer, don't be mad. Andy might not be familiar with you yet. He'll probably be fine with you in a bit." Summer pouted. "All right, I'll be the bigger person and not hold it against him. I'll forgive him for now." Sylvie praised her with a smile. "Summer is so sensible." Summer raised an eyebrow. "Sweetie, are you actually praising me? Why does it feel so weird? Sylvie blinked. Of course I am. Thing? Sylvie took Summer on a tour of the house. Summer had already seen the apartment through video calls. Seeing it in person, there weren't many big changes. Tour ended. Sylvie said with a smile, Summer, go sit on the sofa first. I'm going to the kitchen for a moment. Okay, Summer responded. She sat down obediently on the sofa. After a while, Sylvie came out of the kitchen carrying a fruit platter and placed it on the coffee table. She said to Summer, Summer, have some fruit. Seeing Sylvie busy with everything, Summer couldn't help but tease, sweetie. I've noticed you're acting like a virtuous little wife now. Hearing this, Sylvie's face turned slightly red. Summer, stop making fun of me. Summer chuckled. I'm serious. It seems you and your guy are living quite a nice life together. Sylvie gave a shy smile. Teehee, it's okay. Summer said mysteriously, by the way, I brought you something good. Sylvie asked curiously, what is it? Summer narrowed her eyes, keeping her in suspense. You'll know, very soon. Hey. She stood up and opened a large suitcase. First, she pulled out 2 silky, sheer, ultra-short spaghetti-strap nightgowns. One was red and one was black. They were incredibly sexy and seductive. She held up the nightgowns, raised an eyebrow, and looked at Sylvie. Super sexy, right? Once your guy sees you in this, he'll definitely turn into a werewolf. Hehe. Sylvie looked at the 2 nightgowns, and her face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. Oh my god, how could I have the nerve to wear such revealing nightgowns? Summer feigned surprise. Sweetie, is your guy not up to the task? Even seeing you in this wouldn't work? Sylvie was beyond embarrassed. She stuffed a strawberry into Summer's mouth. Mean Summer. Justin, of course he's up to the task. Summer chewed the strawberry slowly, her gaze meaningfully circling Sylvie's body. Oh, what? Did you help him, As soon as Summer's provocative words came out, Sylvie's small face turned red enough to bleed. She said softly, Mean Summer, you're getting more and more scandalous. Summer laughed unrestrainedly. Sweetie, you're wrong about that. This is what I call being knowledgeable. The more one knows, the more it proves their intellect is vast. Sylvie curled her lip speechlessly. Those dirty things you know have nothing to do with being knowledgeable, okay? Summer raised an eyebrow. Then you're definitely wrong. People in the land of cherry blossoms have tons of practical experience in that area. Outsiders even call them teachers. Are you going to say they aren't knowledgeable? Sylvie was completely defeated. Fine, Summer, you're right. Summer put the 2 nightgowns aside. Get instructed, you have to wear these for your guy in the future. Sylvie answered weakly, oh, I got it. Then, Summer pulled out several pairs of stockings from the suitcase. Knee-high black shears, white lace stockings, fishnets, gradient pinks, thigh-high black shears with garters, and more. She gave Sylvie a wink. These are for you too. Sylvie looked at the various styles of stockings, full of confusion. Summer, what am I supposed to do with all these stockings? Summer raised an eyebrow. For you to wear at home, of course. Sylvie now completely understood what Summer meant. She wanted her to wear these seductive stockings to entice Justin. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Mean Summer. Is there anything in her head besides dirty thoughts? Next, Summer pulled a maid outfit from the suitcase. And a cat ear outfit, she said with a smile. These 2 sets are for you too. She was secretly proud, Justin. Oh, Justin, without an assist from someone like me, could you enjoy these wonderful moments so easily? With me around, you can wake up laughing in your dreams. Sylvie had grown used to Summer's various unexpected antics. She nodded. She leaned forward slightly to look into the suitcase and asked tentatively, Summer, is there more? Summer spread her hands. That's all, sweetie. What else did you want? Sylvie hurriedly waved her hands. No, I don't want anything else. Really? Sylvie nodded vigorously. Actually, she had thought she would see certain other things in Summer's suitcase. The phone suddenly rang, interrupting the sisters' chat. Sylvie looked up and reminded her. Summer, your phone is ringing. Summer picked up the phone, and when she saw the contact name on the screen, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. She raised the phone screen to show Sylvie. The screen clearly displayed, toxic guy. Sylvie asked in surprise, is it Sean? Summer nodded, her tone full of disdain. Sylvie asked in confusion, why aren't you answering? Summer curled her lip, with a look of contempt. Let this toxic guy wait a while longer. Sylvie couldn't help but chuckle, and gave a thumbs up. Summer, nicely done. After the phone had rung many times, Summer finally answered it slowly. Her tone was lazy. Sean, do you need something from me? Sean, on the other end, was furious. He almost smashed his phone. She took so long to answer, and now she was using this kind of attitude to talk to him. He gritted his teeth, his voice cold. Little potato, where are you right now? Summer said with a deliberate, snide tone. Oh, Sean, you're actually looking for me? Did the sun rise in the west? Listening to her tone, Sean reached out and rubbed his forehead. His voice became even more serious. Cut the crap. Tell me right now. Summer deliberately provoked him. What if I don't tell you? What are you going to do? In the past, she had endured it. But now that she knew Sean's true face, there was no need to care about him anymore. Sean gave a cold laugh. Fine. You don't have to tell me. I can find you myself. Hearing this, Summer immediately became alert. It wasn't a secret that she was on a business trip with her dad. If Sean really found her in the city, wouldn't that expose Sylvie and Justin? Absolutely not. Summer quickly adjusted her tone, her voice becoming soft. Sean, why are you in such a hurry to find me? Can't we just talk over the phone? Sylvie listened to Summer's sudden change in style and couldn't help but chuckle. Summer's change in attitude could truly be described as changing faces. Sean raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a bit of mockery. Little potato, who told you I was gay? Summer's tone was natural. Wait, you aren't? Sean gripped the phone tightly, saying through gritted teeth, I am not. And you actually had someone gather evidence. You really are something. Little potato, your actions have severely damaged my reputation. I advise you to apologize to me in person immediately. Otherwise, you'll have to face the consequences. In Sean's mind, images of Natalie and the others laughing at him surfaced. His anger almost broke through his reason. Summer finally realized the seriousness of the problem. But regarding Sean's sexual orientation, she still held deep suspicions. Now she decided to admit her mistake first, to settle the matter and keep the peace. If Sean really went crazy and ran to this city to find her, the consequences would be unthinkable. Sean, I'm so sorry. My eyesight was just bad. I just happened to misjudge things. You won't hold it against me, right? Summer said with a sincere attitude. Sean said coldly, Little potato, what I want is for you to apologize to me in person. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Summer's temper flared up instantly. She took a deep breath, tried to suppress her anger, and said again, Sean, didn't I already apologize to you over the phone? There's no need to go through the trouble of an in-person apology, is there? Sean's attitude was firm. It's no trouble. I want an in-person apology. Summer finally couldn't help but retort loudly, Sean, are you ever going to be done? Sean gave a cold laugh. Heh, stopped acting, little potato? Summer gritted her teeth. I'm done acting. What can you do about it? Sean said casually. It looks like I'll just have to make the video on my phone public. Summer instantly became alert. What video? She rapidly flashed through all her actions in her mind, trying hard to recall if there were any shameful videos. But she was certain she hadn't done anything out of line. Was Sean bluffing her? She absolutely couldn't let herself be hurt by Sean. Stop lying to me. I won't fall for it, Summer said coldly. As soon as the words left her mouth, her phone suddenly rang with a WeChat notification sound. Sean said calmly, I sent the video to your phone. I'll give you 3 hours. If you don't show up in front of me to apologize, this video will be made public. After saying that, he hung up with a click. Summer was stunned where she stood, looking completely confused. Sylvie, having heard her conversation with Sean, quickly said, Summer, first see what kind of video it actually is. Summer nodded and immediately opened WeChat to play the video Sean sent. When the video finished playing, Sylvie clutched her stomach and giggled nonstop, almost unable to control herself. Summer's brow furrowed tightly. She reached out and pinched Sylvie's face. Twice, said huffily, my Sylvie is actually mocking me. Are you angry? Sylvie tried to suppress her laughter and said intermittently, no. How could I mock my Summer? In reality, she truly couldn't help herself. The way Summer struggled on the horizontal bar in the video, with an expression of being scared half to death, was simply too funny. Anyone seeing this video would be unable to stop laughing. Except for the person involved, of course. Summer clenched her fists. Sean's punchable face surfaced in her mind. She said furiously, this Sean is truly insidious. He actually secretly recorded my pathetic state on the bar. It's simply abominable. She punched the throw pillow on the sofa twice, as if venting her anger. Sylvie nodded in agreement. Summer, I told you long ago. Sean is full of schemes. See? He secretly recorded a video. It's truly impossible to guard against. Summer let out a sigh. What should I do if this video gets out? How will I show my face in the future? The thought that her super, invincible, cute, beautiful girl image might be destroyed in an instant made her heart feel like it was being cut by a knife. Sylvie thought for a moment and offered a suggestion. Summer, you can apologize to Sean over video call. That counts as apologizing in front of him, right? Summer's eyes lit up, a look of joy appearing on her face. She nodded in agreement, then happily planted a kiss on Sylvie's face. My Sylvie is so smart. Sylvie reminded her with a smile. Tee-hee, when you apologize to Sean, you must have a sincere attitude. It's best to get him to delete the video on his phone. If he keeps it, he'll always have leverage over you. Summer nodded. Of course I know. It's just getting that dog of a man Sean to delete the video probably won't be that easy. For long, Summer went into the study to prepare for the video call, while Sylvie closed the door from the outside, sat on the sofa holding Andy, and started playing. After a period of being busy, Summer finally came out of the study. Summer, is it resolved? Sylvie asked with concern, while teasing Andy. Summer thought about her low-voiced flattering of Sean on the video call just now. That humble appearance made her feel stifled. She nodded, her face full of grievance, and her tone full of complaint. Sylvie, Sean really is a dog of a man. I've had such a hard time on this journey. Seeing this, Sylvie quickly put Andy down, gave her a warm hug. It's okay, as long as it's settled. Summer frowned though, and continued. But that dog of a man actually refused to delete the video. Sylvie gently patted her back, her tone full of comfort. Don't worry, Summer. How about we find a way to steal his phone and just delete the video directly? Summer thought for a bit, then shook her head. What if that dog of a man has a backup? Sylvie also fell into deep thought, her brow furrowing. Right. Then what should we do? Summer spread her hands and said helplessly, how should I know? Seeing this, Sylvie tried to change the subject. Stop thinking about this for now. Just relax a bit. Summer nodded. The two of them sat down on the sofa. Just as they sat down, Andy suddenly jumped off the sofa, flicked his tail, and ran off. Summer was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately, feeling even more depressed. She had just suffered a huge loss with Sean. Now even Andy was rejecting her. This was simply rubbing salt in her wound. Sylvie, look, Andy is ignoring me again. I'm really dying of anger. This is too much bullying. Summer crossed her arms, her face puffing out in anger. Sylvie frowned, also feeling that Andy was a bit strange today, seeming to be targeting Summer on purpose. Her tone firm. Summer, don't worry. I'll go have a talk with Andy. I'll definitely make him change his attitude. After saying that, Sylvie went to find Andy. She soon found him in the room, crouched down, and tapped Andy's little head with her finger, her tone full of motherly criticism. Andy, what's with you today? Your sister Summer came over to visit us. What kind of attitude is this? She's Mommy's best sister. If you keep being this cold to her, Mommy is really going to be angry. Andy blinked his round eyes at Sylvie and let out a few dissatisfied meows. Sylvie, seeing his unyielding look, couldn't help but pout and gently tugged on his whiskers. Andy, what's really going on with you today? Andy meowed a few more times, then suddenly jumped up and ran off. Sylvie quickly followed behind him. She saw him carrying a bag of dried fish snacks in his mouth. As he walked back unsteadily, Sylvie suddenly realized, so you wanted some snacks? She reached out to help Andy open the packaging, but saw him jump directly onto the sofa, next to Summer. His large, round eyes were staring straight at Summer. Summer was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered. When she first saw Andy on a video call, she had solemnly promised that she would buy him a whole bunch of delicious things. Later, she had been so busy that she'd actually forgotten. No wonder Andy was ignoring her. She immediately sat up straight, said to Andy with a face full of apology, Andy, little brother, it's all your sister's fault. I promised to buy you a bunch of treats. Good, I forgot. I've wronged you. Andy let out a haughty meow, as if he were scolding her. Sylvie laughed nearby, and reached out to stroke Andy's fur. Andy really is quite the foodie. Summer stood up, and patted Sylvie's shoulder. Her voice was full of determination. Sylvie, let's go out. Sylvie was stunned for a moment. Where to? To get some delicious food for little brother Andy. I must take good care of him. Summer's tone was firm. When Andy heard this, he meowed with satisfaction. His tail wagged happily. After a trip to the pet store, the two of them came back carrying 4 full bags of cat snacks. Summer went over to Andy's cage, crouched down and said with a serious face, Andy, little brother, your sister bought you a whole bunch of delicious treats, and even got you a 500,000-point membership card. That's pretty generous, isn't it? After she opened the cage, Andy immediately changed his attitude. He took the initiative to let Summer pet him, and even snuggled into her arms. Sylvie watched from the side, incredibly amused. Oh, Andy, you've been completely bought off by Sister Summer's snacks and that membership card. Andy nestled in Summer's arms and meowed twice with pride, as if to say, not at all. Is this cat really that shallow? It's only because I saw that Sister Summer was willing to correct her mistakes that I magnanimously forgave her. A while later, I came home from work. I pushed the door open and entered. Hearing the commotion, Summer came to the door and sized me up from head to toe. She saw that I was about 6 feet tall, and my looks weren't much different from my photos, except I wasn't as toxic-tongued as Sean. I saw this petite girl in front of me, dressed in a Lolita-style outfit, and guessed she must be Sylvie's good friend. So I took the initiative to greet her. Hello. Summer smiled slightly. You must be Justin, right? I'm Summer. Just call me Summer. To appear more formal, I solemnly reached out my hand. You, Summer, it's a pleasure to meet you. Summer also politely reached out her hand and gave it a light squeeze. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Sylvie happened to rush over right then, and seeing this scene, she couldn't help but giggle. You two are being so formal. Someone would think this is a meeting between world leaders. Summer shrugged. Sylvie, it's not me. Your Justin was the one who insisted on doing it this way, so I could only play along. I awkwardly scratched the back of my head. Well, since it's our first meeting, didn't I want to be a bit more formal? Sylvie teased with a smile. Isn't that just because my Justin thinks of you as a very important person? Summer nodded. True. With that, she turned and headed toward the living room. Meanwhile, Sylvie took the opportunity to give me a sweet hug. Summer nestled on the sofa, holding Andy in her arms, while looking down at her phone. As her fingers swiped across the screen, Andy would occasionally look up at her, then lower his head and continue rolling around. In the kitchen, I was busy cooking. Sylvie stood beside me, helping wash the vegetables. Like a little assistant, Sylvie put the washed tomatoes into the basket, looked up at me and said, her voice carrying a hint of apology, Justin, Summer is here today, so I'll have to sleep with her tonight. My movements paused for a second. Then I covered the pot and said calmly, okay, got it. Seeing me finish a step, Sylvie suddenly walked over and hugged me. Her small head gently rubbed against my chest. Then she tilted her face up and asked coquettishly, Justin, when you don't sleep with me tonight, will you miss me? I looked down at her, the corner of my mouth curling into a smile. My hand gently rubbed her fluffy little head. In my heart, I thought back to when we went to my hometown, and those 2 nights we spent sleeping apart. It really was hard to get used to. In the end, sleeping while holding this soft girl was the most comfortable thing, but I intentionally spoke with indifference. It's alright. When Sylvie heard this, she immediately pouted and retorted with dissatisfaction. Alright? Even if you don't sleep with me, you'll only miss me just a little bit? Do you have any idea? Back at your hometown, I tossed and turned all night sleeping by myself. I couldn't sleep at all. I kept wishing you were there by my side. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect her feelings were exactly the same as mine. I reached out and put my arm around her slender waist, pulling her closer to me. My other hand gently flicked her small nose, and I whispered, me too. I couldn't sleep those 2 nights either. Hearing this, Sylvie's eyes lit up, as if she had just heard some incredible news. Really? I nodded. Really? The smile on Sylvie's face immediately bloomed. She hooked her small hands around my neck, her tone carrying a bit of pride. Well, since you missed me too, you can't blame me for tonight. I couldn't help but laugh. Sweetie, what are you trying to do now? Sylvie blinked her eyes, stood on her tiptoes, and leaned toward me. Can I have a kiss? I deliberately tilted my head back to tease her. No kisses. Sylvie stomped her foot in anger. Her small fists pounded on my chest. Mean Justin, if you won't give me a kiss, then no kisses forever. Hearing her say no kisses forever, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. I immediately pulled her close, leaned down, and kissed her. Sylvie struggled twice at first, wanting to show her protest, but it wasn't long before her whole body went limp from my kiss. How could she even think about resisting anymore? Just as the two were immersed in their sweet kiss, the kitchen door was suddenly pushed open. Summer walked in holding Andy. Seeing the two of them kissing so passionately they'd forgotten everything, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Although she didn't say anything, her expression said it all. I'm just here to get a bottle of ice water. You two keep going. She intentionally dropped those words coldly, took a bottle of ice water from the fridge, turned around, and walked out, even thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Sylvie leaned in my arms, her small face as red as a ripe apple. She muttered in a low voice, How embarrassing. Summer saw us. I gently patted her back, my tone carrying a bit of awkwardness. I really didn't expect to be caught. Sylvie gave me a dissatisfied glare, pouting and complaining, It's all your fault. If you hadn't kissed me, we wouldn't have been caught by Summer. I laughed helplessly and obediently admitted my mistake. Yes, it's all my fault. However, that's not what I was thinking in my heart. It was clearly the girl herself, who was pestering me for a kiss. But now she was turning around and blaming me. But of course, I wouldn't say that out loud. Back in the living room, Summer took a sip of the ice water, then pulled Andy back into her arms. She looked down at Andy's large, round eyes, and asked with feigned solemnity, Andy, little brother, are your daddy and mommy always this mushy? Andy meowed twice lazily, as if he were complaining. Of course, my daddy and mommy are stuck together all day, never caring about the feelings of this single cat. Every time I see them kissing, I just want to hurry up and find a cat girlfriend to experience what love tastes like. Unfortunately, daddy and mommy only care about their own happiness and haven't thought about finding a partner for me at all. Sigh. What a tragic shut-in cat life. After Andy's internal monologue, Sylvie and I carried the prepared dishes to the dining table. Summer looked at the table full of dishes that looked, smelled, and tasted wonderful, and her mouth dropped open in surprise. Justin, you made all of these? Impressive. I smiled slightly and said humbly, It's all right. Sylvie chimed in proudly from the side. Summer, let me tell you, like as in even models and sweet, actually I know how to cook now too. But they aren't as good as the ones Justin makes. Summer widened her eyes, looking completely incredulous. Sweetie, you can actually cook now? That's unbelievable. Sylvie explained with a smile. Justin was the one who taught me. Summer teased her intentionally. Oh? Then I must try your cooking tomorrow. Sure, no problem. Sylvie agreed readily. I brought beer and red wine to the table and asked Summer, Summer, which kind do you want to drink? Summer raised her eyebrows. What? Do you want to drink with me? I smiled. Sweetie said you like to drink. Summer shrugged. It's no fun with just the two of us drinking. Drinking is only fun when there are more people. Sylvie immediately retorted, Summer, can't you count? There's me too. There are clearly 3 of us. Summer curled her lip. With your low tolerance you have the nerve to mention that? I couldn't help but chuckle hearing this. It seemed I wasn't the only one who felt that way. The girl really had no self-awareness. Sylvie pouted her small mouth in anger and gave my arm a light pinch. She warned me, don't laugh. I quickly apologized. Okay, I won't laugh. Summer watched the 2 of them flirting and couldn't help but roll her eyes. You two, enough. Stop showing off your love in front of me. Can we still eat dinner? The 2 of them said in unison. The atmosphere at the dining table was relaxed and pleasant. The 3 of them chatted while eating, with constant laughter. That night in the bedroom, Sylvie and Summer were lying under the same covers, chatting away. Sweetie, are the bed sheets and duvet covers at your place newly changed? Summer asked casually. Sylvie nodded. Of course. How could I let you sleep in a duvet that Justin and I have used? Summer smiled. Sweetie, actually, you didn't have to sleep with me. Now that I'm here, it feels like I've broken you and Justin up. Sylvie shook her head and said seriously, that's not it at all. Summer, you haven't visited in a long time. Of course I want to sleep with you. Actually, Sylvie was also a bit conflicted in her heart. On one hand, she wanted to sleep with Summer, but on the other hand, she also wanted to sleep with Justin. Unfortunately, the 3 of them couldn't sleep together, so she had no choice. Summer suddenly had a bright idea, and a mischievous smile appeared on her face. She said in a light voice, Sweetie, where are the nightgowns I brought you? Sylvie answered casually, in the closet. Try one on quickly and let me see. Summer's eyes were sparkling as she stared at her. Sylvie waved her hand. She frowned and said, It's so late and I'm going to sleep. Let's not change. No way. If you don't change, I'll do it myself. Before she finished speaking, Summer's small hand was already heading straight for Sylvie's chest. Sylvie quickly covered herself with both hands. A hint of helplessness was in her voice. Fine, I'll change, okay? Summer nodded, with satisfaction. She raised an eyebrow and said, That's more like it. Wear the red one. Sylvie was stunned for a moment. She asked in a low voice, Red? Won't this color be too striking? Red suits you best. There was a bit of teasing in Summer's eyes. But I have one requirement. You're not allowed to wear a bra. Sylvie's cheeks burned slightly. She chided, Mean Summer. What exactly are you trying to do? Will wearing a bra affect the look? Besides, it's uncomfortable to sleep in a bra. Sylvie let out a helpless sigh. She thought secretly in her heart. Actually, she knew Summer was right. But every time she slept with me, she always felt a bit shy without a bra. She still obediently walked to the closet, took off her pajamas, and put on that red nightgown. When she looked down at the dress on herself, the discomfort on her face was obvious. Summer, isn't this dress too revealing? It feels a bit like lingerie. Spin around and let me see. Summer sat on the edge of the bed, like a little aesthetic expert. Sylvie spun around helplessly. Summer's gaze swept from her hair to her toes, finally lingering between her chest and thighs. She nodded with satisfaction. Sweetie, your seductiveness is off the charts right now. If I were a man, I would have already done hee-hee-hees to you. Mean Summer, you're always joking with me. Sylvie rolled her eyes at her, turned to go back to bed, but Summer cried, Stay right there. Summer suddenly shouted. Sylvie stopped in her tracks and looked at Summer in confusion. What's wrong? Summer quickly put on her slippers, pushed Sylvie straight toward the door. Go let your Justin have a look. Sylvie's face instantly turned red as a ripe apple. Summer, are you crazy? It's so embarrassing to let Justin see me like this. Don't be shy. He's going to see it sooner or later, but now it can be a surprise for him. Summer pushed Sylvie without allowing further argument to the study door, knocked on the door, and then turned tail and ran. The door just opened. My gaze was like it was drawn by a magnet. Staring blankly at Sylvie, she bashfully tucked a stray hair behind her ear. She asked in a low voice, Justin, does it look good? Nodded almost instinctively. It looks good. It looks amazing. Sylvie twiddled her fingers. She said softly, Summer bought this for me. It's not that I intentionally. Yeah, I smiled. My gaze became more heated. Summer has really good taste. Sylvie noticed my Adam's apple bobbing, and couldn't help but cover her chest. She chided bashfully, Justin, why are you swallowing? I looked up and answered, feigning composure. I'm thirsty. Sylvie blinked. Then go drink some water. Shook my head. My eyes still remained on her. I'll drink in a bit. Seeing me stare at her like this, her heart was like a racing deer. She hurriedly said, I should probably head back. I don't want to interrupt your writing. How could you be an interruption? I quickly pulled her. Stay a little longer. Sylvie nodded, and obediently sat on the folding bed. The folding bed let out a slight creak. She couldn't help but laugh. Justin, are we going to break this bed? A wicked smile played on my lips. I said in a low voice, we're only sitting. It's not like we're doing any strenuous exercise. It won't break. Hearing the words, strenuous exercise, Sylvie's face flushed red. What do you mean, strenuous exercise? I raised an eyebrow, my gaze meaningful. Well, you know, Sylvie bit her lip. She asked softly, Justin, you like this Ren? I nodded without hesitation. I like it. Sylvie felt secretly happy. Summer also bought me a black one. My eyes lit up. Black is good too. I like them both. Sylvie burst out with a laugh. Summer also brought me several pairs of stockings. If you like, I can wear them for you. I nodded repeatedly. Okay. This happiness came too suddenly. The spaghetti-strap nightgown on the girl was already tempting enough. If she wore stockings on her legs as well, then a strange restlessness, began to stir within me. My hands wrapped around Sylvie's slender waist, pulled her onto my lap in one swift motion. The movement was a bit hurried. The folding bed let out a series of creaks. Sylvie's cheeks were flushed. She hugged my neck, looking a bit panicked. Her voice carried a hint of shyness. Justin, what are you doing? I smiled gently and mischievously. Nothing. I just want to hold you. Just then, Sylvie looked down. She found that the already short nightgown had ridden up quite a bit, even revealing the fabric underneath. She hurriedly reached out, wanting to pull the nightgown down, but I beat her to it. My large hand gently tugged the hem. Of course, this movement inevitably touched Sylvie's smooth thigh. I cleared my throat, my voice feigning calm. It rode up. I'll pull it down for you. Sylvie's little face instantly turned as red as a ripe cherry. She bit her lip and whispered, Justin, let me down. Instead, I held her tighter. My palm pressed against her smooth back. My voice was raspy with a hint of restraint. Just a little longer. Sylvie struggled gently for a moment, sensing a certain change in me. She was too embarrassed to move again, her voice getting smaller and smaller. But that part of you is all ready, I whispered to soothe her. It's okay, little girl. The faint scent on her body wafted around my nose. My reason gradually crumbled. I couldn't help but give her neck a gentle kiss. Sylvie was shaken all over by this sudden intimacy. She shrunk her neck and protested softly, Justin, don't leave a mark or Summer will make fun of me. I chuckled and gave her a few more kisses in a row, before reluctantly letting her go from my arms. My voice sounded slightly deep. Don't worry, there's no mark. Sweetie, go back for now. Sylvie glanced at me, another wave of heat surging onto her face. She hurriedly ran out of the study and into the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, she looked at her burning red cheeks and turned on the faucet to splash her face with cold water. Only then did she regain her composure slightly. Then she returned to the bedroom. As soon as she entered, Summer immediately put down her phone. She asked with a face full of gossip, Sweetie, how did Justin react when he saw you? Tell me about it. How could Sylvie have the nerve to tell her? What happened in the study? She lowered her head and said vaguely, he said it looked pretty good. Summer narrowed her eyes, clearly not believing it. That's it? Don't tell me nothing happened. I don't believe you. Sylvie bit her lip, her voice as faint as a mosquito. We hugged for a bit. Summer immediately gave a wicked smile. Hugged for a bit? Amen? Did your Justin touch you all over? The shyness on Sylvie's face instantly exploded. She lunged at Summer and started tickling her. Mean Summer. Stop talking nonsense. Summer dodged while laughing. I guessed right, and you won't admit it. No, I didn't. The two of them messed around together. The room was filled with laughter and joy. Early the next morning, when I walked into the living room, I happened to see Good Danes coming out of the bedroom, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She walked toward me step by step, and finally threw herself directly into my arms. Her hands wrapped around my waist, and she said in a soft, sweet voice, Justin, I'll take you to work today. I looked down at the girl in my arms, a slight smile playing on my lips. I rubbed her head. Sweetie, why so early today? Sylvie nodded gently. I didn't stay with you last night, and I was afraid you'd miss me, so I made a point to get up early. Here, my heart felt a wave of warmth. I still teased her. If I don't wash up and get ready soon, I'll probably be late for work. Upon hearing this, Sylvie immediately pulled back from my arms. Then hurry up and wash up. I'll go make breakfast for you. She suddenly thought of something, and reached out to touch my chin. Feeling the somewhat prickly stubble, she said with a smile, Justin, let me shave you. I was stunned for a moment, then nodded, sure. Sylvie had promised to shave me long ago, but we missed the opportunity every time. Today she finally got her wish. She carefully picked up the razor, her movements gentle and meticulous. I looked down at her serious face, my heart going soft. After finishing the shave, Sylvie immediately ran into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. When I walked in after washing up, the girl had already brought out the porridge, steamed buns, and boiled eggs. Justin, come and eat. She greeted me sweetly. I pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at the food on the table. I felt delighted. We didn't get many chances to have breakfast together. Sitting together occasionally felt exceptionally warm. Sweetie, what plans do you and Summer have for today? I asked. So we thought about it, nothing set yet. We'll wait until Summer wakes up. I suggested. Didn't Summer say last night that drinking with fewer people is boring? How about inviting Gary and Kevin over tonight? We can all have a lively time together. Sylvie nodded. That's a good idea. I asked offhandedly, does Summer have a boyfriend? Sylvie narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at me suspiciously. Mean Justin. Why are you asking that? You already have me and you're asking about Summer? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I reached out and pinched her face. What are you imagining? Gary and Kevin asked me if you have any best friends. To introduce to them. That's the only reason I'm asking. Sylvie suddenly realized and said with a smile, Summer is single. I nodded. All right then. Got it. After work that evening, I drove Gary and Kevin all the way to the apartment. On the way, we bought some food and alcohol at the supermarket to prepare for a lively party. I drove the car, carrying Gary and Kevin into New Bay Apartments. The night deepened outside the windows, and the neon lights of the apartments reflected a sense of prosperity. Gary, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but sigh. Justin, living here with sister-in-law. The property prices in this place really aren't cheap. Sister-in-law is indeed rich. Kevin nodded from the back seat and agreed. I heard some celebrities live here too. Justin, have you ever run into any celebrities? I frowned slightly and shook my head. Kevin, if you hadn't said so, I really wouldn't have known celebrities lived here. Gary immediately chimed in. Yeah. I've heard about it too. But if we actually met one and got an autograph or a photo, that would be a huge win. I chuckled. Even if there are, I wouldn't recognize them. I don't pay much attention to celebrities. After parking the car, I led Gary and Kevin into the house. As soon as we entered, Sylvie greeted them sweetly and introduced Summer to both of them. After a few minutes of small talk, the atmosphere quickly livened up. Sylvie had ordered some delivery early on, and with the food we brought back, the dining table was soon covered in delicious things. While everyone hadn't started eating yet, I took Gary and Kevin on a tour of the house. When we got to the study, Gary lowered his voice and said to Kevin, Justin's girlfriend's best friend is not only pretty, but also exceptionally cute. Kevin nodded repeatedly. Indeed, a beauty's friend is always a beauty. I glanced at them and said calmly, Summer is single. If either of you is interested, you'd better seize the opportunity. On hearing this, Gary immediately waved his hand. She might not even like me. Kevin patted his shoulder. Don't think too much. Just treat it as making a new friend. Gary nodded and smiled. When the group returned to the dining table, Summer was already chatting animatedly with Gary and Kevin. With her cheerful personality, she always seemed to easily close the distance with strangers. The five sat around the dining table, clinking glasses together, except for Sylvie, who had a lower alcohol tolerance. The other four were quite enthusiastic. Sylvie watched them raise their glasses frequently, her heart feeling restless. She whispered a complaint to me. Justin, let me drink a little more. I shook my head. Sweetie, it's not that I won't let you drink. If it were just the two of us at home, I'd go along with you. But Summer is staying here too. It's not good if you drink too much. Sylvie was puzzled. What does Summer being here have to do with it? I let out a helpless sigh. Last time we drank with Gary and Kevin, you didn't even know what you were like. Sylvie was full of doubt. What exactly happened to me? Did I go on a drunken rampage? I raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in my tone. Do you really want to know? Sylvie nodded. Of course I do. Hurry up and tell me. I leaned in close to her. I whispered, last time when you were drunk in the taxi, you kept pestering me for hugs and kisses and you even felt me up. The driver was laughing the whole time. You have no idea how embarrassed I was. Hearing this, Sylvie's face turned as red as a ripe apple. She hurriedly defended herself. Justin, you're lying. I'm not like that at all. I shook my head with a chuckle. It seems next time you drink too much, I'll have to record it. So you can't deny it. Sylvie was exasperated. She reached out and pinched my waist. I winced in pain and rubbed my waist. I said with feigned innocence, you did even worse things that night. I just didn't tell you. Even worse? Sylvie's eyes widened. She pressed me eagerly. What exactly was it? I deliberately kept her in suspense. I'd better not say. I'm afraid you'll pinch me again in a bit. Sylvie's curiosity was piqued. She reached out and gently tickled my palm. She said coquettishly, please, Justin, tell me please. I promise I won't use violence on you. I raised an eyebrow. I seemed skeptical of her promise. I still leaned into her ear and whispered a few words. After Sylvie heard it, her entire face looked like it would bleed. Yeah, after she got drunk, she actually took off her own clothes in front of him. She even unfastened her own bra. She had always thought I was the one who undressed her before. It turned out she did it herself. I looked at her flustered and helpless appearance. I teased in a low voice, no need to be shy. It's not like I haven't touched them before anyway. Sylvie was just about to reach out and teach me a lesson in anger, but I quickly reminded her, sweetie, you just promised that you wouldn't use violence on me. Only then did Sylvie abruptly stop her movements. She silently vowed in her heart she absolutely couldn't, in front of her friends, ruin her own image. Just then, Summer suddenly said loudly, hey, are you two done acting all mushy? Come over here, we're gonna play a game. Sylvie was stunned for a moment. Summer, what kind of game is it? And what's with big brother and second brother? I also cast a confused look. I sized up Gary and Kevin. Summer said proudly, Gary, Kevin, and I hit it off really well. The three of us have become sworn siblings. I'm the boss. Gary is the first younger brother. Kevin is the second younger brother. Speaking of this, she seemed to suddenly remember something. She hurriedly added, oh right, I also have a little cat brother, which is Andy. So we are 4 sworn siblings. Gary and Kevin were stunned for a moment. Then they looked at each other and smiled. Then they nodded in unison to show their agreement. Sylvie looked at Summer, Gary, and Kevin hitting it off in such a short time. They had even become sworn siblings. She couldn't help but chuckle. Her Summer really was a social butterfly. Summer, what game are we gonna play? Sylvie asked curiously. Summer blinked her eyes. She smiled mischievously. Truth or dare, a must-play game at the drinking table. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked around at everyone to ask for their opinions. Gary, Kevin, and I all nodded in agreement. Then we'll start with me first. Summer volunteered. Sure, okay. After everyone responded, Summer started spinning the bottle on the table. The bottle spun rapidly on the table. Everyone was staring at it. Their eyes were full of anticipation. After a few rotations, the bottle finally came to a stop. The mouth of the bottle pointed at me. The first one is actually Justin. Ha ha ha. Gary joked with a laugh. Kevin also added with a smile. Boss, don't let him off the hook. Summer rested her chin in her hand. She looked like she was thinking seriously. So what should I ask? Her eyes sparkled with a mischievous light. Sylvie, sitting next to her, quickly whispered a reminder. Summer, ask a normal question. You're not allowed to ask anything crazy. Summer gave a snort. It's just a game. Sweetie, stop constantly defending your Justin. Hearing this, Sylvie could only shut her mouth helplessly. Then, Summer looked straight at me. A wicked smile played on her lips. Justin, Sweetie dressed like that last night and you still didn't pounce on her? You don't have some kind of problem, do you? As soon as the words left her mouth, Gary and Kevin immediately couldn't help but chuckle. They repeatedly gave Summer the thumbs up. Their boss really was bold and daring. Sylvie's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. Her small hands moved restlessly under the table. In her heart, she cursed Summer for being unreliable. I cleared my throat slightly. I tried my best to stay calm. I don't have any problem. I'm perfectly normal. Seeing this, Summer leaned into Sylvie's ear. She whispered, Sweetie, it seems your Justin will achieve great things in the future. What do you mean? Sylvie asked in confusion. Because he has extraordinary endurance and self-control. Summer blinked. Her face was full of a wicked smile. Sylvie was so embarrassed she stomped her feet. Mean Summer. After the first round ended, it was my turn to spin the bottle. The bottle spun a few times and slowly stopped. This time, the mouth of the bottle was pointing right at Sylvie. Justin, it's sister-in-law's turn this time. You can't go easy on her. Gary immediately reminded me. Kevin also chimed in. Exactly, ask something explosive. Don't be polite, Summer added with a smile. No mercy at the gambling table. No friendship at the drinking table. We don't do favors in this game. Sylvie was stunned for a moment. She pouted and said with dissatisfaction, Mean Summer, I'm your best friend. How can you treat me like this? Summer spread her hands. She looked completely innocent. A game is a game. Once we leave the table, we're still sisters. I originally wanted to ask a simple question. Looking at the situation, I clearly couldn't be too perfunctory. I thought for a moment. My gaze fell on Sylvie. I asked, Sweetie, when exactly did you fall in love with me? I had always been curious about this question. I just hadn't had the chance to ask before. Everyone heard this. They immediately started cheering. A hint of shyness appeared on Sylvie's face. She lowered her head and said, It should have been. When we went to the beach to watch fireworks together, or maybe a little earlier, she actually fell in love with me very early on, but the specific time was a bit blurry. Summer immediately teased, watching fireworks together? That's quite romantic. Fury also sighed. Justin and sister-in-law's relationship is really enviable. When will I be able to watch fireworks with a girl? When Kevin heard the word fireworks, his eyes dimmed slightly. He remembered that night of the Kixie Festival. He and Sarah had also gone to the beach to watch fireworks, but now things had long since changed. He picked up his glass. He lowered his head and took a sip by himself. My gaze remained on Sylvie. Hearing her words, my heart inexplicably felt a surge of warmth. I reached out and rubbed her fluffy head. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. Seeing this intimate interaction, Summer, Gary, and Kevin all complained in unison. Can you two consider the feelings of us single people? Sylvie lowered her head shyly. I withdrew my hand. I said with a smile, Sweetie, it's your turn. Sylvie spun the bottle a few times. The bottle stopped. The mouth pointed at Gary. Damn it! It's me, Gary exclaimed. Kevin immediately fanned the flames. Sister-in-law, don't be polite. Just ask anything, Sylvie smiled. Her eyes darted around. Then she asked, Gary, how many girls have you liked since you were a kid? Gary was stunned for a moment. He started counting seriously on his fingers. In elementary school, I liked the class president. In middle school, I liked my desk mate. In high school, I liked the class beauty. Later, the class beauty transferred schools, so I fell for another desk mate. In college, none. Summer tapped the table. First younger brother. You're something else, having crushes since elementary school. Gary was a bit embarrassed. Those were all secret crushes. None of them ever went anywhere. Summer raised an eyebrow. The king of secret crushes. You definitely live up to the title. Everyone doubled over in laughter. Kevin couldn't help but tease. You were so young in elementary school. What did you know about liking people? Gary shot back defensively. Is it wrong to be an early bloomer? Sure. Kevin nodded repeatedly. The group laughed again. Gary started to spin the bottle. This time he used too much force. The bottle spun incredibly fast. It almost flew off the table. Kevin had quick reflexes. He pinned down the bottle. Gary, take it easy. Gary smiled awkwardly. Got it. I'll be gentler this time. The bottle spun again. It stopped quickly. The mouth pointed at me again. Haha, Justin got caught again, Gary said with a laugh. He thought for a moment. A mischievous idea suddenly flashed in his eyes. Justin, Douglas, when was your and sister-in-law's first kiss? Kevin and Summer immediately looked at me in unison. Their faces were full of anticipation. I glanced at the girl beside me. I said calmly, there was a time when Sweetie was drunk. That was our first kiss. Actually, to be precise, that time was Sylvie getting drunk and taking the initiative to kiss me. Sylvie heard this. She felt a bit nervous. To speak of our real first kiss. It was actually when she secretly kissed me while I was asleep, but I obviously didn't know about it. She lowered her head and giggled to herself. She thought, some secrets are better kept buried in the heart. A chorus of cheers and catcalls rang out in the living room. Summer tapped the table. Her eyes showed her dissatisfaction. Justin, that's it? What about the details? We want the details. I raised an eyebrow. Mischievous smile on my lips. You want details? That's another question. Summer curled her lip. She turned to look at Gary and Kevin. She instructed seriously. First younger brother, second younger brother. When you spin to Justin later, you must ask for details. Remember that. Got it, boss. Gary responded immediately. Don't worry. Leave it to us. Kevin also nodded with a smile. However, in the next few rounds, the bottle didn't point to Justin even once. Summer looked completely baffled. She couldn't help but complain, Justin, I finally realized, trying to hear details from you is just too hard. I shrugged. My tone was a bit teasing. It's the will of heaven. You can't blame me. Summer gave a dissatisfied snort. She then turned to Sylvie and winked. If it doesn't land on Justin again, I'll just ask you directly, sweetie. You'll definitely tell me, right? Sylvie immediately pouted and shook her head. Summer, pleading. That's cheating. I won't tell you anything. Summer feigned sadness, looking like she'd been betrayed. Sweetie, now that you have Justin, you're turning against me. It really breaks my heart. Seeing this, Sylvie immediately grabbed Summer's arm. She smiled and comforted her. No, I haven't. I like my Summer the most. Hearing this made my heart feel a bit sour. I couldn't help but think, sweetie, she once solemnly promised me that she liked me most. Now she turns around and says she likes Summer most. As expected, a woman's words are never to be trusted. A while later, the battlefield moved from the dining table to the living room. Summer, Gary, and Kevin started playing Fight the Landlord, while Sylvie and I stayed in the dining room to clean up the table. Justin, Summer, Gary, and Kevin are having a lot of fun, Sylvie said as she cleaned. I looked at the living room and smiled faintly. The way those three look, it's like they're old friends. Suddenly, Sylvie stopped what she was doing and walked over to me. She blinked her big eyes and asked, Justin, when exactly did you fall in love with me? I stopped what I was doing. I wrapped one arm around Sylvie's slender waist. I gently stroked her head with the other hand. My dark eyes met her beautiful eyes. My tone was serious and gentle. To be honest, as for when exactly I fell for you, I don't really know myself. Maybe it was when I couldn't stop worrying when I went home and wanted to take you with me. Or maybe it was even longer ago. A girl as good as Sweetie, spending every day and night with you. How could I possibly not fall for you? Sylvie's heart felt sweet as honey. A triumphant smile appeared on her face. She hugged my waist, she said coquettishly, while Summer and the others are busy playing. Justin, let's have a secret kiss. I let out a light laugh. I leaned down and gently kissed her lips. We only kissed briefly and then pulled apart. After all, there were 3 pairs of eyes in the living room. Sylvie lowered her head and smiled. Then she whispered, Justin, actually, I have a secret I want to tell you. What secret? I asked with a raised eyebrow. She was a bit shy. A blush appeared on Sylvie's face. I looked at Sylvie. I gently patted her head. What are you being shy about with me? Tell me. Sylvie hesitated for a moment. She finally summoned the courage to say, actually, I kissed you secretly a long time ago. As soon as she said that, a smile appeared on my lips. I paused. I asked on purpose, you kissed me secretly while I was asleep? Sylvie nodded. Her face grew even shyer. I couldn't help but laugh. So? You've been plotting against me for a long time? Sylvie heard this. She immediately raised her little fists and pounded on my chest. Justin, I wasn't plotting anything. I continued to tease her, secretly kissing me while I'm asleep. If that isn't plotting, what is? Sylvie pouted. She whispered in defense. I just liked you and wanted to kiss you. My gaze softened. I said softly, so Sweetie likes me that much. To be liked secretly by a girl, what a beautiful thing that is for me. And even more fortunately, I also, without realizing it, fell in love with this girl. Love that is mutual is the most beautiful kind of two-way journey. Sylvie nodded vigorously. She said seriously, yes, I like you. I like you very, very much. I liked you even before you liked me. So you have to like me very, very much too. I held her face in both hands. My tone grew solemn. Sweetie, of course I like you very, very much. I'll give you the rest of my life. Will that do? Sylvie smiled like a child who had stolen candy. Okay, pinky swear. No backing out. I nodded and held out my pinky. Our pinkies hooked together. We said in unison, pinky swear. No changes for 100 years. After the promise, I spoke up again. Sweetie, let me ask you one more question. Ask away. Confess honestly. Before, while I was asleep, exactly how many times did you kiss me secretly? Sylvie's expression changed slightly. She quickly scrambled away from me. Just once. Hurry up and pack your things. I obviously didn't believe her. Really only once? Sylvie hesitated for a moment. She gritted her teeth. Fine. Twice. Really only twice. I teased her on purpose. Sylvie got anxious. She hurriedly defended herself. I only kissed you twice in secret. Mean Justin. You don't think I kissed you every single night, do you? I smiled and asked back, oh? Then why wasn't there a third time? Sylvie had certainly thought about continuing to kiss me in secret, but she had eventually managed to control herself. Through sheer willpower. She pouted and said, you didn't like me back then. I couldn't just keep kissing you secretly. I raised an eyebrow, my tone a bit skeptical. Then what about those 2 times? Your logic is inconsistent. Sylvie's cheeks puffed out in frustration. She muttered in a low voice, I just couldn't help myself those 2 times. Reached out and gently smoothed her hair. It's okay, I said softly. I belong to you now. You can kiss me whenever you want. When Sylvie heard this, a sweet smile reappeared on her face. Her heart was full of happiness. After cleaning the table, we returned to the living room together. Summer, Gary, and Kevin were playing Fight the Landlord with great enthusiasm. Andy was lying lazily on Summer. His eyes were narrowed, looking quite content and relaxed. Gary had lost 7 rounds in a row. He had drunk 7 glasses of alcohol, and his face was already flushed red. When he saw me walking over, it was like he was grabbing onto a lifesaver. He quickly stood up and grabbed me. Justin, come and play a few rounds for me. I have to go to the bathroom. Before he even finished speaking, he had already vanished from sight. I looked at Kevin with a face full of confusion. What's wrong with Gary? Kevin smiled and shook his head. Gary? The guy has been having a real string of bad luck today. We haven't played 10 rounds yet, and he's already lost 7 or 8. He's full of alcohol. I guess he couldn't hold it anymore. I sat down with a smile. It seems Gary's luck is truly terrible today. Kevin shrugged. Great, Our boss has all the luck. We're absolutely no match for her. He said this while giving Summer a thumbs up. Summer gave a triumphant smile, her tone full of pride. Of course. All right. Stop chatting and let's keep playing. Sylvie sat on the sofa holding Andy. She gently stroked Andy's small head. Andy, she said softly, let's cheer for Sister Summer right here. Andy seemed to understand. He gave a meow in agreement. While drawing my cards, I glanced at Sylvie. I said offhandedly, Sweetie, why aren't you and Andy cheering for me? Sylvie gave a tight-lipped smile. She grabbed Andy's small paw and waved it at me. All right, Andy, cheer for Daddy. At those words, a smug smile appeared on my face. Kevin looked down at his cards. He couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Justin and sister-in-law's public displays of affection are truly heartbreaking for us singles. However, my luck didn't seem to improve just because they were cheering. I bid for landlord a few times, but lost several rounds in a row. Ended up having to drink several glasses of alcohol. Looking at the game in front of me, I fell into a state of deep self-doubt. My skills aren't usually that bad. What's wrong today? I lost everything, I muttered. I felt a bit frustrated, especially since Sylvie was watching right beside me. Losing so many rounds was a bit embarrassing. I looked up toward the bathroom and gritted my teeth. Gary, did that guy fall into the toilet? Why isn't he back yet? Justin, in my opinion, this seat is definitely cursed. Kevin joked with a laugh. Whoever sits there loses. It's not your problem. I nodded repeatedly at his words. There really is something supernatural about it. Sylvie was laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Holding Andy, she said, Andy, let's cheer for Daddy a bit more. Andy meowed twice in cooperation, but the pressure on me was even greater now. I looked down at the 4 twos in my hand. Couldn't help but think, can I win this one for once? Just then, Gary finally came back. Immediately stood up and pushed Gary into the seat. I handed over the cards in my hand. You're finally back. Go ahead and play. I'm gonna get some water. Gary took a look at the cards. He was instantly excited. These cards are so good. This is a guaranteed win. However, just a few minutes later, Gary was slapped in the face by reality again. After drinking the alcohol for that round, he said with a look of dejection, "I'm done, I can't drink anymore. I'm really not playing this time." Summer looked at it and thought things were a bit mysterious. She insisted on playing a few more rounds, to verify if it was a problem with the seat, to get Gary to cooperate. She specifically suggested they didn't have to drink if they lost. Only then did Gary reluctantly continue. As it turned out, it really was a problem with Gary's seat. No matter if he was the landlord or someone else was, the person sitting in that spot always lost. Amidst a burst of laughter, they finally ended this supernatural game of Fight the Landlord. A while later, Gary and Kevin were the first to leave. After all, they had work tomorrow. After Summer finished her shower, she just plopped onto the bed and fell asleep. When Sylvie came back after her own shower, she saw that Summer was fast asleep. She couldn't help but gently tuck her in. She also reached out and poked Summer's soft little cheek. Seeing that she had no reaction, Sylvie's eyes sparkled. A thought popped into her head. Summer is asleep. Of course she had to. Come and find me. Thinking of this, Sylvie happily skipped to the study door. She carefully pushed the door open. She peeked her head inside. She saw me lying on the folding bed. One arm was bent, and my large hand was half clenched in a fist covering my eyes. It seemed I had already fallen asleep. Sylvie frowned slightly. Justin is being too casual. How could he sleep without changing his clothes or using a blanket? She walked inside on her tiptoes. Standing by my side, she muttered in a low voice, "Justin must be so uncomfortable sleeping like this." She hesitated for a moment. She wondered if she should help him change his clothes. Would it be a bit awkward to help him undress? What if she woke him up? Justin would definitely misunderstand. After a period of mental struggle, Sylvie decided to help me take off my socks and pants first. After all, it would be much more uncomfortable to sleep with pants on. She carefully took off my white athletic socks. Then she slowly moved toward my waist. Her gaze fell on the jeans I was wearing. Sylvie took a deep breath. She silently encouraged herself. Justin is her boyfriend. It's perfectly normal to help him take off his pants, right? Sylvie nodded. She began her move. She gently lifted my black t-shirt, revealing my belt. She carefully unbuckled it. Then she slowly unzipped the jeans. Suddenly, her fingers touched something. 2 clouds of blush instantly appeared on her face. Even the tips of her ears were completely red. She bit her lip. She tried her best to stay calm. She continued to slowly pull down the zipper. She muttered to herself that the most difficult step was finally completed. As the zipper was pulled open, Sylvie's face grew even redder. Her heart rate also picked up a bit. While moving carefully, she prayed that Justin wouldn't wake up. If Justin were to suddenly wake up at a time like this, it really would be very embarrassing. Sylvie squatted by my feet. Her small hands grabbed my pant legs, slowly pulling them down. However, my pants didn't budge, as if they were fighting her. Sylvie got anxious, and the force in her hands unconsciously increased. The folding bed gave a loud creak, sounding exceptionally loud in the quiet room. Sylvie was startled, and hurriedly looked up at me. Fortunately, there was no sign of me waking up. She started complaining in her heart. "This folding bed makes so much noise. It's simply too unfriendly." Complaining aside, Sylvie saw the pants were finally pulled down a bit, and a look of joy appeared on her face. She muttered, "Mean Justin. He's really too heavy. Why is it so hard to help you take off your pants?" She continued pulling my pant legs, and the folding bed creaked a few more times, making distinct sounds. However, this time I suddenly sat up. Sylvie was so scared she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, she held onto my pant legs tightly, and managed to steady herself. I rubbed my forehead. Coming to my senses, I looked down to see my pants half pulled off, then looked at the flustered girl. My temples suddenly started throbbing. What's going on here? Sylvie's face was completely flushed, her small hands gripping the hem of her clothes. She hurriedly explained, "Justin, don't misunderstand. I saw you were asleep, and I was worried you'd be uncomfortable sleeping in pants, so I thought about helping you take them off. I didn't expect you to wake up before I was finished." After speaking, she hung her head and stood there politely, like an elementary student who did something wrong. She looked especially pitiable and cute. I chuckled to myself. I originally just wanted to nap on the folding bed for a bit, but I didn't expect to fall fast asleep. Seeing the girl so bashful, I suddenly felt like teasing her. "Oh, so that's how it is." I rubbed my forehead weakly. "Sweetie, my head is still a bit dizzy, and my body has no strength. Look at my pants." My eyes deliberately swept toward my half-removed pants. Sylvie understood my meaning instantly, and hurriedly nodded. "I'll help you take them off. Sorry to trouble you." "Sorry to trouble, sweetie." The corner of my mouth curled up. "It's fine." Sylvie leaned down, and continued seriously helping me remove the rest of the pants. Looking at her obedient appearance, a surge of smugness rose in my heart. I couldn't stop the smile on my lips. By the time the pants were off, Sylvie thoughtfully brought over my pajama pants. She blinked her big eyes and asked, "Justin, can you put them on yourself?" I raised an eyebrow, thinking to myself, if I say I can't, would she plan to help me put them on too? But I coughed a bit, and decided not to make things difficult for her. Sweetie, give me a moment to recover. I should be able to put them on myself. But Sylvie was persistent. I better help you. No need, sweetie. You take a break. I reached out and grabbed her arm, pulling her down to sit beside me. Folding. Bed creaked again. I couldn't help but complain. This bed is really something. Creaking like this. People who don't know would think we're doing something else. Sylvie covered her mouth and giggled, then asked with concern, Justin, does your head still hurt? A little. Then lie down properly. I'll massage it for you, Sylvie said immediately. Hearing this, I lay down obediently. However, Sylvie saw me wearing only underwear and thought it was inappropriate, so she pulled over the quilt and wrapped me up tightly from head to toe. Looking at myself wrapped up like a mummy, I said helplessly, Sweetie, are you trying to give me heat rash? Sylvie looked at her masterpiece and couldn't help but giggle. I did wrap you up a bit too tight, but you look so cute like this, just like a big silkworm cocoon. In my head, images of a movie protagonist popped up, being wrapped up like a cocoon. I curled my lips and said, Sweetie, I don't want to be a cocoon. Hurry up and fix this for me. Teehee, if my babe was a cocoon, he'd definitely be the most handsome and cutest cocoon. Sylvie teased with a laugh. She moved quickly to pull the quilt down to my waist. I finally felt like I could breathe easier. Is this better? Sylvie asked. Yep. Nodded and gave a soft, Sylvie reached out her two small hands, gently pressed on my temples. Her movements were soft and delicate, making me feel exceptionally comfortable. I didn't expect that lying in bed, being tended to by her would feel so wonderful. I was delighted in my heart, and even closed my eyes without realizing it. Sylvie massaged me while watching my face. The more she looked, the more she liked it. She couldn't get enough of looking. She chuckled to herself. Fortunately, Justin is mine. Eehee. Slowly, Sylvie's fingers brushed across my cheek, her movements becoming lighter and softer. Feeling the slight touch on my face, I opened my eyes and met Sylvie's gaze. A hint of bashfulness appeared on Sylvie's face, her finger stopping on my face. Hesitating whether to pull back, she whispered, I just wanted to touch you. The corner of my mouth curled up. I said in a low voice, Go ahead. Hearing my permission, Sylvie's eyes were full of joy. Her fingers gently traced my eyes and brows, slowly reaching my lips and pressing gently on them. Babe, your lips are so soft, Sylvie sighed. Yours are even softer? I responded. Babe, your lips look so good. Yours look better. Sylvie's gaze suddenly noticed my Adam's apple, and she thought it was particularly interesting. Her small hand slowly moved over, her fingers playfully touching my Adam's apple. Watching my Adam's apple bob up and down, Sylvie laughed even more happily. Teehee! So fun. However, girls' tireless movements were a form of torture for me. I finally couldn't help it, and reached out to grab Sylvie's wrist, giving it a sharp tug, pulling her entire body onto me. The folding bed gave a loud creak. Sylvie was sprawled on top of me. Her face immediately flushed red, and her little heart started racing. She asked bashfully, Mean Justin, what are you doing? I wrapped my arms around her waist, the corner of my mouth curling, trying to get you to behave. Sylvie's small head rested against my chest, as she muttered softly, I was just playing with your Adam's apple for a bit. Why are you so stingy? I thought helplessly. This isn't about being stingy at all. It's about you constantly flirting with me. Who could handle this? My hands gently gripped Sylvie's waist and lifted her up slightly. Then I leaned down and kissed her neck. Sylvie let out a soft cry, the sound like a moving melody, escaping from her throat. My actions seemed to get a bit heavier, and Sylvie suddenly felt a hint of tension, actually getting a bit scared. Sylvie's face was red as a ripe apple. She quickly pushed me away and jumped off the bed from on top of me. Her heart was in a panic. This jerky Justin, he drank so much alcohol. He wouldn't be trying to go too far, right? Actually, she wasn't completely opposed to it, but Summer was still at home. If we were discovered, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? I was pushed gently by the girl, and was actually pushed away just like that. I was a bit stunned. I didn't expect her to run away so fast. Justin, go to bed early. I'm going back now, otherwise Summer will be looking for me. Sylvie, with her little face flushed red, fled from the study. She didn't even dare to look back to close the door. I looked at the girls fleeing back, the corner of my mouth curling into a smile. We were chatting so happily, but then she ran off first. She really needs to be taught a lesson. It seems I'll have to discipline her properly one of these days. Good spanking is definitely in order. The next day at noon, Gary, Kevin, and I gathered together for lunch. All three of us drank quite a bit last night, and we all had a bit of a headache now. I asked offhandedly, Do either of you have feelings for Summer? Gary curled his lip. He said without a second thought, Justin, the three of us are sworn siblings now. We're brothers. A brotherhood is more reliable than a romantic relationship. Kevin nodded, his head in agreement. Gary and I exchanged a look, and then both laughed. It looked like Kevin still hadn't moved on from his last relationship. It probably left quite a shadow over his heart. I picked up a piece of food and put it in my mouth, chewed and swallowed. Then I looked at Kevin and said, Kevin, If you found a bug in your rice, you'd definitely feel disgusted. You probably wouldn't be able to finish that meal. But just because you found a bug in one meal, does that mean you'll never eat again? Kevin shook his head. Of course not. Exactly, I said, stuffing another mouthful of rice into my mouth. Gary slapped the table beside us. He laughed loudly. Did you hear that? Justin is sophisticated. Everything he says is the truth. Kevin nodded. Got it. The three of us continued eating and chatting. Suddenly, Gary spoke up. Lately I keep seeing videos of the ice and snow world on TikTok. It's seriously gone viral. I wonder when I'll be able to go see it. Kevin swallowed his food. He quickly agreed. I want to go too. Whenever I open TikTok, I see videos of the ice and snow world. It's truly magnificent. It's depressing to think we're just stuck working every day. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Gary smiled. How about we both quit and go play? Kevin gave him a look. And after the fun, go live off the wind? Quit on your own, I'm not joining you. Gary snorted. If you don't go, I won't quit either. I listened to their conversation and couldn't help but smile. I had also been seeing a lot of videos of the ice and snow world lately. That place really has gone viral this year, from all over the country, and even international tourists are flooding in. I've never seen snow in my entire life. To be honest, I have a deep longing for snow, just like someone who's never seen the ocean. Has an obsession with it. If I had the chance, I'd really love to go see it with the one I love. Walking hand in hand in the snow, be both romantic and wonderful. If the snow turned our hair white, we'd count as growing old together in this life. I thought to myself. I decided that in the future, I must take Sylvie to see the snow. Gary saw that I hadn't spoken for a while, and couldn't help but ask, Justin, why are you silent? Don't you want to go? I snapped out of it, nodded and said, I do. Kevin laughed and chimed in. Justin must be thinking about going with sister-in-law. Gary also agreed, exactly, if she doesn't go, Justin definitely won't go. I raised my eyebrows. I said with a smile, the four of us could go together. Gary immediately waved his hand. Watching you and sister-in-law be all mushy the whole way? Do you want Kevin and me to survive or not? Kevin agreed. Exactly. I laughed helplessly. Fine. Stop dreaming. None of us can go right now anyway. Just watching it on TikTok is enough. It's like we've already been there. Gary sighed and nodded. I get it, a sad way to quench thirst. Then Kevin suddenly spoke up. Justin, Gary, I have something to tell you. My gaming partner is coming to the city soon. She wants to meet me. What do you two think I should do? Gary's eyes lit up. Kevin, there's something going on here. Kevin rolled his eyes. What do you mean? We've been playing together for 2 years. She just happens to be visiting, so she wants to meet up. I said calmly, it's up to you. Meet her if you want to. If not, then forget it. Gary complained. Justin, that's not helpful at all. Kevin sighed. I asked because I can't decide. That's why I'm asking you. Gary chuckled. The girl isn't even afraid to meet. What are you afraid of, or are you afraid she'll steal your kidney? Kevin laughed and cursed. Screw you. It's not like I'm meeting her to get a room. It's just a meal at most. Why would she steal my kidney? Gary patted his shoulder. Then just meet her. Kevin nodded. Okay. I'll think about it some more. After the three of us finished lunch, we happened to run into Grant in the hallway. Everyone greeted him, Mr. Grant. Grant nodded slightly in response. When he passed me, his gaze involuntarily lingered on me for a moment, but I didn't pay any attention to him. My gaze didn't linger for even a second. Grant withdrew his gaze and walked away. Inside the apartment, Sylvie finished writing and went back to the bedroom. She saw Summer was still sleeping, curled up lazily under the covers. She shook her head and ran back to the study to continue thinking. Sylvie's novel, A Little Fairy Descends to the Mortal Realm to Punish Evil and Reward Good, was nearly 300,000 words long now. As a first-time author writing so many words, she felt a great sense of accomplishment. However, as the word count grew, she gradually hit a writer's block. Her writing efficiency had been dropping lately. Sylvie was considering whether to just finish the novel here, but she still wanted to hear Justin's opinion. She picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and found the chat labeled My Boyfriend. Just as she was about to type, a mischievous idea popped into her head. Sylvie giggled, glued her throat, held down the voice message button, and sent a sweet babe in a coquettish voice. I had just returned to the office. Hearing the notification sound, I took out my phone, seeing it was a message from the girl. The corner of my mouth unconsciously turned up. I clicked the voice message. Sylvie's voice came through my earphones, so sweet that my heart trembled. I sighed to myself, this girl teased me last night, and now she's flirting again. Looks like I'll have to teach her a lesson tonight. I held the voice message button, and replied, what are you up to? Sylvie heard my voice, covered her mouth, and giggled. Then she said in a sweet voice, I just missed you, babe. I really couldn't take that voice of hers. I took a deep breath to steady myself. I didn't send a voice message this time. Instead, I typed a reply. Sylvie leaned back on the sofa with her phone, a playful smile on her face. She sent a voice message in that sweet tone. Babe, how am I not talking properly? For a while, My reply popped up, short and powerful. Are you asking for a lesson? Seeing those cold words, the girl was immediately unhappy. She huffed and quickly tapped out a reply. Mean Justin, you have no emotion at all. She added a pouting emoji at the end, as if she wanted me to feel her coquettishness through the screen. Sweetie, what's up? My next message included a kissing emoji, seemingly trying to soothe my prickly girlfriend. Sylvie finally set aside her little temper. She asked seriously, I'm thinking of finishing my novel. What do you think? I frowned. I had been quietly following Sylvie's novel updates. I felt her story still had a lot of potential. So I asked, a bit surprised, why the sudden urge to finish it? Sigh, I can't keep writing. I feel stuck, Sylvie replied, a bit discouraged. There was a hint of helplessness in her voice. I pondered for a moment, and replied seriously, that's normal. Many new authors hit this kind of block. Don't rush to end it. Put it aside for now. Continue when you're in a better state. Alright, I'll listen to you. Sylvie replied straightforwardly. She always felt what I said made a lot of sense. This is coming from experience. I sent a message. With a bit of pride in my tone, Sylvie immediately laughed out loud, and quickly replied, right, you're the big shot author with a finished 2 million word novel. I didn't hold back, and continued to praise her. For your first time writing a novel, you've already done an amazing job. Much better than when I started. As expected, my sweetie is the smartest and the best. Looking at the message, Sylvie couldn't help but giggle. Her heart felt sweet as honey. I always managed to coax her like she was a child. Just as she was about to reply further, her roommate Summer, rubbing her sleepy eyes, came wobbling in with a lollipop in her mouth. She said lazily, sweetie, I'm hungry. Alright. I'll go get you something to eat. Sylvie agreed, while hurriedly sending me a message. Summer is awake. I'm going to be busy now. Let's stop here for today. Love you, followed by a kissing emoji. I quickly returned the same emoji. Flirting with you Justin again, aren't you? Summer teased her, narrowing her eyes. Sylvie's face turned red. She hurriedly defended herself. No, I'm not. I was just asking him something serious. Tisk, who are you kidding? Summer, with the candy in her mouth, smiled meaningfully. Meanwhile, in the student union office at Capital City University, Sean was sitting in front of his computer handling documents. Suddenly, his phone chimed twice. He casually picked it up. His brow furrowed slightly after seeing a few photos. That little potato he was always thinking about in the photos was actually having a great time with 2 guys. Sean gave a cold snort. A trace of bitterness surged in his heart for some reason. Ha! Little Potato is really something. He tried to open Little Potato's social media, but found that she had blocked him. This made Sean's expression even darker. His hand gripping the phone tightened as well. On the other side, Summer had just finished eating. Her phone suddenly rang with a video call. She picked it up and looked. It was a video call from Natalie. Sweetie, it's Natalie calling, Summer shouted. Sylvie immediately grew nervous. Don't answer it. Alright, I'll decline it. Summer tapped the decline button, but found that Natalie had sent a message instead. She was being persistent. I'd better call her back. Summer thought for a moment and said, okay, but don't expose me. Sylvie repeatedly instructed. Don't worry. Summer turned and went into the study. Before long, she came back out. Natalie was asking about my social media post. Summer said, what about your post? Sylvie asked, blinking her eyes. The photo of me with my first and second younger brothers and Andy, the sworn siblings one. Summer explained with a giggle. You didn't actually add them as friends, did you? Sylvie asked in surprise. Not just added them, we even started a group chat. Summer looked proud. Sylvie gave her a thumbs up. Then she remembered something. She hurriedly asked, won't your dad see your post? Blocked him long ago. Summer shrugged, not caring at all. That's good. Sylvie breathed a sigh of relief. Time flew by. In the evening, I returned. After dinner, the 3 of us went out for a drive. I was driving. Sylvie and Summer sat in the back. Summer looked at the simple decorations in the car. She quietly evaluated him in her heart, muttering that Sylvie's life was too simple. The house was ordinary. The car was also common. But when she saw the smile on Sylvie's face, she felt relieved again. How did that saying go? Summer searched in her mind. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Right, with love, even plain water tastes sweet. This phrase applied to Sylvie and me perfectly. At this moment, I stole a glance at Sylvie through the rearview mirror, and Sylvie, sensing something, happened to meet my gaze in the mirror. She giggled and quietly mouthed to the mirror, love you. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. My heart was as sweet as honey. Summer seemed to have noticed the small interaction between us. She immediately teased, sweetie, what are you so happy about? Sylvie hurriedly waved her hand. Nothing. I'm just happy. Tsk, look at that expression. You're clearly happy because you're seeing Justin. Summer smiled mischievously. Having her thoughts hit spot on, Sylvie guiltily grabbed Summer's arm. Mean Summer, stop talking nonsense. I'm also very happy when I'm with you. Summer said proudly, Justin, did you hear that? Sweetie said it herself. She's happiest with me. I smiled faintly. You're right. Summer tilted her chin up. Of course, the atmosphere in the car was light and pleasant, accompanied by the evening breeze. The three of them laughed all the way. The capital city Miller estate, an elegant and dignified middle-aged woman, slowly walked out from the prayer room. Her long hair was tied in a loose bun. A hint of coldness resided between her brows. After returning to her room, she gently closed the door, as if shutting out the noise of the outside world. Eleanor Miller sat on the chair in front of the desk, leaning back, her hands rested casually on her knees. Her eyes gazed blankly ahead, as if she had fallen into a deep, unfathomable memory. Only the ticking of the clock remained in the room, and she sat like that for a long time, as if time had stopped flowing for her. Finally, she slowly reached out and opened a drawer. She entered a password and took out an old photo. In the photo was a little boy about 3 or 4 years old. His features were refined, and a bright smile was on his face, as if the sunlight brightened because of him. Anyone seeing this photo would be moved by his innocence and cuteness. However, there was no ripple on Eleanor's face. Her gaze seemed to pass through the photo. Looking into a certain distant past, she gently stroked the little boy in the photo. A few complex emotions flashed through her eyes. As if deep in her heart, she hid a secret unknown to others. After a long time, she closed the photo and put it back in the drawer. Then she took out another photo and stared at it for a moment. Then she put that one back as well. She locked the drawer, her fingertips lightly brushing over the latch, as if sealing away an unsolved story. The room returned to silence, and Eleanor's gaze gradually lost focus, as if she were lost in endless thought. At this moment, on the other side, I was driving, carrying Sylvie and Summer. I arrived at a place called Magic Paradise. If Summer hadn't mentioned it, I really wouldn't have guessed there was such a place in the city. I reflected while driving, right? I specialize in finding fun places. Summer raised her eyebrows proudly. After getting out of the car, the three of us walked into the park, and we were stunned by the scene before us. On both sides of the entrance, staff members in various costumes stood everywhere, all wearing uniform smiles, waving and greeting us warmly. This made me gape in astonishment. I glanced left and right before realizing what was going on. On the left was a row of girls dressed in various outfits. There were older sister styles, cat girls, maid outfits, nurse outfits, playful Lolita outfits, and even Daji costumes. Everyone wore exquisite makeup, making them exceptionally eye-catching. My gaze couldn't help but linger for a moment. This scene fell right into Sylvie's eyes. She immediately leaned over and hooked her arm through mine, pulling it tightly into her embrace. She snorted, "Mean Justin, what are you looking at?" I quickly shifted my gaze, explaining with a flustered look, Nothing. Sweetie, don't misunderstand." Sylvie pouted her mouth, and said relentlessly in a small voice, "You're not allowed to look at them." Okay, I won't look. "I'll only look at you," I quickly nodded. My tone so sincere it was as if I were claiming sovereignty. Hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Sylvie's face. Her watery big eyes crinkled into crescents, as if they were full of starlight. I was dazed by her smile, but in the next second, my gaze involuntarily turned toward the row standing on the right side. Those boys also had their own unique features. There was the CEO style in suits, the restrained professor style with gold-rimmed glasses, the sunny puppy style, the muscular hunk style with fit bodies, and even K-drama lead and Fox Spirit styles. I couldn't help but reflect. This place really does have some hidden depths. Sylvie noticed my gaze, stood on her tiptoes slightly, and said in my ear, "You're not allowed to look at them either." I smiled, and answered in a low voice, "Don't worry, I'll only look at my sweetie." Summer, however, didn't have the same concerns as the two of us. Her gaze kept circling those rows of guys. While looking, she muttered, "Which playmate should I choose? This is way too hard to decide." She was checking them out with gusto, when she suddenly saw Sylvie and me stuck together, intimate as conjoined twins. She immediately couldn't help but tease, "You two are out for fun, yet you're still so mushy. It would be much more fun to each pick a playmate." Sylvie and I shook our heads at the same time, saying in unison, "No thanks." "Justin, weren't you tempted by those beauties?" Summer raised her eyebrows on purpose, asking tentatively, "Mean Summer, stop talking nonsense." Sylvie interrupted nervously, fearing I might give some answer I shouldn't. I, on the other hand, was calm, looking straight at Summer, and said solemnly, "No, I'm only tempted by my sweetie." Summer's teeth immediately ached from the sweetness. "You two are such a couple. You really don't leave any room for us singles." Heeding my words, Sylvie felt sweet in her heart, her mouth unable to stop curling up. Summer turned to Sylvie helplessly, raising her eyebrows to ask, "What about you? Not considering picking a handsome guy to keep you company?" Sylvie shook her head without hesitation. "No need. I have Justin, and that's enough." Summer let out a sigh, shrugging her shoulders. "Fine. Looks like I can only rely on myself." Suddenly, Summer had a bright idea, and opened to the Peach Garden Sworn Siblings WeChat group that she shared with Gary and Kevin. "Boss, first brother, second brother, hurry over." She even thoughtfully attached the park's location and a recorded video. In the video were rows of pretty girls in exquisite outfits. Summer, what are you doing? Sylvie asked curiously. Calling my first and second brothers over to rescue these girls, of course. Otherwise, it's such a waste. Summer raised her eyebrows and laughed. Not long after, 2 replies came in the group. Handsome first brother, be there soon. Kevin's second brother, received, heading out. See? Look how efficient they are. Summer proudly handed her phone to Sylvie. It came to me. I grumbled inwardly. I'd never seen those 2 kids so proactive before. Today they were quite eager. Sure enough, in a little while, Gary and Kevin arrived at Magic Paradise as promised. When Gary saw those pretty girls, his eyes lit up. This is way too great. Kevin's smile was meaningful, his gaze lingering among those girls in dodgy costumes. Yeah. Summer chose a CEO style. The guy. Gary chose a girl in a sweet maid outfit. Kevin, meanwhile, chose a dodgy costume beauty to play with him without hesitation, while Sylvie and I still firmly chose each other. The group split up, each enjoying their own happy hour. Magic Paradise had many attractions, all kinds of things, full of infinite possibilities. At this moment, laughter and noise intertwined in the park, joy permeating the air. When Sylvie and I stepped into the arcade, we found the atmosphere here quite unique. It wasn't very crowded, but almost every player had a companion beside them, either a beauty in an exquisite maid outfit, or a handsome guy in a suit. It looked like a special service of Magic Paradise. However, Sylvie and I looked a bit out of place. We were the only duo who didn't get a playmate. My gaze swept around casually, resting on a man at the claw machine. The beauty in a maid outfit beside him was cheerfully praising him. Her voice was sweet. Master is so amazing. Master is so handsome. That man was grinning from ear to ear, clearly intoxicated by this virtual admiration. I looked down at Sylvie and asked in a light tone, Sweetie, which plushie do you want? I'll get it for you. Sylvie's gaze moved among the colorful plushies, and finally she pointed her small hand toward a little white cat doll. I want that one. I nodded and replied, okay, just watch me. Go, Justin, go. Sylvie clapped her hands gently at the side, cheering me on like a little cheerleader. On the first try, although my movements were clean and efficient, the claw came back empty. I scratched my head, awkwardly comforting myself. It's fine. I'll definitely get it next time. Sylvie, however, smiled unwaveringly. I believe in you. After inserting coins for the second time, my movements seemed to miss the mark, and the claw came up empty again. I let out a soft sigh. Just as I was preparing for the third attempt, suddenly, I felt Sylvie's small hand grab my wrist. She closed her eyes, her mouth chanting something, as if she were performing some ancient ritual. Sweetie, what are you doing? I looked at her, full of confusion. Sylvie opened her eyes, and said playfully, I'm saying a spell, transferring my good luck to you. This time you will definitely succeed. I laughed helplessly, rubbing her fluffy little head. You little clever ghost? On the third coin insertion, my luck really exploded. I grabbed that white cat plushie in one go. I handed the plushie to Sylvie. I'll definitely get you anything you want in the future, I thought as I looked at her happy face. With a smug smile on my face, it seems your spell actually worked. Sylvie held the white cat plushie, her eyes sparkling. Tee-hee. This white cat can be for Andy to play with. How about making it his girlfriend? I think Andy would probably prefer a real cat girlfriend, rather than a toy partner, I said with a raised eyebrow. Sylvie blinked her eyes. Then he'll just have to make do with this toy for now. I'll find him a real cat girlfriend later. I nodded with a smile. Alright, then it's a deal. A few hours later, the 5 of us walked out of Magic Paradise. Noticed that Gary and Kevin were all smiles the whole way back. Clearly they had a great time with the girls. Kevin took a taxi home early, and didn't travel with us anymore. On the way to drop Gary off at home, I casually opened the Three Musketeers group chat where messages were popping up like crazy. Handsome guy for you, huh? Did you guys have a good time tonight? Accompanied by a smirking emoji. Peter Pan, the experience was off the charts. How about you? Handsome guy for you, super awesome, hee hee. Peter Pan, what did you do? Handsome guy for you, watched a movie? The girl called me master and fed me snacks, and even danced to make me happy. It felt incredible. It felt incredible. Peter Pan, my Daji was practically a vixen. She was stuck to me the whole time, totally seductive. Handsome guy for you, Justin really missed a great opportunity. I glanced at the messages, and replied calmly, you guys sure had a blast. Handsome guy for you, hee hee. If Justin missed out, go home and have sister-in-law dress up for you. I just sent a stop it emoji, then tossed my phone aside to take a shower. After washing up, I logged into the novel backend to check the new book's data. The follow-ups and bookmarks were all good. My heart was full of anticipation, hoping this book would become a huge hit, and I'd soon be promoted to a top-tier author. In the bedroom, Sylvie and Summer were chatting. Sylvie asked curiously, Summer, I remember you chose the handsome guy in a suit to play with. How did you end up coming out with a different person? Summer said casually. I switched between 5 playmates. If I felt it was boring, I just moved to the next one. Sylvie looked at her in surprise. Gosh, don't you think that's a bit much? Summer shrugged. They were too boring. They just kept trying to please me. It wasn't fun at all. Seeing that she wasn't in high spirits, Sylvie asked with concern, Summer, did you not have a good time? It was okay, Summer said flatly, then looked down to play with her phone. If you're tired, go to sleep first. Sylvie's expression was a bit conflicted. If Summer didn't sleep, how was she supposed to make her move? Summer was looking down at her phone, but she looked up and glanced at Sylvie. She teased, Sweetie, are you planning to wait until I fall asleep to sneak off and find Justin? Actually, you don't have to be so secretive about it. If you want to go, just go. It's not like I'm going to stop you. Meow. Sylvie bit her lip, a hint of shyness appearing on her face. She knew, of course, that Summer wouldn't stop her, but her plan tonight wasn't just to find me. She also wanted to wear a special outfit to see me. Having Summer walk in on that would be really embarrassing. Summer stared at her conflicted little expression, her eyes darting around, as an idea flashed through her mind. Those girls in maid outfits tonight had left a deep impression on her. Is Sweetie also thinking about dressing up to give her guy a surprise? The more she thought about it, the more certain she was. Are you thinking of dressing up to go see Justin? Summer asked directly. Sylvie was stunned for a moment, a blush rapidly spreading across her face. She admitted in a low voice, I was thinking about it a little. Summer couldn't help but start laughing, clutching her stomach and doubling over. Sylvie stood aside, looking mortified, her hands gripping the bedsheets, not knowing what to do. After she'd had her laugh, Summer shook her head. She said encouragingly, Sweetie, if you want to dress up, go for it. What's there to be shy about? I definitely won't make fun of you. Sylvie, having had her thoughts guessed correctly, stopped being secretive, and frankly admitted her plan. She quickly changed into the maid outfit she'd prepared, stood in front of the mirror, and adjusted her pigtails and white stockings. Then she turned to Summer. Summer stared at her for a few seconds, then nodded with satisfaction. Nice, go on then. Justin will definitely be thrilled when he sees you. Sylvie pouted. I'll definitely come back to sleep with you. You mean Summer? Summer waved her off. She joked with a smile. It's fine if you don't come back. Hurry up and go enjoy your sweet time together. Before long, Sylvie stood at the study door and quietly pushed it open, peeking her little head inside. Lying on the folding bed and writing, I heard the noise. I looked up toward the door and was instantly stunned. The girl had actually put her hair in pigtails, wore some sparkly pink lip gloss, and was wearing an exquisite maid outfit. My brain momentarily short-circuited. I was secretly delighted. Could this be a special treat for me? Sweetie, why don't you come in? I beckoned to her. Sylvie gave me a sweet smile, walked in slowly, and even closed the door behind her. My gaze was locked tightly onto her, and I even swallowed hard unconsciously. The maid outfit paired with thigh-high white stockings, and those playful pigtails. She looked absolutely breathtaking. Sylvie walked up to me, and did a little spin, a sweet smile on her delicate face. She opened her mouth slightly, and said in a soft, sweet voice, Master, do I look good? That master made me a bit dazed, but a wave of pleasure washed over me. I nodded mechanically. You look good. Very good. Seeing my reaction, Sylvie couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. She then mimicked the maid girls from the arcade and said, Master, you may give me orders. I licked my lips, cleared my throat, and said half-jokingly, then help me massage my legs. Aye, Master. Sylvie obediently crouched down and began to gently massage my thighs. Her pigtail swayed with her movements, brushing against my arms occasionally, which made them feel quite ticklish. I suddenly called out, Stop. What's wrong? Is Master not satisfied? Sylvie blinked her eyes with feigned grievance, but a smile was clearly visible on her face. My Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and I said with a hint of seriousness, I'm satisfied, but I have something more important for you to do. What is it? Sylvie asked curiously. I took a deep breath, stared into her eyes, and said slowly, Be my girlfriend. Sylvie deliberately put on a delicate, soft act, and whispered, Master, I am but a humble maid. I cannot be Master's girlfriend. As soon as the words left her mouth, she couldn't help but burst into giggles. I laughed too, then pulled her onto my lap in one swift motion. The folding bed let out a heavy creaking sound. Sylvie wrapped her arms around my neck, her eyes full of joy. Justin, do you like it? I nodded. I like it. Having a girlfriend like this, what more could a man ask for? Sylvie blinked. I knew it. Back at Magic Paradise, I saw you looking envious of that guy at the claw machine. I gave a helpless smile. I was not. Yes, you were. Sylvie playfully stuck out her tongue, smiling triumphantly. I stopped denying it. I really was a little bit envious. But now my girl has completely surpassed all my expectations. I looked down and glanced at her white stockings, reaching out to give them a light touch, reflected that this was quite nice. Sylvie giggled a few times, then made a request. Since I've satisfied you, you should satisfy me too, right? Satisfy you? What do you want? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Sylvie's eyes lit up, And she said in a soft voice, I want you to dress up like a little puppy boy, and then act cute and clingy with me. And also, you have to call me big sisters. My expression froze instantly upon hearing this. I gritted my teeth and said with a deep frown, Sweetie, choose something else. I really don't know how to do this. Sylvie pouted, shaking her head playfully. No, I just want to see you become a little puppy and act cute with me. I shook my head with a bitter smile. I really don't know how to act all cute and clingy. How could you not know how? You're so stupid. Sylvie expressed her disdain without mercy. I sighed helplessly. Fine, I'm stupid. But Sylvie was relentless. Even if you're stupid, that won't work. I insist on seeing you act cute. After saying that, Sylvie pressed her small mouth against mine, gave me a kiss, and then quickly pulled away. Looking at me with a pair of watery big eyes, she said softly, Justin, I just want to see you act cute with me, please. I'm begging you, can we do it another day? Wait until I've prepared a bit. With the girl wearing this maid outfit now, I felt that I simply couldn't manage to act all cute and clingy toward her. For now, the most important thing was to soothe her first. Maybe she would have forgotten all about it by then. Sylvie pouted her little mouth and said playfully, All right then. My eyes were fixed on the girl's sparkly pink lips. I raised an eyebrow. Is it strawberry flavored? Sylvie reacted immediately after I spoke, and she nodded. The flavor is pretty good. What are you trying to do? Sylvie said with a smile. What do you think? As the words fell, I leaned in and kissed her. My mouth was filled with the taste of strawberries. The next day, when I came home after work, I learned that Summer had suddenly left due to some business. During dinner, I saw that the girl hadn't eaten much, and she looked quite uninterested. I knew she must be missing Summer. I finished washing the dishes and went back to the living room. Sitting down on the sofa, I pulled the girl into my arms. Sweetie, when Summer is free, tell her she's welcome to come over to our place anytime. It's not like you'll never see each other again, I comforted her. Sylvie snuggled her small head into my chest and nodded. She was indeed a bit reluctant to let Summer go. Summer leaving was bound to happen sooner or later. She had to treat it with a calm mind. Where there are meetings, there are partings. Only after a parting can there be another meeting. Moreover, she and Summer could still keep in touch via WeChat. It's not like they couldn't reach each other. After they had hugged for a while, Sylvie suddenly thought of something. She lifted her little head from my chest and said softly, Justin, your birthday is in a few days. We need to celebrate it properly. There's no need to do anything special. I responded, that won't do. This is our first birthday together. Since we started dating, of course we have to celebrate it properly. After saying that, Sylvie followed up with, oh right, how did you celebrate your birthdays before? These past few years, basically I just went with Gary and Kevin for a drinking session. Since I went to college and wasn't by my parents' side, birthdays were basically spent with Gary and the others. I see. After Sylvie heard that, she looked a bit conflicted. What's wrong for your birthday this year? Do you also want to go drinking with Gary and Kevin? Sylvie gazed at me with a pair of sparkly eyes, waiting for my answer. Actually, for my birthday, she hoped more for us to spend it alone. But if I wanted to spend it with Gary and Kevin, then we would just do that. I naturally saw what the girl meant. Whatever you want is fine. I'll listen to you. After all, every year on my birthday, my mom would remember and send me a red envelope or something. Only then would I realize it was my birthday. Then I would call Gary and Kevin to have a drink together. I myself didn't really care much about my birthday. Sylvie giggled. That's good. Then on your birthday, the two of us will spend it alone. When you want to drink with Gary and Kevin later, you can all drink together then. How about that? I nodded. Okay. Then I'll have to give it some careful thought about how to celebrate on your birthday. At night, after I finished writing, I finally lay back down on the familiar big bed. After sleeping on the folding bed for several days, suddenly lying on the big bed again felt incredibly comfortable. Sylvie and I hadn't slept together for several days. After lying in the same bed again, both of us felt a little bit excited. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. With the two of us sleeping together again, it really felt a bit like that. Under the covers, Sylvie's small hand, which was wrapped around my waist, slowly slipped inside my clothes. Her soft little hand pressed against my chest, occasionally giving it a playful scratch. Teehee, I'm so happy. She could finally hold me without any restraint again. The girl was resting on my arm. My large hand was on her back as I held her. Nothing made me feel more at ease than this moment. Justin, I've thought about it. On the night of your birthday, we'll set up a tent at the top of the mountain. We can spend the night at the mountain peak, okay? Sylvie's soft and sweet voice drifted into my ears. I nodded. Sure, I like whatever my girl likes. Just checked. And they say there might be a meteor shower that night. I hope we'll be lucky enough to see the meteor shower. After saying that, Sylvie giggled. I planted a kiss on the girl's forehead. Regardless of whether we see a meteor shower on my birthday, as long as I have you by my side, that's the happiest thing for me. Sylvie's small head snuggled against my chest. She said with a smile, on the night of your birthday, of course I'll be by your side. Oh, Let's still hope we get to see the meteor shower that night. My sweetie is a lucky girl. I bet that we'll actually see the meteor shower then. I hope so. On your birthday night, we'll watch the night sky at the peak, waiting for the meteor shower. The next morning, we can also watch the sunrise together. Okay, I responded, thinking about the plans for my birthday. Sylvie felt exceptionally happy, because when you're with the person you love, no matter what you do, the joy comes from the bottom of your heart. She wanted to share every sunset with me, and witness every sunrise together as well, having met someone she loved very, very much. Only I would be in her eyes and heart. She was willing to do anything with me, whether it was small things like eating or walking, romantic things like watching the stars and the moon and admiring the starlight. Whether it was a cloudy day or a sunny day, whether the road ahead was smooth or full of obstacles, as long as the person by her side was me, and I only had eyes for her, her heart would be full of joy, and she would find it all sweet. The blink of an eye, it was the day of my birthday. After work, I drove happily, rushing home with urgency.